soul, and it will be a slaughter in the pit. Pyoshik and Deft back to back as brothers, slaughtering the front line and the back line of Genji. It is ruler versus the world, but the Gale Force will not be enough.
Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
San Francisco is an incredible city and the perfect place to host the final here in Worlds 2022. Y'all just saw some city scenics and behind-the-scenes shots from our feature shoot, Shot on One Plus. And now, my friends, it's time for game number 2.
Time for the comeback to start.
DRX are always doubted. You know, they always fall down. They fell down against Gen G. They fell down against EDG, and they always find ways to bounce back. I think in this series, blue side is so important. DRX are probably going to hop over to that side, and we'll get a much different draft. But what I will say is, DRX got their hands on a lot of picks that they excel on, and T1 managed to beat them on them.
Yeah, that was one of the things. Even though you have leeway to be more creative on blue side, I thought from red side, the answers that DRX had were very good and were very good champions for their players too. That game number 1 was so much down to outplays from T1 all across the map in their laning phase. Really, really nicely done.
Outplays during laning phase and grouping up the objectives, being there first. They never really gave DRX an opportunity to hit back in time. So let's jump into champ select here. It's Lucian and Rise banned out by DRX. T1 will take Caitlyn and Yuumi off the table. Pretty standard stuff here for the red side. They have to pay the taxes. They have to get rid of those OPs. Renata Glass going to be the 3rd and final ban of the first half of draft here for DRX.
Interesting. So the 3 bot lane champions, of course, are gone. And DRX think that Renata was a pretty big problem in the last game. I wonder if they first pick Varus here, if they think that this is the most powerful pick in the current series. Aatrox is up, Sylas is up, Graves. There's a lot of powerful champions that they could lean towards. But the first pick Varus from T1 was so strong because of the Renata, I feel. I feel like with a different support, it could be a little bit weaker. So we'll see what DRX approaches.
Yeah, it's interesting because DRX, like you were talking about earlier, Depth has not been playing the Aphelios, so it puts them kind of at a -1 in these AD carry pools, necessitating Lucian bans over and over and over. And so they're pushed into this scenario where taking it away from Guma.
And Guma usually does play the Aphelios, of course, like I said, so they can lock in an Aphelios lane here, they can lock in something like a Kalista lane if they're confident. Sivir could work very well into Varus. DRX was running Diego is up, Sivir could work very well into Varus. The question is, DRX is Diego is Aatrox, therefore does Kingen have a response to that Aatrox?
Oh no, my friends. We're getting a different flavor. Remember, this champion was banned on blue side by T1 in game 1. Now it is locked in next to that Aatrox by T1 on red side in game 2.
T1 just have so much leverage. They've already defeated the Aatrox at your hands, and now Zeus with it gets to pose the same question.
Are they thinking about Heimerdinger, I wonder, here on 3, just running the Ashe Heimerdinger into DRX? They've played it before, carry as Heimerdinger, but they're going to pick up the Aatrox. So does King have a response? I think Kingen's response to Aatrox is probably something like Fiora, one of those carry top laners that you can match it with. We see this Camille as well to great success, but it wins after 1 item. Piosik, does he go for the Kindred?
Yeah, you hover the Graves, I hover the Kindred. This is Piosik's answer. The Kindred streamer wanting to get a world skin for his favorite champion, but won't have to lock it in unless you pull the trigger on the Graves.
There's the hover from Yone, just teasing. There's the Camille Fiora. I think that's the direction that Kingen will go in. There's the Heimerdinger as well for Beryl once again. I think they were scared of giving that over to Keria on 3 and not having an answer in terms of having a pushing lane.
I also love Camille against a champion like Ashe. You go for her, you hit her, easy kill every time.
So now the answers for Heimerdinger lanes have been greatly discussed. I'm very interested how deep Keria goes. He's one of the supports with the deepest champions pool. Could go Soraka, could go Zyra, lots of things pushed around.
Could also go Ashe support as well. We've seen it from players like Mako if they want to just flex this to support and pick up an AD carry here. No, they're going to go Ashe Lux into Heimerdinger Varus. Maybe they think they can get a little bit of push. They have a lot of follow-up and a lot of CC.
Yeah, super long range, so you can try and fish around for those bindings and get really good poke. Obviously, the volley here for Ashe helping so much with that push.
Plus, Heimerdinger's normally good at blocking certain skill shots with the turret. Lux binding will hit the target directly behind, so it can go through that little bit of a shield he likes to deploy.
Very true. The E and the W from Lux and Ashe, respectively, will be able to burn through those turrets as well. Now we're going into the 4-5s. We've got top and bot, both side lanes picked from either side. It's mid-jungle where the focus now comes towards. We've seen picks like Lee Sin, Graves is still up, Viego is still up, Sylas is still up, and the Azir from Faker as well.
Yeah, you have to think, with the Ryze already being banned out, Sylas priority again rises up in this one. Azir answer is still possible, but with a Kindred ban, that also raises the Graves.
Yep.
possibility again. If you've got no answer there for the Pioshik Kindred, it is going to be such a tough jungle champ to deal with.
And T1 have a lot of damage right now. They have Graves jungle, they have a pushing bot double range. They could play a supportive mid laner in this comp. Something like Galio or Lissandra would be amazing for T1's comp. We'll see what DRX rounded out with in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I think you want more aggression because the best pairings with Graves are when you also have Ashe lanes with the Hawk Shot to be able to find your opponent and get those Graves invades off. So T1 really setting Owner up to be the star this time around.
We might just get the same mid jungle from last game. Diego Silas coming out here from DRX. They're confident enough to not ban the Graves, take away the Azir instead, and then match the Viego into the Graves and run back. Something like the Silas, as we expect. That takes away the Lissandra, that takes away the Galio. I think Galio and Lissandra are very difficult to pull off against Silas, so we might see more of a control mage here from Faker, unless he wants to lean to things like the Ahri.
Exactly what I was thinking, the Ahri, which Zeka himself used. Let's see about it.
Last pick of the draft on red side for Faker. They know exactly what he's up against. They know exactly what else they've got. And what will they choose? It's Victor for Faker.
Control mage makes a lot of sense. You've got 4 range champions on your team here, T1. So much poke, so much lockdown, so much damage. DRX have a comp that has to commit into it, so T1 wants to kite them back.
Yeah, there are so many options when you have Graves right now. Premier invade jungler, farming jungler, with an Ashe Hawkshot to support you in information, and a Victor into Silas range versus melee matchup in mid lane also to support you in your efforts. T1, they've trusted so much in their youth programs, with Zeus, Owner, Guma, all coming from them, and Faker now going to do one more and back him up.
And they've got a tough task ahead of them now because we know what DRX are capable of. We know that they're able to bounce back in these series. If T1 can go up to match point here, that'll be pivotal, of course, because then 1 game away from that title, 1 game away from Faker's 4th title, and DRX are on blue side. This is the game that they need to win.
Exactly, but it's not over even if they don't. Remember their series against EDG. Remember the power of a reverse sweep, but DRX don't want to be in that spot. They want to tie it up. They want to be ready to go. We've got Zeka back on the Silas. He has styled on countless opponents with this champion so far at this tournament, but now with Faker in front of him, the stakes could not be higher.
Yep, DRX are one of the only 2 reverse sweeps in World's history. They definitely can make these comebacks happen, and I'm very excited to watch the process. If there's one thing about this team you can be 100% sure on, it is that their mentality, their trust in their teammates are at supreme values after the journey that they have gone through this summer. Such an arduous path they have taken to this World Finals, always being underestimated. But when you go through that many upsets as DRX, your trust in your teammates just continues to build and solidify and strengthen your team play.
First strike on Silas, not something you see all the time, but Zeka ready to go in and be aggressive. You would have to think up against Faker here. Again, T1 not running any big tank on their squad, but the same can still be said for DRX. Both sides, again, betting on their own skill to find the angles, find the engages, and find the plays.
Aatrox going through the draft just means you're always going to get carry matchups onto you. Can't match it with a tank. You talked about it, Kobe. Level 1. What will T1 do with it? They have the Graves buff spawning very soon. Looks like he's going to go towards his red, and there's no invade to be had. You saw DRX trying to mark any kind of aggression from T1 in the early stages, but Owner won't have that camp advantage.
Yeah, a couple interesting level 1 things as well is the Graves, since you don't need that sustain, can start with the control ward here. Owner actually holds on to his control ward, does not use it early. Zeka coming to scout the Raptors and get the vision on that as well. The other thing is Beryl on bottom side with the sweeper uses it to clean out those side brush. If you look at the bottom side of the map, setting up those turrets on the sweeper activation for himself, very key for early lane phase.
So I'm curious who gets the bot push here. It looks like DRX in the early stages are with the turrets, of course, but it's Owner that's pathing down, and it's DRX's bot lane that wants to push. It wants to poke you on the tower and wants to look for plates, but Piosik's actually pathing away from them. He can look to backtrack, but I think Deft has the lowest jungle proximity of any AD carry in the entire tournament. Piosik very rarely goes towards that bot side, whereas Owner
very low jungle proximity in general. So we want to see Deft and Beryl maintain autonomy and maintain control here in this bottom lane. Up here on the top side, it's Zeus being pushed in nice and early as Gumayushi and Keria are fighting back in this 2v2. Zeka forced underneath the turret early on as the melee into ranged matchup, and there's the Hawk shots. This is such a problem to deal with as a jungler against an Ashe pick.
Yep, able to find him there with the snipe. As the expected route here, clearing up blue quadrant, does go right over to the Wolves, gives them the knowledge here that Graves can work down reverse clear as well. Faker, meanwhile, continually exchanging with Zeka, pushing in on this mid lane, setting up for Owner to go for it.
So much experience, of course. In T1's mid laner, Faker, and Zeka at his first World Championship. Such an explosive year for him, struggling on teams like BLG in the LPL. Now, looked like not to be the favorite at all in the LCK, but here he is, and he's having the tournament of his life. He just needs to get out of this lane phase. Faker will have the advantage in this part of the game. He's just about kind of getting as many creeps as possible.
And it's not like Zeka was a bad mid during regular season play, during domestic play. He was a top half mid laner.
There we go.
He was pretty high rated at any given point, but this tournament has just been an entirely different story. As Owner makes his way into the bottom lane, Beryl and Deft trying to get away. A lot of damage comes out. They will get the flash out of Deft for the gank.
Where is DRX's cross map? Pyosik is up towards these Krugs. Zeus is still full HP. I don't think they can dive him with level 4 on Kingen, and this bot pressure is now in favor of T1, where both lanes want to push.
Yeah, it was the exact same invades from both junglers. They both used their control wards behind the red buff to go get enemy Krugs. But it's a higher value, way higher value there for Owner, burning the summoner spell off of Deft, getting that bottom lane into an opportunity for themselves.
Yeah, perhaps Pyosik thinks that they lose 3v3, so it's not really worth investing his time down there. He will do towards level 6, where these AD carries have so much setup on the enemy supports, right? Varus ult onto Lux, Ashe ult onto Heimerdinger. Your jungler can follow up so easy on that kind of skill shot, so we'll see what happens towards level 6 in bot lane.
And the value of going with the bottom side there for Owner is so much higher because Dragon coming up for themselves with the extra summoner spell burned as well does give them the vision advantage. As you see, DRX on the support jungle recall timing here, trying to retake.
Yeah, both of our supports roaming around, wanting to guarantee the ability to contest this neutral territory, contest the river, contest the vision, as that Drake will be spawning in under 10 seconds. Def just trying to use piercing arrows to snipe out whatever we can here in the bottom lane. He knows his support isn't back yet. He knows he doesn't want to walk into anything that could give away this early game to T1.
Kingen doing pretty well right now. We'll look to TP back towards that top side. Camille will start winning even harder towards one item up against the Aatrox on side lane. We'll see how fights play out though. Dragon's still up, but bot lane contest, bot lane pushes everything.
Beryl losing half HP, gets ignited, but is not afraid. Fires off some rockets back into Keria. It's a one trade for T1, but they're just waiting for Pyosik on the side of DRX. He'll find himself on top of a control ward. Graves is also nearby. Owner lurking in his own jungle. DRX knows that if T1 is trying to stand and fight, this is not probably a play they want to take, so they back Pyosik away.
Yeah, important defense of that control ward there because T1 have Owner coming down and threatening in the fog of war. Pyosik has to give up. They can't take away that key vision.
Level 4 on both sides, Crab spawning, but bot push for T1. TP back from Faker will allow mid push and first response from the mid laner of T1 to allow Owner to get that Crab, so small jungle advantage across to T1.
And a little bit of optimization there from Owner. He waited for the dash up until Pyosik was right next to the wall, trying to get the Q1, Q2 damage instantly on the Diego to chunk him out. Still didn't end up working out for him, but now he's back into his own jungle, clearing out again.
Bit of a slow early game, but the stun onto Gumayusi connects. Cleanse is down. That opens up a window for Deft towards that level 6, and they need to find that window. They need to break their way through bot lane. How many times have DRX made comebacks in situations where you counted them out? Can T1 stand strong? They've only lost 2 games this entire tournament. Will they fall, or will they lose a game here to DRX in the finals? We will soon find out, but Gumayusi trading impressively off the
damage here onto both AD carries. Guma's at about 200 HP, but Beryl has no mana left to work with.
Yeah, Beryl keeps landing these grenades onto Guma, though. Got the cleanse out on the first one. Good chunk here as well. If he had a little bit more mana, maybe they push it harder.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. The arrow does not find Gumayusi. Deft is looking to stay around, push a little bit more. Wants to get one more wave taken care of before he gets his recall, I would assume. Beryl goes back. He purchases his control wards. He's going to go back out onto the map, look to set down some vision, look to do a little bit of roaming as Deft finishes off the last little bit of this wave. Keria should be around to be able to freeze it and make sure that nothing goes too wrong.
Yeah, he's going to hold the wave there and force Deft to base a little bit further back, try to stop his recoil. He's going to pull it into the next wave so it stops crashing, and then it allows Gumayushi to catch up and get a couple of these creeps that he might have missed. You can see that how the bot lane dynamic is playing out. Poke Varus, Lethality build, Comet, Vamp Scepter for Gumayushi to try to sustain. Faker.
Barrel's ready to go. The grenade finds the mark, but there's not enough damage. Faker deploying the gravity well on top of himself to stop it from going any further. Zeka finds a lot of damage into Faker. He's only got 200 HP left, and Zeka has ulti, but Faker is safe.
Mid pushes everything. That's why Barrel's here, because Herald's about to spawn. You can see Pyosik moving over towards it. Kingin's just taking a base to make sure he's ahead of Zeus in itemization. Death just ran towards bot, so he might see a 4v4 around this top side, but DRX actually not going to start it up just yet.
Yeah, super high value gank from Barrel here because of the fact that they already have used their teleports, allowing the push out. And Zeka on the Sylas. Highest CS in the game. He's so good at these Sylas and Akali melee mid lane champions that have to trade their health early and focusing on CS. He does such a good job of getting that money early.
Keep your eyes on the minimap though, because Gumayushi's around mid, Faker's come out of base, Deft is sprinting towards the top side, Zeka on the way as well. It's going to be a 5v5 around this Herald. Zeus is grouping up with his team. Kingin's prioritizing top wave, the Herald resets.
Level 6 on everybody except Barrel. That is a big factor here. He's not even close, and T1's got 5 men on the top side river.
Owner did something interesting there. He used his regular smite on the Rift Herald to transform it into the 900 damage smite in case there's a smite fight, so he has the empowered one.
All right, let's see it. DRX ready to contest. Gravity well over the wall. Gonna find Death. Forced to cleanse. Wants to get away. Has to flash. Down. Barely getting away from the snipe. But T1 controls the fight, controls the river, and controls the Herald.
Same story from game 1. T1 are first the objective. DRX are forced to face check. Deft oversteps. He's out of the fight. 5v4. DRX have to give it up.
Oh, and there's so much long-range threat with the Graves ultimate, with Victor ultimate, Ash Arrow here from Guma. Now Deft, no summoner spells. Mid lane T1 pushing in the aftermath as well. Faker wants some money.
Zeka doing a good job sidestepping away from a lot of this damage that could be heading towards him. He'll farm up all of those minions, maintains an incredible CS lead, finds the E2 onto Faker. Q2's not going to get the damage, but he's doing just fine. Meanwhile, Barrel up here in the top lane. Grenades and rockets, not going to get a whole lot done just yet. Barrel still not level 6. Kingin goes in. Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carry is here over the wall. It's first blood over to Owner, and T1 are absolutely outplaying. Pyosik will not find the damage yet. He won't find the damage at all. Carrier gets it, and T1 goes 3 for nothing.
Carrier, the sniper over the wall with the Lux, ensures that Zeus stays upright in this. What a beautiful skirmish from T1. They bait them right in there. Calling over Carrier, lands the combo.
You hit it right there, Kobe. Carrier saves the day. 3 kills to T1 in a play which DRX were looking for. Sending Barrel up towards that top side. Having Pyosik hover around, look for Zeus. Try to find that pick. T1 read them like a book. Again, Carrier's there to respond. Zeka very low. Barrel gonna push Faker back so to allow his mid laner to take a base.
Man, oh man, it is not the start that DRX wanted in game number 2. Beautifully played from T1 in that topside skirmish, but the Herald is still in the inventory of Owner. They can still use that anytime in the next 2 minutes, but right now, their sights are on the Drake.
This is something that we've talked so much about in the pre-show. T1's ability to outplay in these skirmishes. And we've seen it in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, them just dodging so many skill shots, setting up these even number scenarios and getting the huge advantage out of it. Another arrow lands into a full combo. It's just a big chunk, but it's while they're also getting the objective.
And they have the Herald as well, so they can push in these bot waves, force DRX to
Oh my God! Carrier, are you kidding me? He just sets it up like it's point and click.
Carrier says hello to his old lane partner. I'm sorry, Deft. I'm not going to be able to give you the Summoner's Cup. I want to win.
Alrighty, let's see if Faker can get away from Pyosik and Zeka. Faker doesn't make it over the wall. He's in trouble, but he gets to safety. He flashes forward. It'll be a 1-for-1, but Pyosik's in trouble. He uses the Heartbreaker to get away. Zeka getting back now as well. They'll trade Barrel for Faker. DRX will take that.
T1 domination right now in these skirmishes. DRX try their best to fight back. Faker has to expend the flash, but he expends it aggressively rather than trying to flash away to make it a 1-for-1. They don't get the Herald down, but his bot side's in their favor. Kingen fighting against Zeus.
Zeus with the World Ender active, trying to chase Kingen back. However, the ulti is about to expire, so Zeus is going to back off there.
If we can refocus on some hope for DRX, it comes back to one player. Never mind this one-on-one. It's so close.
It's going all the way. Kingen with the flash to get out of the way of the Q3. Barrel shows up, but he doesn't land it until the very end. Barrel, the rocket sniper, gets the kill. But now Owner's ready to go. Buckshot in his back. There's no way home for the Donger. Say good night. Owner picks up another.
Time and time again, T1 respond to everything DRX are throwing at them. They're going to trade 1-for-1, and they're going to place the Herald down, funnel all this gold into Owner.
Straight from draft, we talked about Owner being set up to be the one for success this game. And in game, he is going to be rich, getting all the kills, getting the Rift Herald activation on top lane turret plates as well.
And we talk about depth in carrier, you know, 2020 DRX, one of the best bot lanes in the world. Everyone was celebrating them as the lane kingdom, and they thought that they could get a trophy together. But it was Owner and Zeus in 2020. While they were trying to chase the title, they were trying to win the Academy Series. And they did indeed. They won the Academy Series 2-0, looks so dominant, and that's when they got put onto this main roster. You fast forward now 2 years later, and Owner is just so strong on this Graves. Level 8, 3-0-2, has the Umbral Grave, and it all comes off the back of Kingen trying to find the 1v1. The flash away from the Q3 was great, but there wasn't as much follow-up damage as he might have hoped for, as Beryl did arrive slightly late with the grenades, but he manages to pick him up with the missiles.
Yeah, look at the mini-map. Beryl gets here a little bit sooner, but Owner right on the way. Snipes him with the rockets here.
The arrow.
After Kingen set it up, and it from downtown. Gumayushi hits the arrow. Owner finishes the job.
Yeah, the Ashe was nowhere nearby. He's all the way back home in bottom lane. That one came from across the map to guarantee they get the kill back onto the support.
Gumayushi with the headshot there from across the map. There is the hawk shots again, just coming in constantly. You talked about it, Kobe, about how the Graves is oppressive and wants to get in the river and look for vision, and the Ashe just facilitates that so well. So bot lanes towards mid here. Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Pick onto Faker.
Pioshik gets Spectral Maw. Kingen's ready to follow. Hextech ultimatum to stay out of the gravity well.
Không ai
Faker
cứu.
will buy a moment here with the Zonias. He dies. Kingen grabs the kill, but now he's got to get away.
Ồ, dớt nó
Zeus
quậy à.
lands Q3 on 2, but the damage ain't there. Zeus tries to get out, but
Vẫn
Death
đứt,
is
vẫn đứt.
ready to go and shoots him through the heart.
Zeka took away Gumayushi's arrow there and shot it into Carrier to stop Carrier from being able to peel for the solo lanes of T1. Explosive fight in favor of DRX. They're going to chunk out this mid tower, but more importantly, they're going to get the Herald off the back of this play. One of the first neutral objectives DRX
Lỗ
have
người
picked
rồi,
up
bây giờ
in
lỗ
this
người
entire
là
series.
ra ăn
This
xí
is
giả thôi.
huge. This is the first
See, I
step in
free,
the
huh?
comeback for DRX. Zeka, the most fed member on the team, 162 CS with the kill, steals that ult you're talking about. That's 2 for DRX and the Herald. No more Rift, or no more turret plates left on the map for them to cash in quickly, but it'll help with taking down one of those outer towers.
It's not just what you get, it's what they don't get. You must slow the bleeding. You must be able to stop T1 from running away with it. And DRX are finding their signs of life.
40
À, tự
seconds
nhiên
on
không
an
để nó
extra
gỡ lại á,
objective.
trên top nhiều với ta.
Spawning up, T1 currently have a little bit of control around it. Carry has placed the vision down, gone for a base, refresh those wards to make sure he's ready in case DRX tries to contest.
Đẹp
Zeka
nó biết
still
trước,
yet to
còn
base, though. Faker
còn
has the TP.
và
He
rất.
can join that fight whenever he wants. Does DRX want to press the advantage and look for another fight around a neutral objective? We'll see this one again because it's the initial pick onto Faker, but it's Zeka. Look at his positioning. He's in bot lane. I think
nhìn
he
lại
has an
pha của
Ashe will
Faker.
come up and hit Carry a little bit later on. But this stop
À,
from Faker
né
is
thì
great
né
because
cũng
it
hay
tries
đó,
to
nhưng mà
Q2
cái R của
to
con
allow the Killstorm to do damage. Arrow
R con
comes
Camille thì sao mà né.
from Zeka all the way from downtown, stops Carrier from being able to peel. to
Uầy.
save Zeus.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Nicely done. Nicely done. But now we find ourselves ready for another neutral objective
vẫn còn
fight.
dẫn
It is
trước,
still almost a
một trăm mấy
2,000
tỷ.
gold lead for the side of T1. So DRX, they'll have to play smart. They'll have to find their moment and they'll have to find a pick. Piosic already going to start up the Drake down here. Nice CC on the barrel, but not enough follow-up to take him down. First turret's going to die up there in the top lane. It's Faker getting credit for that one. T1's not going to contest the Drake.
Em có biết không, mấy thằng bạn của anh nó trận này nó bắt ở trên mấy cái trang cá độ quá trời luôn á Vũ. Thả cái giá ăn chịu một rồi. Oh man. Oh, vẫn né được. Người nằm xuống là Gravet rồi. Under nằm rồi.
Still standing for now, but DRX wants to take it out. Minion wave's gonna collide.
Trụ còn có nhiều máu mà vẫn cố thủ dữ vậy ta.
Đem.
Ồ, mất flash nè. Rời rạc quá vậy. Con Varus về cuối nó bắn cho nè.
They're starting to believe. A tower down in mid lane. This opens up the map for them to get that
về
vision
cuối
back in their favor.
nếu mà ví dụ đứng ngoài giao tranh nó có cơ hội nó tích được điểm á, rồi nó bắn cũng phê lắm. Nước mắt mà nó lên được 219 rồi kìa. Nước mắt lên được 219 rồi đấy. Honor bốc hơi trong tích tắc luôn nè. Honor bốc hơi trong tích tắc luôn à. Trồng hai cái CC đấy. Bốc hơi trong tích tắc không làm được gì luôn mà.
Forces Zeus to flash to try to get the kill on the gap close, and then they turn it into another kill, another tower. Look how much confidence this player is playing with.
Flashes out away from Zeus. Zeus tries to
với quá, Zeus với quá trong cái pha này, với quá.
Walks away and T1 can't get any money back. That was a beautiful CC.
Thật sự là cái pha này là Tiêu Anh có thể về á, nhưng mà là kiểu như là hơi cố nè. Chứ cái trụ còn nhiều máu đó thì cũng có thể cho nó để mà thủ trụ 2 được mà. Đổi vị trí mình về mình thủ trụ 2 được mà.
DRX are finding moments, they're finding moves.
Kéo người về hồi máu xong ra thủ trụ 2 được mà. Lỗ.
Without a death for DRX. Tier is also stacked halfway up for Deft here on that Varus. Has the Eclipse as the mythic item, so you know he's going to be spamming out some of those high damage arrows the further we go.
DRX playing mid to top here. Zeus ready on the face check. He knows he doesn't want to go to on top side because the wave isn't in a great state. Arrow misses there from Gamushi, tried to force the cleanse out of Deft to make it so he has a bit more pressure around this lane. Does Deft want to ult him back? He's going to throw the Q. Doesn't have cleanse there, Gamushi, but Carrier, first item Mikhails to keep his AD carry down.
You're going to have a side lane problem here for T1 because Camille's got a double stacked wave up at that outer tower. DRX are going to take even more objectives right now. Piosic cuts off Zeus, so Zeus can't go defend that tower. And look at the work Kingen is putting in.
Great shift here from DRX. What you innately do is you push
Honor nó cũng sẽ là select mà
to make them take a long
nó không được chơi á. Hồi nãy Honor nó bị dính mấy cái CC, nó không được chơi. Cái pha ngay chiều 1 nó bị CC liên tục luôn, không được chơi luôn.
Yeah, that was a beautiful intercept. Here we go though, steals the ultimate.
Bắn chủ.
Frost to lock Faker down. He walks away from the stolen Chaos Storm. Faker's at 40% health and no mana, so he has to fall back from this structure. Zeka has control over the bottom lane, and may just be able to take another turret. As Kingen backs up in the top side, respecting the fact that T1 recently had a lot of men up here.
TP coming in from Faker. He just picked up Sonya as he has it for the
oh man.
They're gonna miss the stun.
Ồ là sao?
There comes the stasis. Cross map arrow.
Ồ sao cố gắng vậy? Tự nhiên không tele ra chi vậy?
Faker's got no way out and Zeka gets the kill.
Ồ cái này là không có thông tin rồi. Không, cái này không có thông tin rồi em ơi.
Welcome Faker with open arms. That means the other side of the map. T1 know.
Cái này là không có thông tin ở trụ dưới cho nên là tele ẩu rồi.
Yeah, they can't pressure this tier 2 either. Kingen can just kind of sit in their face and clear away the wave.
Tôi cứ nghĩ là nắm được thông tin ở trên top báo xuống mid báo về cho nên là mới biến về pha đó. Ai ngờ đâu không biết thiệt, xong rồi còn tele ra lại nó.
It's been an entire year of best of threes where they have not had a game state this strong.
It's actually so crazy how many comebacks. If you come back from that inhibitor respawning game, you can come back from anything.
Chắc không có thông tin. Wow. Pha đó chắc là không có thông tin. Đồng đội không có thông tin. Anh tưởng là pha đó là Faker nó nhận ra rồi chứ, tại vì ở trên top thấy tụi nó lui xong rồi mấy thằng kia double kill trên map rồi. Thì lát nó không giờ nữa.
DRX's macro was just too weak to go up against T1, but we've seen them take a top tier 1 from a shift to mid, take a bot tier 1 from a shift to mid, set up around these objectives, make sure they're first. The bounce back from game 1.
Quý Vương thì lâu lâu cũng có pha lỗi thôi em ạ. Nhưng mà tôi không biết nha, tôi bình chọn là 3-0 anh em á. Tôi vẫn bình chọn 3-0 anh em nhá.
Counterplay from T1 because they've pushed out both side lanes.
T1 need to approach these fights by kiting back. Kingan's gonna jump in. Zeka and Pyosik are gonna jump in, looking for a reset on the Viego.
Sao không hủy tele được á? Đúng rồi, cái tele bây giờ đâu còn hủy được nữa em, sửa lâu rồi mà. Nếu mà cái tele hồi xưa thì hủy được á, nhưng mà bây giờ tele bây giờ là không có hủy được. Ulti của Keria bắn hay bây giờ mất cái chút xíu máu vậy. Không hủy được. Nếu mà tele hồi xưa thì hủy được. Tele giờ đâu hủy được nữa. Muốn là mỗi pha tele là phải tính toán mà. Nên là nó nép xuống.
An amazing tournament. Can he actually carry the team fights versus Faker, the greatest of all time? He's the most fed member on DRX. He has the extra kills here on his signature Silas.
Oops. All right, I thought for sure that might have got there. I thought we might have got to 0.25.
Ngoài Vũ ra thì 4 người xem còn lại là ai nha. Cảm ơn mọi người. Tôi không cô đơn. Hello mọi người, cảm ơn mọi người.
How he approaches communication with his team. Sometimes in draft in Damwon, he'll just say to players like Nuguri, "You're a good Fjord, just lock it in, don't be scared, just pull it off, and we'll have a good game." So he just plays with so much confidence.
Yeah, Zeka has said the same thing in his mid lane matchup when Beryl gave him the confidence, saying, "We are up. You know, your opponents are going to be scared. Play more aggressively." Exactly citing this player.
These arrows haven't landed, have they? T1 trying to get Deft's cleanse, but Beryl in trouble now.
Owner jumps in. Beryl's gonna lose half HP, but without Gumayushi's arrow, DRX knows they don't really have any way to catch up to him.
3 minutes on the Dragon, there's nothing to really fight for here for T1. They just wanted to get the crab. Pyosik will face check Faker, will get chunked out a bit, but T1 needs to force this cleanse out of depth so they can get some kind of mid push. While he has cleanse up, he has that defensive summoner to push them back.
Pyosik's doing the same thing. He's trying to cut off people going to answer the split push for themselves. They've got Zeka topside. Silas pushes the wave all the way to the tower. Faker has to go respond, and they get a little bit deeper vision here for DRX, taking over behind the red buff.
Thus is the nature of a tankless draft. Beryl with a flash away. He'll avoid any more follow-up. Gumayushi still no arrow to try to lock them down further. Beryl drops the giant turret there as he makes his exit. DRX lose the flash on their support there from the attempted pick of T1. Still 2 minutes to go on the Drake.
Those are the timers T1 can play around. When Zeus can push out bot wave and move towards mid, DRX need to respect it. They didn't do it in this case, but Zeus will have to go back bot, catch the wave. Kingan has pressure on that side lane. Zeka has pressure on the side on the opposite side. 3 pushing lanes for DRX.
Allowing them to take away jungle resources. These lines of wards, they fought pretty heavily for Pyosik to get this one behind red. Blue buff one stolen away as well. They're getting themselves step by step in the position to force T1 to those longer rotations that you're talking about. So they're always going to be a few seconds behind.
It's all about time management and tempo in this game, making sure you're always first.
Minus one cannon though.
Didn't get it there. And the next spike for DRX is this Rabadon's on Zeka. When that Silas has 3 items and gets towards the level 16, that's when you'll see DRX really start to press their advantage, try to force around Barons. Their Baron damage isn't great, but their turn is with champions like Camille and Silas. 1 minute on the next Dragon, they can play towards that Ocean Soul point as well.
And I want to go back to a little bit ago now, Kadril, when you pointed out DRX finally taking the gold lead in the game. It hasn't been by much. They've been 100, 200 gold ahead. We are dead even 26 minutes into this game, teams are getting strong enough, both of them, to be looking towards the Baron if they find an advantage. This is the point where everything rests on a knife's edge. It could go either way, depending on a hero play from anybody, and Kingen is here off to the side for DRX, as T1 is grouped up in the mid lane. Keria goes fishing again, but just not a whole lot to find.
Remember, both AD carries have that cleanse, so looking for the picks on the other members. Ash Arrow on one side. Zeka not stealing an ultimate quite yet, going back for his death cap right now.
Yep.
Ooh, he cancels the recall though.
Kingen gave up a bot wave just to hover around for so long. You can see it's at the tower now. He has to run down and catch that. T1 were spamming question mark pings in their blue side jungle, wondering where the top laner was. The poke is getting dangerous. 3 item spikes are coming in slowly. 10 seconds on the dragon spawn. DRX are first. T1 grouping up towards mid. Zeka taking the base, has the TP ready if his team needs him.
Faker lost the crown of the Shattered Queen there from the arrow that came out from Deft, but the Rabadons is up for Zeka. 3 item power spike is in, and recognizing that, I don't know if T1 will be willing to contest the Drake here.
He also has critical level 16 on the Silas. Advantage over Faker, so T1 gotta give that up.
It's really hard for T1 to face check. You've got a Camille in Fog of War, a Varus ult. Zeka can take away the Ash ult. You've got 2 such strong single target damage lockdowns that T1 can't afford to step up. They're going to face a DRX on Soul Point now. It's only going to get worse. They're going to be forced to face check in once again in 5 minutes time. And we'll see if DRX move towards the Baron.
Exactly. 5 minutes is a long time in League of Legends, and that means for those next 5 minutes, Baron is the big thing we expect to see both of the teams play around. Faker pushing out the top wave, likely going back to purchase his 3rd item now as well, I would assume, as you're going to see recalls happening across the map here from both sides. Everybody regrouping, stopwatches and control wards in inventories. We know the Baron dance is about to begin.
Tên nghe hay đấy.
Let the dance begin. All the talk of Deft's last dance.
Hiểu Bình.
Will it be a happy ending or will it be sad? DRX getting there first. Control wards already inside. Hawkshot's such a big advantage for T1 though, in being able to very, very safely keep their vision.
Kingen's grouping up. They're not actually playing side lanes right now, DRX. They're just all hovering around this Baron pit. Kingen is going to move towards bot now. Pings on the tier 2. T1 have a window to find a fight.
Whoa. Beryl, the target of the enchanted crystal arrow, but he gets away.
No flash as well. Beryl's just in their face. T1 now have to retreat backwards. Waves coming in. They have to catch top. They have to catch mid. Kingen still in this fog of war. Not pushing bot. He really wants to fight.
Here we go. DRX in the enemy jungle. Beryl's going to be found by Keria, but he does not step into the CC. Zeka now being chased, has to flash out. Faker flashes in. Zeka goes to the Kingslayer. He's trying to find any sort of a chance.
Zeka nó quẩy rồi.
But he's 1v4.
Nhưng mà rất tiếc là em bị chơi gia đình rồi em ơi.
Really good timing here for
Rất tiếc là em bị chơi gia đình rồi.
To the pick onto Zeka. It's still going to cost you an extra turret as DRX are able to shift over to mid lane, but getting that kill, getting the flash as well out of Zeka, out of the Silas, can set themselves up for a big, big advantage looking at Baron. Faker will also have to play a lot safer on the Victor though. Him without flash will have to keep distance.
Base is coming in now, kill for tower trade like you highlighted. Dragon still 2 minutes 45 seconds away. That's always going to be plan B for DRX. Plan A is always going to be around this Baron, trying to force fights. Level 16 on your solo laners like this means you do want to press the advantage. Stopwatches across the board. One fight will blow this entire game open either way. Kingen wins this fight, but he's looking for the blue buff.
Kingen level 16 compared to the level 15 of Zeus. Pretty big difference. Beautifully buffered with the hook shot. Kingen gets out from what would have otherwise been a very precarious situation, as Zeus now has to retreat, and Kingen has backup. Pioshik will clear some of the vision out of this bottom side jungle. Barrels hanging around nearby now too. Kingen keeping the push going here. Lux Laser to thin the wave. Zeus wants to try to get rid of as many of these minions as he can. Kingan's going to step up, trade with him here a little bit. Hook shot right back to Zeus.
The objective for DRX remains the same, though. They want to continue with these same setups where they're able to push in on top and bottom first. That way, even if one of the side lane pushers gets picked off, like we saw Zeka last time, they still get an advantage, are able to trade a turret on the other side with the extra pressure that they mount. T1 take this little timing window, though, to hard shove mid, and here comes the flank.
Barrel going for the bouncing grenade. He's not going to find nobody yet. Change the corruption, find Faker. But a nice use of the Mikhails gets him away. Owner's now your target. Kingan goes golden, getting himself out of aggro's way. Now you got Zeus here on the front line. Zeka stealing away the Guma Yushi.
Oh, hay vậy.
Ain't going to hit the mark. T1 in retreat. DRX in chase. DRX heading back over to the Baron pit. Deft firing arrows to cover their retreat.
Oh, Bailey, hay quá, Bailey còn flash. Trao đổi chiêu thức vậy được rồi. Trao đổi chiêu thức không ai nằm xuống được rồi. Cãi nhẹ xíu, nhiều đồ xong rồi combat cho nó sướng.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway from that fight is that the next one there will be blood because splashes are getting very scarce. The only two remaining ones are on the T1.
Trận này cân bằng nè.
So these arrows
trận này không có bị quá lép vế này. Mặc dù là hồi nãy là T1 là gác cũng khá là nhiều nhưng mà lỗi trên top rồi gã lại hết rồi.
Kingan used his in that fight, but has upgraded it into a Guardian Angel, and Pioshik still has his. 10 seconds until what will be the soul spawns for DRX.
Nhìn đẹp nó bắn một cái vậy nè, một cái quy nửa cái máu lút.
Kingan take away that crab? No, he didn't. Zeus got it.
Ba đồ rồi.
Needs to come up so that T1 can face check. They need to use it on the Varus ultimate of death.
Đấy, giờ đẹp nó rỉa là chịu gì nổi.
For an angle, find himself on a control war. T1 needs
giờ
to
đẹp
stay
nó
as a
rỉa,
death
nó bắn tung.
DRX really want to sandwich them and squeeze the carries
backwards. hay là Keria là chịu gì nổi.
Pioshik walks out, using the mist to cover his retreat. Zeka's here on the flank. Kingan even further behind. Again, beautifully buffered with the hook shot.
He's so good. Really quick reaction times there, and now no Asher for the pick
không liều ăn rồng được.
They still have the flash advantage though.
Máu thấp rồi, không liều ăn rồng được.
Ấy,
và nó bắn chết. Camille vòng ra làm sao rồi, ăn được con rồng nhưng mà sống về nổi không ấy, trời ơi. Rồi JK nó bọc được Gumayusi rồi, Gumayusi bốc hơi là cái chắc. Anh có nằm xuống không? Anh nằm xuống luôn rồi, không kéo được nữa rồi. Oh man, vẫn cứu được con thằng kìa. Đấy, kéo được thằng. Ui Zeka, ui Zeka em ơi, quậy dữ em ơi. Ui Zeka ơi. Đấy, ăn được con rồng nhưng mà về không nổi. Ăn được con rồng nhưng mà pha này là về không nổi. Đấy. Anh em thấy tôi nói chuẩn không anh em? Ăn được con rồng đó nhưng mà có về nổi hay không đây nó mới là vấn đề nè. Tại vì á là thằng Virus á, đẹp nó cứ đứng nó bắn từ xa nó tỉa muốn khóc mẹ rồi còn đâu nữa, máu đâu nữa mà ăn xong rồi nó đè ra nó chặn đường nó quýnh.
From having a strong lane phase up against the greatest player of all time to being the driving force in that team fight to get them this Baron.
Tem chắc tướng thua cho Tranh quá.
No arrow steal, no chance, no shot. It is DRX.
Thực sự thì cái con để mà lao vô cho Tranh á rất như một con mà ăn tóc á thì nó thực sự là nó không có hề dễ, cho nên nó là về cái mặt mà combat tổng thì đồng ý là nó sẽ kiểu hơi thua thiệt với DRX chút xíu.
For solo laners you can have in the game, Zeka as well as Kingan finding the collapse.
And that's it, it's Zeka and Kingan the driving force, Beryl right behind them, Piosik's just fishing for resets.
Ủa, Keria né Keria né đỉnh rồi nhưng mà
impact as he would want. Zeka didn't go for the Q there on Keria, maybe could have picked up the triple, but T1 just don't have the damage for this Sylas. He's just running straight through all of them, picking up all the kills, and eventually Faker falls to death in Kingan.
Faker without enough mana to try to fight back in this 1v2 as Keria runs himself.
Hồi nãy giờ là trận 1 và hồi nãy giờ là hai pha cực kỳ rướng ở trong trận này. Đó là cái pha ở trụ 1 mid của Faker. Đấy, pha đó là có thể bỏ cái trụ đó để lui về được. Nhưng mà vẫn cố gắng. Rồi cái pha thứ hai là cái pha ở rồng này. Đấy.
Zeka has stolen the Ashe ultimate. Keep your eyes on either side from a long range pick.
Cố gắng quá, xong rồi để cho DRX kéo tuột xuống.
Every single time Gumayushi's fishing for these arrows, DRX are dodging and diving away. It's a 1-4 right now. Kingan's pushing mid, 4-man top for DRX. Beryl is the bridge between them. Faker's on the side. T1 looks like they want to fight, but without the Ashe ult, it's incredibly hard. When does Zeka pull the trigger?
Exactly. Keep your eyes on the Silas. Mid lane continuing to be chunked down here by the minions. Kingan getting chased after by Faker.
Faker quẩy, Faker biểu diễn, Faker quẩy. Cái chết là my god.
Gets the kill and T1 holds the line.
Tự tin không? Tự tin không?
Oh
shit. Vẫn có tự tin rồi. Khoảng cách bây giờ là 5k tiền rồi anh em ạ.
Big mistake there from Kingan. He tried to e off the wall to land onto Faker, but he wasn't in range. Doesn't commit the ult because he realizes Faker has so much damage and the arrow
missed
tiền. From Zeka. Tries to run away. The flash didn't get as much distance away as he might would want, but here's where he eased the wall and looks for the fight. Arrow misses as well. Faker doesn't get stunned. And then Kingan realizes he's made a mistake. Has to run back around the tower in case he was stunned. Flash doesn't really avoid anything apart from the
cái tình hay quá.
And he dies.
Yep, this is what makes the difference. The moments on the biggest stage in the world with all of the pressure. DRX still can recover though. No problem for them. They've got the gold lead. They also still have Dragon Soul Point. Dragon arriving in 50 seconds.
Exactly. And that afforded them a good fight last time. Death for the clans, death for the flash. That is both summoner spells of the DRX marksman. That is huge for T1 in this upcoming battle.
No ultimate as well. He should be in time for the Dragon spawn. T1 will get the mid tower though, and they will keep on going. The solo lanes are here to respond. Pyosik is lying in wait, waiting for this Dragon to spawn, waiting for T1 to move into this bot side river. T1 should know that he's around there with the mist and the wards being down, so they'll stay as a death ball, stay grouped up. Death will rejoin Zeka.
Zeka walking right into a brush. Everfrost on 3. Honestly, Graves' collateral damage barely tickled him. That's half HP on the DRX mid laner.
Yeah, T1 are fishing for big chunks on health that would allow them a better setup on Dragon. It's just going to be a teleport back from Zeka, though. Level 18 on the side. Let's carry a go.
Flash binding. If they grab Pyosik, they guarantee the Drake.
Vẫn còn
flash back over the wall.
Damn!
Chain, CC.
CC. Một nùi CC luôn.
The Dragon's already up. T1 trying to chase.
Má, tôi thấy đánh mà thấy tội luôn á anh em, tôi thấy tội luôn á.
DRX are gone.
Damn.
Stolen away by Owner, and Zeka has to flash over the wall to live. Kingan stuck in the pit, tries to jump out, pulled right back in by the Infernal Chain.
Tự nhiên sao DRX lỗi pha này dữ vậy? Tự nhiên pha này lỗi quá vậy? Để chết lẻ quá trời, xong rồi chết mất người mất luôn xong rồi. Anh em thấy chưa, anh em thấy chưa? Đừng để T1 nó bắt được lỗi. Nó lỗi thì ok, nó có thể khắc phục. Nhưng mà anh em đừng để T1 nó bắt lỗi, trời ơi. Nó tận dụng tốt lắm. Vua lật kèo đúng không? Vũ nói đúng, vua lật kèo.
Pops the E to get a little bit of vision onto Pyosik. Then he just instantly Q flashes him.
T1 là một trong những cái đội mà gọi là tận dụng sai lầm của đối phương triệt để nhất có thể luôn mà. CC Việt. Tôi thấy tội cho nhỏ luôn á anh em. Thiệt luôn á. Keria MVP. Vẫn kịp luôn mà. Nếu mà anh em không biết thì thật sự là trong nhiều trận của T1 đó là SB được coi là MVP của trận đấu, nhưng mà tại vì là anh em để ý tới Faker nhiều quá cho nên là anh em nghĩ là Faker, nhưng mà thật sự là có rất nhiều trận là thằng Wolf mới là nhân tố chính dẫn đến chiến thắng của AKT đó nào.
Have had this game going their way for a while, but now T1 have swung it back.
I think that's an incredibly accurate way to put it because T1, they've got so much pressure on their shoulders to deliver. You know, trying to reestablish the dynasty here, coming in as the favorites. No overreactions for one fight.
We'll see if DRX are unfazed by the last 10 minutes. See if they can still pull this through. It's a very even game state now. Gold within 500-600. Dragons even a piece. T1 have found a way to stabilize the game, and they're becoming incredibly strong. DRX haven't been able to force their advantage as much as they might like. And now it's a Baron dance as it spawns.
Ocean Rift puts so much extra brush on the map, and DRX have to be so careful when they check these brushes. It was the brush check from Zeka that put him such low HP that he had to teleport back into the fight there for the last Drake. DRX now going to find a ward here in the Baron Pit. They can't start anything up cheekily or sneakily. 4 full items plus boots completed on Zeka, working on that final item. Faker himself, full build, late game victor.
DRX have really struggled in these last few fights, but they've faced way worse heartbreak in their series against EDG. So Def's coming out of base, has the Serpent's Fang, 6-item lethality poke. Varus is ready. Summoner's coming up for Keria. Gumyushi still doesn't have the flash, neither does Owner. He had to use it to get the dragon. Does T1 started up? They have pretty good vision to do so. Zeus has the TP, but they have a free bot tower as Kingen decides to group DRX as 5, trying to get this next mid wave in.
Yeah, #1 priority there for T1. They were trying to find out all these wards so they can't get flanked again. The flanking power of the Camille, of the Sylas, has been devastating. Trying to clear all of these brush and control the side lane push first to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Kingen gonna find Faker, but they're also gonna find Beryl. Kingen wants to get away. Beryl nearly dead. Had to flash to save his own life as T1 have a nice health advantage now. And you'll see Owner, Keria, and Gumyushi heading back towards that topside river, heading back towards that Baron. Def gonna do as much damage as he can, poking with these piercing arrows. T1 continues to stay together as Kingen tries to cut the wave, trying to make some space, distract T1. The Drake spawning in 1 minute, the Baron still up as they fight for mid lane control.
Faker's Victor is a really big problem for DRX right now. He's scaled to the point of 4 items with a crown, with the Rabadons, and it just means that with this full build Victor, how do they get on top of him? They have to proc the crown initially, the ultimate comes out, Beryl instantly has to flash away. Kingen has a little bit of magic resist coming in, but this full item Victor is doing so much work to allow T1 to push forwards.
At least DRX have been able to buy time for their Guardian Angels. They just had Pioshik's cooldown come back up on it and very short on Kingen's.
30 seconds on Dragon. T1 first to the river. Kingen in a position to look for a flank. Def needs to arrive. He's trying to clear out the mid wave. Lux ult from Zeka pokes out Owner, but Kingen trying to sandwich T1 here, who want to stay grouped up, who want to look for this dragon.
The poke wasn't a ton. The fruits are going to heal it off as Owner grabs all of those, and the Drake is ready to go. T1 has stopped this so long enough that now it's guaranteed for either side. Whoever takes it, and we're done with these Ocean Drakes. T1, they're going to start it up. They've got the aggro. They're going to burn through it a little bit, but they're taking their time. Kingen's coming around from the side. Keria trying to keep him away. Def with a piercing arrow.
Ôi, lại cướp được rồng nữa rồi. Damn, ôm đâu à. Má lại lật nữa rồi, anh em, mà tôi nghĩ là lật nữa. Rồi, JK chạy nữa không? Bây giờ đồng hồ làm gì nữa đâu. Đấu trăm tiền. Rồi. Hồi mạng gác tiền luôn, Có thời điểm là gác gần 5k tiền mà bây giờ là gỡ luôn rồi, gác lại 2k luôn. Trời.
DRX off of the dragon, allowing Owner to get it. Pioshik is sticking around for the
DRX bây giờ nó 4 đồ rồi nè. DRX nó 4 đồ rồi, nó đập, nó càng thì thôi rồi luôn, đừng hỏi. Thằng nào đụng vô Faker, đụng vô của BC, bay nó đập tới tấp luôn á nè. Đấy, vậy là bốc kê liền. Nhưng mà chịu vẫn không nổi nhiệt anh em ạ. Chịu vẫn không nổi nhiệt. Oh man, KDI thiếu người rướng quá. Lại rướng rồi.
he doesn't miss. Faker falls.
Khi ra
as
về
well.
mất
Second
tiêu rồi
TP
còn đâu
in,
nữa.
and he has to TP as he spawns. Do they go towards Baron, or do they look to
Bị
end the
lên,
game?
hợp
It's only
lý.
carry an owner for 40 seconds.
They gotta focus on the minion waves. They can't do it.
They don't need
Oh,
to focus the minions
man.
if they're going to be able to focus the enemy team. Carrier drops as owner is now the target. DRX, a couple minions at their back. They keep going to go. Kingen wants owner, but he ain't
Còn
gonna
luôn
find
cái
him.
ulti.
The push
Rồi.
continues.
Muốn kết thúc trận đấu ở đây rồi. Kết thúc chắc là 20 giây là làm được. Làm gì nữa?
Trying to do it, trying to save it, but no. DRX rise to the occasion, and they will tie this.
Trận này hay quá anh em ơi.
They lose the soul, but they win the game. DRX clutch it out.
Oh my
Wow.
god, that game was clawed back by T1. They had a soul and they went for a Baron, but it's Deft who shoots the arrow onto Faker, gets the initial kill. Once the victor is down, the rest of DRX can
này
clean
chả
up,
có nhịn
and with that
nhắn.
one single window in the last 25 minutes of the game, DRX end the game.
What a win. What a win
Damn.
that started off looking a lot like game number one. What team play coming out from DRX to keep themselves going blow
Đủ lắm.
for blow in what is now the
Malaysia trận
longest
này tự
game
nhiên
of the
không,
tournament so far.
hơi lạ
That
nữa
beat
à.
out game 5 of Gen G versus Damwon.
My god.
My
It was a
God.
big game drought for DRX. They couldn't get as many kills they wanted. They got some towers. They lost 2 or 3 dragons in a row.
Heroics were necessary in this game, and they were delivered.
I'm sweating, boys. That was a game. I hope we get 3 more of those.
10 years in the making, this finals.
It
À,
really is. And if DRX
Ây
lose,
da.
it would be such a heartbreak being in the driver's seat. Their
Hai-
first
hai-
win
hai
against
team,
T1 all year.
sau game này
They
lỗi
had it in
thế
their
nha.
hands and they almost dropped it, but they stood tall. 1-1.
Remember, versus Gen G, they got their first win against them in game 2 as well. And remember how that series went. But T1 is an entirely different beast. This final is shaping up to be what we were all hoping it would be. And Worlds is a gauntlet, my friends. And the best way to keep up with all the action on the go is Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League, Valorant, and much
Nói là
more,
cái-
where you can watch Worlds live, catch up with the series scores, and talk about all the action with your friends. Check it out and join us as we head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Lỗi một cách dã man á, tự nhiên không.
And we're all tied up.
Game này
just
cả
like
hai
that.
team lỗi dã
DRX
man.
strike
Rồi,
back.
anh em đi đái đi ỉa
What
thì
a
nha.
game two that
Chúng ta
was.
giải lao chút xíu,
It
xong rồi
started
lát
off
nữa
with
tới
so
trận
much
thứ
action.
3.
We had kind of an interesting change
Đấy.
of pace in the mid
Chung
game
kết
as
thì
both
nó như
teams
thế
were really
nó mới
trying to
kịch
feel
tính
each other
ha.
out. And then an explosive few fights there. Back and forth to end it all, and it falls in DRX's favor off of a wild Baron play.
Back and forth and back and forth and back again is how this game felt, because right here, after another smite secure by owner, I thought T1 was going to do it. I'm thinking this is just like the RNG series. Are we going to see a sweep? Is DRX going to be able to get the reverse sweep? But the thing with DRX is they absolutely never give up. They buy a bunch of time, they kill carry on the backside, and then they're just figuring out how to stop this T1 Baron.
They certainly are, and the most important person you have to keep your eyes on is Deft. So you can see on your minimap right now, he's going to start making his way up towards the backside of the blue jungle, and he's going to follow up and he's going to land a really crucial ult as T1 kind of
Vũ nó coi mà nó tức luôn mà. Vũ nó coi trận này mà nó thấy tức luôn mà. Đù lắm mà, nó chửi luôn mà. Trận này Vũ nó chửi luôn mà. Đù lắm.
While he's doing decent damage, it's not enough to be able to shut down Kingen, and on the other side, while Owner is doing a great job, all of T1 gets split apart, and Pioshik demonstrating his great Aatrox performance.
And then crucially right here, decide not to kill the Baron, make the call that even though they have Heimerdinger dead, the wave is close enough. They're so late into the game, the death timers are a minute long, so they just make all the correct decisions in a very crucial moment. A lot of teams would just do Baron here. They do the call to end, they execute, and they win.
And that's so massive for DRX, right? Because we talked about how back and forth this game was. Initially, when DRX got the lead, and then there was a pickoff, and then there was another pickoff, it's like, oh no, this is like domestic DRX. Like, we're back there. To see them come off of this play, not only be able to pull it off, but be so decisive in knowing that they can end is so important.
And I think the that we kind of have to go back to the beginning of this game where it did feel like it was just going to be a T1 domination from the start. The fact that they were beating them this closely, you can see how close it really was to DRX being able to gain a huge advantage this early on into the game, but T1 just did not let them as Carrier just dominates on the Lux. It was just beautiful early game plays and constant impressive performances from Carrier throughout this game.
Yeah, we definitely see why, like we talked about the Ashe, we talked about the Heimer, Carrier locking in the Lux alongside the Ashe and making these plays. I can't stress enough how regardless of whatever champion he has, when he's able to get some CC down, when he's able to initiate a fight, the rest of the team follows up so well, and his mechanics are just godly.
So that was T1 setting the pace early with a couple of quick kills, but DRX, not to be outdone, found their opportunities in the early game as well.
Meanwhile, Beryl here, I think I also want to point out both of these supports, right? Because I feel like people aren't necessarily going to think of Beryl when they think of creating space, but he like not only survived there, but got so many crucial stuns in a lot of these fights to set up for his team on the Heimerdinger.
You know, as they say, if you can't helium or curium, you bury him. And I think that Beryl demonstrated that perfectly for us with his Heimerdinger performance.
So here's the thing.
I thought you were going to say you barrel him. Like,
yeah.
No, because that's the Heimerdinger joke. It's the bury him.
He's using the Heimer joke, but...
I will say, and I said it before when he played Heimerdinger, his Heimerdinger mechanics, he must have played hundreds of games.
He's damn good at
He knows
Heimer.
every angle, he knows every reset for the turrets, and he always knows the right ultimate to use.
Yeah, tôi mới làm log setting anh em à.
And this fight really was one of the big swings in favor of DRX because
trận này nó mới sướng.
we saw many close dragon fights, and this one was really where we started to see DRX claiming full control over it and Zeka really coming online. This is the player that we hyped up so much in the pre-show. This is the individual that we put so much emphasis on that you needed to focus on, and getting his hands on the Silas once again, when you give him the resources to be a carry, this is what he's able to do with it.
And the setup for this was also pretty impressive because they were actually able to get their 1-3-1 setup with Kingen, with Zeka in side lanes. And that was actually, again, such an improvement from what we saw from DRX in their domestic play.
So while it was DRX, obviously, that took the victory in this game number 2, I wanted to point out a specific T1 play, and it keys into Carrier and some of his top performing here in the series so far. As we know, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, in this play here, it's a twofer. First, T1's Carrier pulling the trigger the moment he sees his opportunity, lands every single one of his skill shots that is CC related on Pyosik to make sure the jungler gets eliminated. And then, of course, T1's owner will have a couple of impressive mechanics himself to secure that dragon.
It was feeling like this was going to be the moment that T1 has the sweep in hand. As soon as he gets all of the movement abilities, ulting backwards, like every split second counts in this sequence.
I like it. We're updating the tagline. It's not just every second, it's every split second counts now.
Yeah, it's such an amazing play by T1, and there were so many little moments throughout this 45-minute long game that could have gone either way, but it's so fitting that we are tied 1-1, guaranteeing at least 2 more.
Exactly, and I just wanted to show that because it goes all the way back to your initial point, Jet, that when DRX takes a punch, okay, sure, but they get right back up and they look for that next fight because we were pretty much ready to call it when something like that happens in a high-intensity game. So here we are, reminding ourselves of the draft here from game number 2. T1 on blue side. What do you want to see here, Jet?
Yeah, I want to see DRX, when they do the switch up, to have a better answer to Varus, because Varus has been the first pick champion in both series. I don't necessarily think that DRX is going to be letting through any of their major champions.
I think that DRX just needs to keep getting these prior lanes. They had it in top, in mid, they had good control with the investment, and in bot lane, they're contesting that wave. Push is important.
We're all tied up.
Là
We're
đang
guaranteed to not have a sweep here in
khó
the
hiểu tại sao
World
game vừa rồi mình lại
Championship. I
thua.
couldn't be happier about that. Let's see if we can get all the way to 5. There is so much action that has led up to today. And while it can't, or rather can't be hard to keep up, this big one right here. I've got your back. Be sure to download the newest episodes of both the Reaction Podcast and Dive for you to get informed and to revel in the anime arc of our finals. While you do, we're stepping away. When we come back, it's game number 3 right after this.
Kingen goes in. Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carry is here over the wall. It's first blood over to Owner, and T1 are absolutely outplaying. Pyosik will not find the damage yet. He won't
cái pha bắt đầu chuỗi lỗi ở trên top của T1. Đó, xong rồi cái thứ hai thấy không anh em? Tôi phân tích đúng chưa? 2 pha mà khiến cho game này bị chậm tốc độ từ T1, nhưng mà cái lỗi này thì lại không được bên DRX tận dụng triệt để mà để cho T1 gỡ lại. Đấy, và cái sai lầm thứ 3 của T1 mới dẫn tới thua trận đấu này, đó chính là cái sai lầm ở con Baron. 3 cái sai lầm chết người đó. 2 sai lầm trước thì có thể sửa. Người ta nói là quá tam ba bận anh em ạ. Đấy, lần thứ 3 là không thể nào mà gỡ được nữa. Ây da. Khó vậy đó. SB hay mà Guma chán quá, đứng bắn ulti không à. Em biết sao không? Bây giờ là thằng Guma nó bắt buộc là nó phải bắn trúng cái ulti thì mới tạo tiền đề để mà team lao vô được à. Hoặc là bên kia mở combat xong rồi Guma nó sẽ canh mà nó bắn ulti thì team mới lao vào. Tại vì cái team của nó là bây giờ rất khó để mà bắt người, em biết không? Đấy, bây giờ con lút mà nó trói không được ấy, con lút mà nó trói không được là coi như là phần lớn là sẽ không bắt được đối thủ rồi đấy, không bắt được đối phương rồi đấy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Em thấy cái pha mà khi mà Keria nó né nó bắt rừng không? Đấy, pha đuổi chồng chéo mấy cái CC đấy là cái pha đó là phải cố gắng giữ lắm rồi mới giữ được. Đây, bắt người cực khó không? Đây bên kia thì nó con Camille nó không chế cứng quá. Perfect. Nói chung cũng hay rồi. Game 2 đã có ở trên kênh rồi nha anh em, full game 2. Nếu mà anh em muốn xem lại thì anh em có thể xem full game 2 ở trên kênh nha. Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều. Nhạc nói chung cũng hay mà sao nhiều anh em chê thế nhỉ?
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Đến với trận 3 nào anh em ơi.
In the finals, here in a tied series.
Oh boy. I doubted them a little bit there, DRX, in the game, but I guess when you doubt them, they only get stronger.
I just can't get over a lot of the reactions and mechanics too. How about Kingen and these hook shots? Every time an arrow is shot at him, it looks useless. He wastes so many of those cooldowns from opponents. Really nice play from him.
Reaction time was flawless, really, wasn't it? Even on the ones that missed, he was already ready to jump away. Only had that one mistake in mid that hurt their Baron push. But T1, I expect him to be back on the blue side, run back something similar. Does DRX change it up? You know, we saw the Yuumi ban, we saw the targeted Lucian Nami, we saw the Caitlyn ban. Do they want to give one over and try something new? Because in game 1, can you fault their draft? Sylas Aatrox, that's really DRX's bread and butter, but maybe they don't want to change the matchups and pick differently.
And to me, that's one of the most fun things about a series, especially one of this quality, of this caliber, is seeing the way the teams will adapt between the games, seeing the changes they choose to make, the problems that they assess as what was really critical in that last loss. And I'm really excited to see what DRX brings out here in the third one.
Yeah, and T1 as well, right? Do they think that Sylas was a big problem in that last game? Is Varus now all of a sudden the flavor of the series? Is that something that DRX want to deny? Do they have an answer to it? Because Varus has been first picked both games. T1 showing it with 3 bot lane bans, DRX responding to it with 3 bot lane bans, and both teams need to figure out the Varus dilemma.
And there should be a drop in priority on the Aatrox. Both teams have shown strong counters with the Camille, with the Yone for themselves, being able to outplay it. So we'll see about a lot of adjustments here. On the red side for DRX, though, it's so hard to get away from these bottom lane necessary bans because, like we talked about, Jeff hasn't played much Aphelios. You can't play the Aphelios plus Lulu into the Lucian. So Yuumi and Lucian remain permabans, and then probably the Caitlyn unless you want to pull out something crazy.
So Varus first pick is probably going to be the answer here from T1. Now, does DRX take away Renata? They've left that open. They banned it in game 2. Kalista's locked in. Kalista Renata. That's their answer to Varus. Will it work is the question. What is T1's response here? Do they go for some kind of melee support into this Renata? Do they play Varus Karma to try to contest the push? The problem with the Karma is you don't have lockdown onto the Kalista. So Aatrox is up, Sylas is up, Ryze is up for Faker if he wants to blind pick it.
There it is, looking at double poke here. More aggressive fight over the priority in that pushing bottom lane. If you go with something like Leona or Nautilus,
hay là nói chung là này nó kia phân tích này nó kia thì tôi không đủ trình độ để phân tích cho anh em à. Đấy, những cái chắc cú quá to lớn bự tôi còn nói. Chứ còn mấy cái này là thua. Trình độ này nó chuyên nghiệp quá mức rồi anh em ạ. Tôi không thể nào mà tôi đúng theo được. Không thể nào mà tôi phân tích cụ thể cho nên đẳng cấp này đẳng cấp amazing thế giới anh em.
And now, though, the confidence of Zeka, this champion, he has mastered both the Sylas and the Akali sides of it. It's a big part of DRX's handle on the meta that got them here. Confidence to lock it into Faker again. Last time around, he actually had more CS, even with all the harassment from the Azir.
Great ultimate to take away as well. Varus ult is just going to be so powerful through throws. There's a Yone ban, so I think T1 might have to ban away Aatrox. DRX might look to pick Aatrox up on 4 here. A lot of powerful champions up and available. Camille, Fiora, Aatrox. We're looking at champions like Graves, Viego as well. Kindred is up for Pyosik as well if he wants to look for that angle.
Well, with Aatrox banned away, when we talked about last game being another no tanks kind of matchup, you guys said how it was Aatrox that wills that into being because he creates a carry versus carry style. Now with him banned away, with Yone banned away, we might see some big frontline for the first time in the series.
I agree, especially if it's Poke, Varus, and Kalista, 2 champions which really struggle to get tanks down. They need to be careful though, picking Ornn for T1 against Sylas, you just give them that engage onto your mobile carry.
And they ban away the Kindred answer to the Graves, so it's up to DRX. Looks like they have Graves is wide open. That would need to have Zeus on something with CC though, because if they pick the Graves, then they've got no lockdown.
Is Poppy a good champion here for T1, I wonder? I mean, into Kalista, you can really lock down the Kalista. Vi is another one that has good lockdown. Nocturne is something we've seen, but he doesn't have the follow-up.
Yeah,
I'm thinking something like Poppy here. The Graves is great, but you're playing 4 range champions again.
And they've done it before. T1 have been the team to play all damage, all range. It could fall on Zeus to be the melee, to be the front line though, with some CC setup.
Well, we do have this Sejuani banned away early on. That's one big tank. but we'll see which other they decide to lock in. The Gragas hover lasting for quite a while here, but there is still a little bit of time left on the clock. They will lock it in. It's Zeus on the Gragas.
Yeah, I think with Karma, you need some frontline there. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ornn come out here from King, and Aatrox is removed from the equation. Double tank matchup. I worry for T1 with this Graves again because you're playing full range, but if you can punish early, then it will give you profit in the mid to late.
Honor vẫn cầm Graves à?
Do a lot of damage, and they're playing with triple threat.
The meatballs have arrived at the World Finals, and now we get to see some of those big frontliners and huge engages.
And that means increased focus on the bottom lane, especially for DRX here, investing their picks in the Kalista. This Kalista has not fared well at Worlds. Have to play it aggressively, pairing it with the Renata from Barrel. I want to see how DRX game plan looks now because we already got the Faker versus Zeka mid lane matchup of the 26-year-old versus the young new hotness. And now it's looking at bottom lane here. Deft, 26-year-old on the other side versus Gumayusi, 20-year-old hotness as well.
Opposite sides, of course, from both respective veterans, like you highlighted there, Kobe. And bot lane will have to be a pivotal point of focus for both these teams. We saw Pyosik go towards mid earlier on with a similar kind of matchup in game 1 to get Faker's flash. Why did he do that? Well, it's good to get mid lane flash early, but in the Sylas matchup especially, it allows the Sylas to get the push into Azir early on, which he doesn't normally get, which allows him to get towards bot lane first if the mid laners decide to roam down there.
And I'm excited to see how the early game objectives go in this one, especially now that we're back to an even state in the series. Excuse me. T1's objective control in game number 1 was absolutely dominant. In game number 2, DRX and
come on.
They had one dragon each at the very start. There wasn't that same level of, man, we're losing everything for DRX, and T1 is grouped up as 5 here at level 1.
Yeah, 5-man bot to get middle brush control. I expect them to either sweep or put a ward down here to make sure that the Varus Karma doesn't get any kind of cheese from the Kalista Renata, make sure that they can poke them out with things like the Mantra Q. They don't see anything yet, so they're going to walk their way into this bot side jungle, but they know that Deft is in the river, so T1 are first to bot rush, which helps the bot lane matchup level 1.
Yeah, of course. So much focus on this bottom lane in this draft with the big tanky boys on the top side. Especially when you have Graves too, Owner trying to get the early information. Defensive ward from DRX behind their red though, trying to see if there was any attempt at getting that invade.
DRX show themselves on the entrance. Owner is being a bit careful. They should know that there's a ward. And Gumayushi's playing with lethal tempo, so I expect him to go more towards an on-hit Varus build. We won't see a poke Varus come out. Normally you see things like Comet and Halo Blades in that instance.
And it makes so much more sense this game, right? You don't want to have lethality versus the Ornn. You want to be able to chunk through the front line.
Anh em sẵn sàng tư thế nha.
Top side start here for both of our jugglers, which goes exactly like what you guys were expecting. Attention on the bottom lane. Junglers want to be pathing down here to see if they can interfere with this and make something happen.
And there's a commitment here of Zeus. Strong
Bây dụ hạ hỏa nha, bây dụ hạ hỏa xuống nha.
Not only did Owner get
bây
Graves,
dụ hạ
he
hỏa
also
xuống
gets the stronger leash.
coi trận
Will
này
be
nha.
accelerated in his clear
Không
defense.
cọc nha.
Shot down to that other side.
Không chửi đủ lắm nha.
He's on red Raptors. He's going to move towards bot side. Does he do a camp and gank mid and try to relieve pressure on Faker? That ward on the bot side jungle could help him look for an invade.
Alrighty, as we see how the lanes are going, remember to make sure to grab the exclusive Very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. As Kingen has the push here in top side, Gumayushi and Faker and Zeka are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I would hypothesize that Pyosik would reverse clear up to the top side Scuttle Crab because the bottom side pushing here with the Varus Karma means that it's so hard to fight over the bottom side Scuttle Crab, and it would be a little bit dangerous, but his sweeper doesn't see the ward.
Oh man. Pyosik walking right past it. He's going to wait here in the brushes. Keria and Guma are staying up.
Mới vô level 2 level 3 quýnh rồi. Guma GC có bắp hơi không? Oh man, có cái tiêu đốt kéo theo. Từ quanh Owner xuống, Owner level 3 rồi. Ra 1 đổi 1. 1 for 1.
Comes out on top. Great first blood for Deft. You have to wonder if Gumayushi, he should have known that something like that was coming and maybe tried to react with the flash. Either way, it's a 1 for 1. Despite it being first blood to Deft, I think it's actually good for T1 because look at his CS now, Deft. He's lost a lot of that wave. It'll start to bounce into Gumayushi, and they traded 2 flashes, 3 summoner spells from DRX. just for a heal for Gumayushi.
Yeah, T1, they saw him
Ăn
coming.
rừng
They
kiểu này
had
thì
the
Honor sẽ lời hơn.
information.
Nó là lời nhanh hơn.
Still goes down to the forced gank there from Pioshik and investing the flash as well. Could be troublesome for the jungle. Graves could be very abusive, going to harass the Viego. Faker, meanwhile, forces the teleport out of the Sylas in mid lane. And yes, of course, as we already know, did not quite catch it. And T1 are saying, get over here, Graves, right now. These are the comms. We're going to outplay. But Pioshik was so quick with the flash. Guma did not react to it, and they just stand and they want to trade 1-for-1 instead. And with the ignite going down, Carrier gets the
Mặc
last
dù là
hit
thấy
there
rồi nhưng mình chạy
for
không
the
kịp, chạy
takedown.
không kịp.
As you said though, the wave meant a lot there as they're able to push it in, and they did get the kill.
Yeah, kill gold in DRX's favor, but wave states and summoner's blown is in T1's favor. So I think they'll be pretty happy with that kill. And it's a carrier which isn't the best, but can help in the early lane phase, has the early amp tome to try to poke them down. So now this wave state, we'll see how DRX plays it out, and we'll see what Pioshik does to try to help the bottom side of the map. Owner actually hasn't done his red buff yet, so he's probably going to move his way down there.
Nó sẽ bắn tốt chứ còn gặp tôi hả? Tôi bắn quỳ thấy con Kalista bên kia nó nhảy khó bắn lắm anh em.
They do have Kallista's little ghost walking around, trying to keep an eye on everything. Pioshik throwing out his own Krugs on the other side of the map. Owner finally going to pick up that red. Solo laners all at level 5, so we're getting close to that critical point where the ultimates are going to come online. Remember, there's no arrows or anything this time around to be stealing away there for Zeka, but he does have some incredibly powerful tools, like a Gragas ulti, like a Varus ulti, with a full AP ratio.
And on the bottom lane, you see the power of the Varus Karma nullifying this Kalista pick. That poke from Keria with the Comet coming through and Guma landing as well, continually forcing Deft and Barrel back towards their own side. Slow pushing wave here. When you slowly stack like this, T1 are actually creating their own mini objective, building up a big minion wave to then either bring Owner for a dive or force more losses.
And this is just going to be series breaking, really, isn't it? This is DRX's response to the Varus. If this doesn't work, then it's going to really suck when they go back towards red side. If this does go to a game 5, they need to break the Varus first pick and show that they have an answer right now, struggling. DRX normally likes to start these early trades. Owner knows it and he's hovering around. Pioshik has the level advantage. Owner not too far away from leveling up, but he's making sure his bot lane is safe.
Both junglers also on the same charges on the knight, so nobody has the enchanted smite yet. Nobody's really close. Pioshik come on. As he'll move forward, look to the control ward. But with the lane control with Gumayushi and Keria, they are going to be able to keep that control ward alive. Zeka stealing away Faker's ulti, but they are both level 6, so it would be shuffle for shuffle if they decide to fight it.
Yeah, that right there is why Owner invested so much time and the control ward money to protect his bottom lane, to allow this to continue. Giant CS lead because of all that bottom lane attention. Zeka trying to solve some of the problem himself as well, though. Reaching level 6 onto the Sylas with the flash play as well.
That's the power of the mid push. Yes, you might lose 3v3 or 2v2, but if you have that extra number that can hover down, it just means it's very hard for them to push out the wave. They're going to use everything they have there, T1 bot lane on the wave, so DRX are just going to start up this dragon, try to secure it. Owner trading it for a crab.
Plus, you gotta love having Kalista for these neutral objectives. The extra power of the Rend plus Smite combo to work together and be able to take those down. Def knows that this is uncontested. He doesn't even have to stay there, so they can give that one over to Pioshik to Smite secure, and Def can make his way back down to the bottom lane to farm up as many minions as he can.
And you can see DRX's commitment to the game plan, commitment to their win condition of stacking the dragons. They give up more CS off of Deft in order to secure that. Owner, meanwhile, as you said, he gets the crab as well as taking away the red buff. So 1 minion wave, 1 red buff, 1 crab, kind of the payment there.
Jungle and bot lane getting off to a great start here for T1. Mid lane's been very quiet, top lane as well. It's the next Herald that'll really decide how this early game pans out. 30 seconds on the spawn. Zeka, the ult was timing out, just gonna push the wave with it, can't catch Faker. And let's keep our eyes on Deft and Barrel here because they're going to move towards this top side. Great body slap there by Zeus to interrupt the knockup. But it's going to be a 5v5 around this Herald, and Gumayushi is still on the bot side of the map. How much can T1 get for this Herald? Does DRX just take the Herald and use it top, try to funnel everything into Deft?
And remember, back in game 1, we got a 7-man fight at the Herald, but it resulted in the eyeball being unable to be picked up. I want to see both sides ready for a fight here. Ready for a big engage.
And look at the lane matchup. All you have to notice is that they are keeping Guma and Keria bottom. So it's going to be a hard push for T1 towards bottom tower plates. just give up this Rift Herald and see how much money you can get off the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Owner also counter jungling off the blue quadrant. T1 trying to get as much as possible.
The race is on. DRX want to get this Herald quick and use it as fast as possible. TP there from Kingen to try to clear out the wave. Can they dive him? 3v1.
Kingen's down here, but Owner's ready to follow up and make it happen.
Tính up con này là hơi khó đó anh mấy trai.
Owner's gonna get jumped on. Zeka's ready to go. Owner with the dash back over the wall. He'll stay fine, but DRX will hold here in bottom.
Barrel lost his flash off screen. Zeus threw the ultimate at him and tried to knock him under the tower, so the Renata doesn't have flash. Death isn't level 6, but Piosik is around. He's taking the blue buff right now by the looks of it, and they can't get any plates, so they need to place this as soon as possible because T1 are currently winning.
Okay, Barrel, okay, Deft. Let's see how much money you can get up here against Zeus' Gragas. At bottom lane, the plates are still just being hammered by Gumayusi and Keria. As T1 winning the race, Pioshik's coming top. Can DRX make the dive happen? Gragas would be the target, and he's a pretty tanky guy. Pioshik's gonna step forward here, connects with the Spectral Maw, but Dev's just gonna be able to chase him away. Zeus tanky enough to not die here. All they gotta do is take down plate number 3. The Herald will be able to finish off the last 2. Deft and Barrel, that's not quite enough.
Nope.
It will not die to this.
They can't get the tower.
The charge, there it goes, okay. The turret's still standing. Zeus, however, is not, and Pioshik will grab the kill.
He was focusing so heavily on trying to deny the turret that he gives up his life, and DRX aren't done.
Oh, but bottom side, it's T1 also trying to hard force here for this turret. We're still 4 minutes away from plates dropping. It's not like these things are going to become squishier anytime soon. Pioshik will grab the crowd as Owner makes his way into the top side river. Pioshik should just be able to get over the wall there. Has to use flash to do it, though.
Ultimate on cooldown, had to use it to kill Zeus. T1 still pressuring this bot side. No jungler or mid hovering. Kingen has no ultimate either. T1 really want to get this bot tower, but no ultimate on Gumayusi. Might need to take a base soon. Has a lot of gold in his inventory. Overall, slightly even, but T1 favored because of how long it took for DRX to set up. Will they get the tower?
They get it. And Kingen has to flash away as well.
Definitely T1 favorite.
Vẫn còn flash.
Yeah, huge amount of money on Gumayusi, and there you see it. In graph form at the top of the charts, and of course he is going the on-hit build as we said. So going to be able to chunk through this front line, all these melee champions, this short range of DRX.
Kingen's going to be late to top because he was holding bot side, so Zeus will get another plate. Faker's having constant mid push. He's taken a plate. They're slowly bleeding out here, DRX. They're trying their best to speed the game up. Dragons in 50 seconds.
Dragon in 50 seconds, a 2,000 gold lead while being down a single kill just shows you how much has been built by T1, getting all these plates, getting all this money, and getting nearly double the farm in the 80 carry position. Gumayusi, 113. Deft at 68 here on the Kalista. This is not the early game you want when you draft this champion.
Now take a look at the setup for this Dragon. Number 2 arriving. Stacking is kind of critical here for them to continue. See how much they can commit to it. Control ward already placed in the pixel brush, trying to set up for it. It's very difficult though with bottom lane already having outer tower down. T1 can just push through this bottom side and get the early move for a possible flank.
And T1 have the TP as well, so DRX need to look for a pick. That ward could find it, but the uproar glaive will spot it out. They don't have vision on Gumayusi, so they have to catch the wave, and like you talked about, push in bots, move towards river. Faker has mid push, Zeus is first and has TP. DRX are going to have to give this up.
Well, the silver lining for DRX is that this is the second Drake of the game, and they got the first. So T1 will not be fast stacking towards a soul, but they will tie up that neutral objective as the Cloud winds quicken, and we get ourselves a Cloud soul here in game number 3. Zeka just trying to clear out the waves here in mid. 1.5 minutes left to get more plate money, which T1 has been doing a really good job of here so far. Zeka tries to jump in and go after Faker. No E2 means he won't be able to follow it up with the stolen shuffle. Carry is hanging around nearby, as are Pioshik and Barrel. Faker with the flash away. Zeka with the flash follow to throw Faker back into his own team. But now Zeka stands alone. He'll try to get himself away, and Barrel provides covering fire. Zeka with a re-engage back after Carry. And
có chụp được không? Có chụp không?
Now you gotta look at Zeus, who there's just not enough damage to take him down.
Không có đam để giết
mid, 1 for 1, but Pioshik is trying to get
giờ có dám vào không mới là vấn đề này. Nó đứng đó nó biến về nhưng mà có dám vào không bây giờ. Bắt Kỳ sinh. Bắt Kỳ sinh. Trượt luôn rồi.
Gioblue is punished. The bailout will not save Kingen. It is another 1-for-1. Barrel and Deft ready to fight back as Owner gets shunned up.
Giao tranh kéo dài dữ vậy.
There's the money in Deft's pocket.
Pioshik never recalled. He ran into the enemy jungle and hid there, lying in wait, choosing his time correctly to strike. He takes down Owner. They get the extra kill for DRX in that scramble.
And he came back for revenge, didn't he, Pioshik? It's a 3-for-2 overall in favor of DRX. Zeka lived for so long, so it took T1 so much time to get him down that the rest of DRX arrived. Great land of a skill shot here by Zeka. Faker can't get the sidestep. They both push each other back, but Faker dies fast because Pioshik can dash over the wall with his ultimate. Zeka kites into the hostile takeover. Looks like he's gonna live. And as Zeus comes down, he re-engages on Keria, and here with the barrel he's gonna live, but it's just Gummayushi's last auto attack that finds that kill. But by the time he falls, the rest of DRX arrives.
Exactly, and then look at the mini-map. You've got Callisto all the way over here, only now starting to run, and Pioshik in the mini-map cancels this recall, waiting. As soon as the fight starts again, goes in for it.
It's the overchase actually, isn't it? Gummayushi tries to get Kingen down and Deft arrives in time because of this overchase. T1 forcing a bit too hard, and DRX fight back. Owner no flash, Pioshik stays around. They land the stun, they get the kill.
The patience out of Pioshik there as Deft gets hit by the ulti. Has to retreat a little. Hostile takeover, a really good disengage. But Kingen and Deft still got to get the hell out of town. Pioshik and Zeka, in the meantime, have taken the second Herald of the game.
Yeah, that was an incredibly big cooldown here. The flash off Gragas, the Gragas flash engage used onto Deft. They only got the cleanse. No kill secured for T1 there. And remember, Zeus is the last piece of this composition. He is the critical playmaker. It has to be the Gragas. And without the flash, those big surprise plays.
Faker, no flash.
Here comes the Ornhorn. Finds the knockup. Zeka with a little bit of follow-up CC. But that turret, standing at 2% health, saves Faker's life.
Yeah, Zeka didn't have the ult up in time to take Faker's, and I think he thought he was going to get pushed back if he went in. Don't know if he had information on Owner either, but they force Faker back, and their objective is the top tower, which they will pick up. So in these last few minutes, DRX have been winning the skirmishes, and these kills on Deft have negated the gold lead that Gummayushi had from the plates in the tower.
Yeah, so a little bit of small advantages now as DRX looking like Zeka pushing on top side. 2 hits, 1 hit even will finish that tower off, and then they still hold on to Rift Herald number 2 for their push. Ideally, they could try and get a setup here for mid to push down that mid tower and allow them much more control of Summoner's Rift.
The Umbral Glaive on the Graves, obvious first item. They go for it every time. Owner working on that Gore Drinker there for the second to give him that ability to jump into this largely melee team and just be a threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2-0-2 for Pioshik Viego in his 3rd game of 3 playing it in this series.
Yeah, specifically that Glaive turning off the vision and finding wards, combined with a zombie ward talent there from Owner, leads to this balloon and vision score, so that he's got even more than the supports.
Yeah. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Gold is almost dead even in their last 4 games in summer against each other. DRX and T1. Normally T1 at 14 towards 20 minutes. They have a 1 to 2,000 gold lead. In this series, DRX have held their own, and by the mid-game, they are pretty even or normally ahead. So DRX contesting mid-waves. Dragon in 15, Pioshik chunks Owner out, but I think with Zeus being in the pit, they're just going to start it up as it spawns.
And one big difference here with the AD carries, it's fully completed Rage Blade to just the Rage Knife on Deft.
Yeah.
So a lot of advantage here for Guma.
And that's the power of the farm lead. That's the power of the control they had in that bottom lane matchup. Gummayushi trying to fire out some arrows. Remember, with a DPS build, the arrows aren't going to hit nearly as hard as we saw last game.
T1 didn't start the Dragon, so DRX could just push this mid-wave in and look to try to Herald to force an engage.
Ornhorn's ready to go. However, they aren't going to find what they're looking for. Kingen tries to get away now. The bailout won't save them. T1 are just ready to respawn and outplay. Barrel continues retreating. He's under a lot of threat. The Berserk down into the unkillable Demon Man. And he dies here today. Zeka looking to keep the charge going. And DRX 4v5 have already found 2. Zeus looks like a pin cushion as Deft may have overreached. He barely went live, and Barrel
một xíu máu.
Against all the odds, every time DRX somehow find a way through, and they somehow seem to pull it off. Faker going a little bit too deep there, despite getting the kill onto King, and Deft and Beryl living on a slither of HP.
Oh, the slimmest of margins there for the DRX bottom lane, but it is Faker who steps too far forward and gets punished immediately from DRX.
Zeka takes away the Varus ult. Drake's still up. Faker's just TP back towards the bot lane. Everyone's running in for round 2. They don't want to give this objective up. DRX's Herald is timing out soon, so Piosik will place it in mid. Gumushi needs to clear out the wave. No ultimate up just yet. For T1, only Zeus's.
Yeah, exactly. Keep your eyes on Zeus. His flash is back for the Gragas, so he's going to be looking for the engage on Deft. No summoner spells for Kalista.
And Deft needs to join the fight soon. He's clearing out bot wave, but Zeus might just force it. Piosik has to flash.
Piosik flashed over the wall, he's all right. But no ulti, no flash on the jungler. T1 with control over the mid lane. Zeka steals the chains, finds a little damage. Owner chunked to half, but it's still control over this neutral territory in the map here for T1. You can see pings coming out onto the Drake. They're going to move over to the objective, and you can see DRX has no interest in contesting. They're not in any shape to do it. It's only second Drake of the game for T1. Or is it? DRX walking up now, seeing if there's anything to find. Or
ráng cầu kéo nhưng mà không được.
Ráng cầu kéo nhưng mà không được. But you can't just commit onto the tank.
They're too late.
Piosik has his ulti ready to go again. That ult from Zeus isn't going to go over the wall. Oh my God! The hero!
Oh
God!
Vẫn thoát được.
Kills the unkillable Demon King. That could have been a huge swing in favor of DRX with Baron spawning in 10, but he just gets out.
Faker, true to his name this time around, survives the engage. Here's a look at how it all started, though. On to Guma, and then it was the pick on the front line.
Owner?
Owner trying to do something here, but he ain't gonna find it. 30 seconds until the T1 jungler respawns. Mid lane tier 1 gonna die now too.
I don't think they can go towards Baron. Silas is solo, Beryl as well. They have no wards left. They're just gonna take a base with that pick. But DRX's pace of the game is so quick. T1 are struggling to keep up. They're playing Varus and Azir, and they want to scale with these somewhat immobile carries, whereas DRX just want to keep the skirmishes going with Kalista and Silas.
Yep, this short-range team from DRX wanting to try and dogpile onto T1. Finding some scrappy plays for themselves.
And we've talked so much about how DRX has this edge versus Graves, where you have Piosik willing to lock Kindred against it. But Piosik's confidence with the Viego into the Graves, into this matchup, 2, 0, and 5. Kill participation in all but one of those kills. Honestly, having a great time here on this pick, making it look good as T1 group as 4 to push down mid lane. Tier 1 Trivet on the other side is still standing. Orn ulti's not going to find anything but the wave.
Đó là chỉ để giải tán lính thôi, không có gì hết.
Zeus on the flank, but there's no wave, there's no play.
The last couple of games we've been seeing carry tops, which means you have also side laners. This game is tank, so it's a lot of grouping, a lot of fights. Zeka will root up Owner, who will dash away, and it just turns into this 5v5. Neither team has any real side lane pressure.
And as the game gets deeper and deeper, you start to see more of an advantage to the team with the extra range here. With Faker and Guma,
nhưng mà rất tiếc là Guma lên đồ không phải là lên đồ để có máu này mà. Cái ulti trượt rất hay. Guma lên đồ để bắn chế máy chứ không phải là lên đồ để bắn quy nữa mà.
Yeah, you can see the angle Beryl was looking for, right? The surprise ultimate over the top because
em trước đép lên nó bùi con Red để bắn quy.
DRX keep trying to throw spells at T1 trying to force a fight, but T1 aren't getting sucked into it. An Ornald comes out, they back away. A hostile takeover, they try to punish the mistake. DRX are, I think they're panicking a bit around these mid waves, saying that they need to force the engages, and T1 are just playing at such a range that they can't get the angle.
Exactly. Faker and Guma standing from afar, playing defensively here, and when you have that Karma move speed too from Keria supporting those long-range carries, they're able to keep safe until they don't. When you see a team like this DRX comp explode and win, it is all at once.
Dẫn tiền luôn, vãi nồi thật
đấy. Completely collapse the opponent team.
Dẫn tiền luôn, vãi nồi thật.
How it happened with Beryl's attempted surprise.
So there was a blue orb that went over the wall a second ago as Beryl killed it. So Owner knew he was there and was looking for that play, despite there was a pink on the ward. Owner gets the kill onto Beryl. We've seen it already around the first dragon, the second dragon. Sorry, they keep forcing these engages. King will be fine. Beryl's around. Piosik's taking a base. We'll see if Zeka tries to cross map the tower.
Tier 1 turret and topside ain't long for this world. Owner and Faker will work together to take that down. They're going to build T1 back up to a very, very modest gold lead. But Zeka's about to get one back just as you said.
And he has TP, so if T1 stay around for too long, once this tower dies, Zeka can TP in and they can look for the 5v5. Here he comes!
All right, TP ready to go for DRX. Pioshik had to ult defensively. There's the shot, taking DRX away. They're getting juggled around a lot.
May quá bên kia không có tiếp cận nhưng mà Faker chắc chắn là phải nằm xuống rồi. Bên kia nó lựa chọn mục tiêu là Faker. Bên kia 3 người nó bỏ qua. Vẫn chưa chấp nhận cho đi về.
Start Baron. Beryl has no flash, no ultimate.
Zeka có ulti, Zeka nó có ulti.
Looking for T1 lying in wait. They know he's there. They have started it up. T1 need to find a response soon. 15 seconds on Faker.
Zeka nó đang bị cô lập. Thiếu Faker nha. Perry thì nó hết ulti rồi. Ô, hép góc hay quá vậy. Hép góc rồi kìa. Có Honor. Oh, oh my god!
The shutdown of the ocean and T1 get it done. Hot pursuit as Beryl will die to Fate.
Rồi xong, pha này là đi có vẻ nó lâu rồi. Quăng luôn gián này rồi.
He does it again. He stole the dragon. He steals the Baron. Owner smites are sick.
DRX though, King it might be.
Rồi xong.
Nicely done from
cái gì vậy? Rồi nữa luôn. Quăng luôn, quăng luôn. Mất con Baron là quăng luôn. Mất con Baron quăng luôn mà.
DRX forcing that Baron. Owner is showing up in this series with the smites against Kalista and the smites from Pioshik. They didn't time it properly and he sneaks his way in despite Zeka trying his best to keep him out.
Oh my goodness. All right, Pioshik fishing around. They want to make something?
They might just what? It. Pioshik flashing out ulti, staying alive. But man, this game went from
tôi có cảm giác như là mất con Baron cái đây là DRX muốn quăng luôn game vậy nè.
There is no way to deal with it when Owner is this damn good.
This steal from Owner could be one of the defining factors that makes him win his first World Championship.
And it's similar to the one on Dragon.
Hồi nãy giờ ổng trừng phạt thua ngon mấy lần rồi đó.
And he just flashes over the Azir wall, still gets in there.
Trừng phạt thua mấy lần rồi đó.
Picking up the timing, picking a number with your Kalista. We smite and rend at whatever, 1500, 1800, but Owner gets in there right in between, flashing over the Azir wall, actually insane stuff under high pressure.
A lot of people talk about if T1 win here, it's Faker's fourth, but it's also the first and the beginning of such a strong legacy for players like Owner and Zeus. Keria and Gumayushi so young with such a long career ahead of them. This could be the first step in being so dominant and staple names in League of Legends like Faker.
And I love that story so much because T1 trusted in their own amateur program, in their own youth programs, bringing up these players.
But DRX is ready to go. Kingen with the ulti. They're going to look for Gumayushi, but they're going to find
Gumayushi nó bắn Keria tí chết à. Gumayushi nó dính ulti nó bắn Keria tí chết à.
DRX is engaged. Fails. They will protect their tier 3 turret, but just barely. And another wave is on the way.
Yeah, Baron buff wave coming in. Summoners blown from Gumayushi, but no ultimates left. Zeka needs to take a Gragas ult or something along those lines if they want to fight this. Giving it up is not the end of the world either. Takes the Varus ult. Does he decide to throw it out, or does he hold on to it till the next couple waves come in on mid lane? Often it falls.
They find Zeus there with the chains.
Dạ bây giờ nó trâu mà.
And that means one inhibitor over to the side of T1 thanks to that Baron that Owner stole.
Owner. Funny origin with his name as well. When he joined T1 and was brought up through the program, he had so much respect for the T1 organization. He wanted his name to be Oner, like T1, but everyone just started calling him an Owner instead, and that became his name. Full respect, full commitment to this organization and really paying them back.
Definitely owning this game as well, despite a couple of hiccups in the early to mid game and Pioshik getting the better hand. That one smite just turned the entire tide of the way the jungle role has been playing out Now the siege will come in through top. The next objective for T1 is this tier 2. Piosik getting caught on the recall.
Oh, Piosik, I don't think this is where you should be, buddy.
Piosik.
Built.
Piosik. Oh man, chạy đâu nữa cưng.
And it should be nothing but the cleanup here. Faker gets a kill. 5v4 for 40 seconds.
Piosik à.
T1 will break open this top inhibitor.
Bao nhiêu lần em trừng phạt lỗi à hả Piosik?
To try to clear out the wave because there's no more Baron buff. And this tier 2 will fall. How much will they press the advantage so with that numbers down for DRX? 25 seconds left on the Viego.
Tier 3 turret getting pushed, but there's no Baron buff.
Cái gì đi?
It means DRX can actually clear these waves out. They can hold the line. Owner already has another one prepped and ready to go here in mid, but again, DRX can clear these. The turrets will take a little bit of damage. They'll suffer the poke, but they'll hold on.
Yeah, with this composition, DRX have to choose their moment so wisely to go all in. They have to wait for Piosik to revive, and then you find a flank with Zeka. He's got teleport right now, or an ultimate, and fully commit to the play. That's why they felt so pressured. You can see it from their eyes, from their angle on that Baron play. After they got the pick onto Faker, they're thinking, we are going to get outscaled. We're so short range. We have to commit to a Baron play, and they think they've got the advantage with the Rend, but not the case, and they have to pull out an amazing one now.
They do, and it comes down to this Dragon. Soul for T1, 25 seconds on the spawn. DRX didn't lose the top inhib, so they can find their way in. Double TP's up, but there's no wards in the bot side jungle. Rabadon's finished for Zeka. And Deft has evened up the items against Gumayushi. Only a stopwatch is the difference. DRX trying to find an angle into this river. Bot side looks like their best bet. No mid push for them. Need to be careful though. Zeus here. Stepping up, dashes away. See Deft trying to push out this bot wave so they can find their way into this river. But T1 are trying to keep this mid push so they can threat an inhibitor.
Yep, Faker done this before for T1. They're trying to pull them apart. Inhibitor down on the bottom side and Faker shoving up mid.
Well, we've got a 4v3 standoff here in mid right now. Owner gonna join up, Faker gonna join up. Everybody's here except Zeka. He just now hits level 16. Barrel is zoned away from the rest of the team, but he might be able to find a takeover angle. Owner again looking for that Renata, looking for the opportunity to blow him up. A TP's coming in, but it's coming in pretty late.
Mất rồng đó. Oh man, gỡ lại được con rồng kìa, gỡ lại được con rồng. They're gonna
find a ton of damage. Owner's focused down.
Oh man, Owner lỗi rồi.
Piosik, he steals it back for DRX. They get the objective bounty shutdown, and then Owner ultimate the wrong way. DRX, now they can go for Baron.
Stop doubting them. They always find a way. TP coming in from King in 5v4. 35 seconds on Owner and Barrel. That hostile takeover was beautiful. Carrier's trying to find a little bit of vision. They have no smite though. Can Gumayushi steal it?
Bây giờ mất rừng rồi thì mất luôn con Baron, bây giờ sao?
Zeus is gonna have to disrupt a lot here. Carrier looking to zone Barrel away.
Faker ra sao? Faker bị hò bóc hơi liền luôn. Ui.
But Zeka dies to the Baron auto. T1 is fighting back. The Baron still at 3,000 HP. Def looking to go.
Oh! Gumayushi
just stole.
Damn, Gumayushi! How? Hai con lính siêu cấp cùng với một người lên. Đẩy vô NG baby. Come on. What that? Gumayushi game này nó cướp hơi bị nhiều rồi đây. Trời ơi, Gumayushi nó cướp từ rồng cho tới mê. Rồng Baron gì nó cướp hết. Ôi xong rồi. Oh. Not bad. Quýnh nhà. Come on baby. Damn. Holy wow.
Twice in a row, Piosik. One was against the Smite, but Gumayushi steals it. They had Kalista and the Smite both times. This is heartbreak for DRX.
Oh my
Get me
god.
a replay of that second Baron.
Được luôn á, trời, được luôn hả?
Get me that right now. I need to see that. My goodness.
Được luôn hả?
DRX. They are now going to face another elimination game in the year.
Chồng em đã trở lại.
To face so many elimination games, perennial underdogs.
Má nó
do it again.
UMC nó ác thật đây nè mà. Má nó cướp toàn bộ từ rồng tới rắn tới quần què gì nó cướp sạch luôn.
In this game 4 is unreal.
At the very least, this year has prepared DRX for these moments.
Vãi cả nồi.
To deal with the inhibitor respawning, still coming back with a reverse sweep. They have gone through so much together. They trust each other so much.
Cả
They
nồi.
have to calm down and reset for the next game.
Chồng em đã
But
trở lại.
T1, my
Damn.
goodness, they also never say die. Get right back into that Baron. 2 clutch steals. Yes, you think the other team should be able to secure with
What
those
happened?
ranks, but the timings on these
What happened? Có chuyện gì xảy ra với rừng bên kia vậy?
and Guma, amazing.
Alo, anh em có chuyện gì xảy ra với rừng bên kia vậy?
You assume, man, it's a 1 in a million shot to steal that away.
Mẹ đánh này xe làm gì hả?
That's all you need, and Gumayushi lands.
Wow, điên rồ quá lên, Gumayushi điên rồ quá lên.
They would have had an extra member to try to take that fight, but losing the Baron with Smite and Kalista against the Varus on the hit is unacceptable. DRX going to be kicking themselves.
Those empowered Varus arrows, my goodness, those
Điên
will catch
lên.
up. And
My
they have
goodness.
multiple times here in this series already. We can see it in the gold graph with the bounce back and the swing here. My goodness.
It has been an awesome series and game 3
em công nhận là
was
game này
no
Gumayushi
exception.
điên rồ quá lên không?
DRX's defeat.
Má
We
cướp
are ready
phải
for
lên,
match
cướp à.
point
Đây
at the
cô.
State Farm Analyst desk.
Ngày hôm nay nó cướp quá, ngày hôm nay quần què gì nó cũng cướp hết trơn. Cướp mà thằng nhỏ thì nhỏ muốn khóc luôn à. Nhìn mặt nhỏ thấy tội luôn á anh em.
As well. But I
That's
got
a League of Legends right
Thiệt
there.
luôn á, nhìn mặt nhỏ tôi thấy thương luôn á.
But like, dramatically so.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing. You watch it and I'm like, I don't know how to do our job. How do we do our jobs?
Đi tắm đây quay lại sau nha. Ok em ơi, em có vài phút để mà quay lại với trận thứ 3.
Make it make sense
Give me the droid thing. All right. So when we look at this initial Baron play, right, the important thing to recognize is the current map state. Because when we look at the top side of the map, we can see a large number of people heading up towards here. The ultimate has already come across to the side, and initially this is looking like a pretty promising fight for T1 that ends up going in the favor of DRX. So let's start rolling out the clip now, and let's see how things pan out. So because Faker gets isolated on the side, he's going to end up dropping, and with the numbers advantage, DRX are seeing a window of opportunity to force the first Baron, and this is really one of the big break points with which DRX can run away with the game. But as long as T1 members are alive, that is one of the scary things that DRX have to be cautious of. Now, you'll notice as well on the backside, Zek is going to try and flank, create pressure on the side, but Beryl's already being forced away.
Anh em thấy chưa? Anh em thấy ép góc chưa anh em?
Access into the Baron itself, which
ép
means
góc mở góc chưa vô mà.
Zek are doing his absolute best to keep him out of it. Flash in.
Damn!
Smite doesn't actually come out from Pioshik. So the moment that the rend is popped, that synergy needed to be there, and all he really did was set up the Baron for Ona to come and steal it away.
Dựa vào cái E của Kalista không thì hơi gọi là hơi liều lĩnh quá. Pha đó dựa vào cái E của Kalista không hơi liều lĩnh quá. Đúng rồi. Có trừng phạt thì nó kiểm soát ok hơn, nhưng mà cái pha đó dựa vào cái E của Kalista kiểm soát con Baron đó thì hơi liều. Pha này Honor á, lỗi.
In the wrong direction because his flash was buffered already for that. So he goes down, and now this is all the timing game for DRX. So the biggest thing is that they can stay alive long enough. So basically, T1 knows they don't have smite, so they're just trying to put as much damage down on DRX as possible. When Zeka dies here, it gives Guma a chance to just try and pressure them off the Baron. Look at how low it gets, but DRX thinks they're going to die early, crucially on the
siêu phẩm anh em ơi.
1,300 health after the rend.
1.300.
And then there was a smite, but he was dying anyway. So this one, I think, was actually more about the pressure of them getting forced. Weirdly enough, because there was no smite to steal. It's the first one I feel that is actually more what they should be kicking themselves over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big, like, just not syncing it up in that first Baron. And to be fair, like, DRX, again, they're much improved from a lot of the things we saw in the LCK season. And they overcame, I think, an early game where they lost out on bot side really hard once again. We're going to pull up some Kuma Yushi stats here in a minute, but the bot side pressure that T1 was able to create in this game, and then the way they were setting up their side lanes so that they were kind of opting in, like you saw DRX, even when they got Rift Herald, were trying to push on top side, the way that T1 responded so intelligently around the map to make sure that gold was still being funneled into all of their carries, particularly Faker, was also very intelligent. So the way they play around this bot side pressure, what Varus has brought them and the fact that DRX does not seem to have an answer to it is going to be massive if if they end up on, if T1 ends up on blue side again.
And I think that perfectly contextualizes why that Baron steal or those two Baron steals were so dire for DRX, because you can only get yourselves into those winning positions so many times, and then all it takes is one mistake and T1 will find their way back into the game. And so mentally, I'm wondering how DRX is handling that.
Red side wins are at such a premium. T1 won the coin flip. They get blue side at the first game. They had opportunities here to get the game on red side. I actually still think DRX has a high chance of forcing a game 5
from blue.
But it's like, how much mental resilience can one team have? So many things
all of
feel
it.
like
They have all of it.
They have all of it. So if any team can bounce back from having 2 Barons when you have Kalista and a jungler in the pit not go their way twice,
it's got to be.
Then wins you against, it's got to be them, but they're also against Faker, so I don't know.
But let's have a look back at like one of the big turning points for DRX in the mid game, because I felt like that this game was a lot of what was happening in the mid game. While there was a lot of pressure, the fact that DRX are able to find these fights, I feel like this trio is becoming really more apparent in this series. We've been seeing a lot of roams from Barrel, which is not uncharacteristic for him, but trying to shut down Faker is so important. And we can see here some of the individual playmaking that Zeka was able to make. The fact that he was able to buy so much time for the rest of the team, that initial pick onto Faker, while he did end up dropping here, this fight then continues to extend into the mid lane, and we end up with T1 almost overextending. But it's a game where T1 as a team are very comfortable skirmishing you. When they see a window to pick a fight, they will take it. And we've already talked about how they're a team that wants to try and skill check you. DRX is answering them, and I think that's one of the craziest things that no one really expected of DRX throughout this tournament, because here in the finals, they showed it in the semis, they showed it in the quarters, they are happy to go toe-to-toe with you in these situations, and the second an ounce of aggression is shown, they will answer back.
And that's why it's really interesting to see in the Gen G series, right? DRX push Gen G out of their comfort zone as well when they kind of wanted to sit back, scale, get gold on their carries. And that's actually why I thought T1's split map response also, like, pre-mid game was really intelligent, right? Because they still did have gold, in particular on Faker, where they were able to rely on playmaking later on in the game.
Yeah, well, Faker has fallen down a number of times due to an absurd amount of pressure going his way. Jat, now I have to start calling into question whether or not that's even the proper approach here for DRX, because while they're putting that pressure towards Faker in the mid lane, we saw those CSD numbers for Guma in the bot lane, and so backs against the wall, you got to put two together in response. How do they do it?
Yeah, Faker has absorbed pressure exceptionally well. I think this series and these drafts will continue to focus around the bot lane. There has been an absolute arms race for being able to have bot lane push. The answer here that was tried by DRX to the Varus was the Kalista Ashe. This is 3 games where Varus has been first picked, 3 games where first pick Varus has won. And it's not like Varus is the king. Caitlyn and Lucian, those are the ones that are there, but it's just they're going down the tier list of what can get that bot lane power, and that's really what's deciding it. So absolutely, if you can find a way to path down and help that lane more, you absolutely should.
The real question of this series is, how do you deal with Varus? And it's mainly due to the lane, but once you get out of lane, the pressure that he offers is ridiculous. And we even saw Gumayushi bringing out the Ashe to try and match it. And even that, even with the amount of picks they're able to find, like, it, as you approach the mid to late game, it's like, it's not enough. And this Varus is proving to be the most pivotal pick in this series.
Well, there you have it. T1 are only 1 game away from carving their names into the halls of history once again, with a legacy on the line. We'll see if they can close it out here in game number 4, or if DRX can extend the series. We'll catch you back in just a bit.
Barrel continues retreating. He's under a lot of threat. The Berserk down into the unkillable Demon King, and he dies here today. Zeka looking to keep the charge going. Baron at 4,000. Zeka ready to use the stolen ulti. He throws Owner away. The Baron is stolen by Owner in a hero moment. He won.
Thôi, anh em chuẩn bị nước nơi ỉa đáy để đi để mà thưởng thức trận thứ tư anh em đó. Over đó. Tôi fan tay qua đây nhá. 3-1 nha. Cắm ai xe đi à. Chứ còn gì nữa. Trời ơi, tôi fan tay qua, tôi fan tay qua. Có hồ hạnh fan của trận DRX. Ây da, ông chết với tôi, ông gửi đi, 3-1. Trận này tôi bắt T1, tất cả là T1, về T1 hết. Về T1 mà. Về T1. Nói chứ tôi fan Quỷ Vương chứ còn gì nữa. Vậy ơi, tôi cũng fan ruột thì Quỷ Vương. Chúng ta fan ruột Quỷ Vương đúng không Vũ? Chúng ta là fan ruột của Quỷ Vương. Để tôi re-up cái tập ở trên kênh cho anh em tiện theo dõi lại nhé. Rồi đấy, 3 trận vừa rồi thì đã re-up lại cho anh em tiện theo dõi nhá. Rồi còn 15 giây nữa là quyết định số phận anh em à. 15 giây nữa là đến giây phút quyết định số phận. Come on. Ngày hôm nay Gumayc nó bắn đã quá anh em. Bắn gì đâu mà nó bắn dữ vậy không biết.
I'm not going to do any mid-series spoilers. I'm just going to say if you
Bắn
missed
đéo
up until
quá.
this point, it's time to make sure you're watching those back sometime later. Coming into game number 4, T1 leads us 2-1.
They do one win away from lifting the trophy, one win away from winning the World Championship. Will be first time for 4 players, and it'll be the 4th one for 1 player. Faker is 1 game away. It's been so long since he's been in the finals. He doesn't want to drop the ball now, but DRX have been showing up this series. They've been putting up a hell of a fight, and they're back on blue side.
And if you hadn't watched the first
3 win từ 4 kìa. Anh em thấy chưa? Anh em thấy kìa em, cổ vũ chưa?
And Guma stealing with multiple objectives by the way.
Ben ghi à, dáng này á là em phải chỉ thằng Faker á là bích con rai cho anh, quýnh phủ đầu từ kia cho anh.
And we're getting similar bans here. Like we said, DRX always have to ban the Lucian. They're even following it up with the Ashe this time around too. So it is going to be the pinch point again.
Yeah, expecting similar bans here out of T1. Varus first pick as the answer with Lucian, Caitlyn, Yumi being down. Unless T1 changes it up and tries to flip the script a bit here on red side. We saw DRX try the Kalista Renata into it. Didn't work in lane phase, but they managed to funnel gold into it because of these Herald fights, getting Deft out of the lane, getting him some kills and skirmishes. T1, not a very
Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều đã ủng hộ nha. Trời ơi, ngày hôm nay
bữa
nay là cái này được tới 200 mấy người luôn. 200 mấy người xem rồi. Đỉnh lại. Yes. Trời ơi, Fanger dễ thương đi. Fanger dễ thương đi.
Are they going to leave up the Sylas Akali trade? Because DRX, with that Rise ban, they're trying to raise the threat of the Zeka Sylas, but Faker has loved playing the Akali into it for the kills early.
Yeah, we'll see if he blinded. I think if I was DRX's coach, I would say to Piosik, and I would look at the games and think that he's a little bit nervous right now. Kindred would be a great pick here. Comfort is really key, especially with Piosik struggling to get these smites down. Everything other than the smite was great. Viego looks good, but ultimate comfort here in a match point, I think Kindred could work.
Also, then he could Kindred ult these objectives that keep getting stolen away and have an extra hand in trying to secure them.
Wow. So T1's actually going to go for the Kalista. We've only seen Gumayusi's Kalista once this tournament, and they struggled in Summer Split to play really heavy towards it and dominate the lane as much as maybe they would like. They lean more towards hyper carries of the sorts
and they're gonna get the Sejuani that is open for the first time in this series. Flex for Zeus and Owner.
Giành qua giành lại anh em ơi. Giành qua giành lại con Varus. Ây da, Gumayusi muốn dạy cho mấy Dev chơi. Má, Gumayusi muốn dạy cho Dev chơi Kalista anh em ơi. Chết. Chà, bích qua bích lại ta. Nãy giờ lần nào bích qua bích lại ta. No way.
No-brainer. They don't want to give that over. We'll see what Keria matches into this Renata.
Renata locked in next to the Varus. They're up against Sejuani, so they know that T1 will have a powerful front line. Sejuani is tied for most played champion by Owner so far at this tournament. T1 love running this in the jungle, and DRX, they'll lock the Azir.
The challenge has been thrown down to Faker. The gauntlet thrown down here. Are you going to play the Akali again?
I think Akali or Sylas here would be great, but they might have to match support depending on what they're thinking in terms of pool. You know, Nautilus could be a good pick. Thresh, something along those lines that can pressure this lane. Blitzcrank as well into those champions. Looks really good if I think about it, but yeah, matching mid could be a no-brainer. Soraka.
Carry. Versatility here. Soraka's
lane
is probably the biggest estimated part of the kit. When focus on the healing, but Carrier plays it so aggressively along with that Kalista.
And do not underestimate the silence in teamfights as well. This can completely throw off otherwise good plays. It's such a rare mechanic in League of Legends. It's hard to remember exactly how that's going to affect things.
So now you're probably expecting DRX to ban away the Akali. You know, if Faker's not going to pick it up, that is a strong kill counter champion into Azir, and Faker has played so many of those games. They ban out the Victor first for the scaling option. Maybe they're thinking, looking at T1's draft, that T1 wants some more scaling than that, you know, some control mage look from the mid lane.
Yeah, the Sejuani will need some melee champions with her, whether she's top or jungle. I don't think Faker will struggle to find a champion here on 4. The Sejuani flex is what I'm really concerned about for DRX.
Ooh.
Your jungle pool's been pinched and you have to blind top against Zeus. Aatrox is a good lean towards, but he'll pick something like Fiora or Yone again with Sejuani. It could be disastrous. So T1 holding all the cards right now in terms of counter picks.
Mọi người ghé ngang cho mình xin một subscribe nha mọi người. Cảm ơn mọi người.
Pretty well. Functions very strong with Sejuani jungle.
Yeah, surprised they didn't double ban.
Yone.
They're covering the Aatrox. They're saying that we want to blind Aatrox here on 4. Now do they take it away, T1? Or they lock in Faker's Akali?
Akali.
I think you do blind the Aatrox here.
Lock Akali rồi.
Will answer with the Fiora for Zeus.
Yeah.
Lock Akali rồi.
Unless they put the Sejuani top, but I think the matchup is that great in isolation as the game gets later on. You have to have a really valuable jungle counter pick, and Pyosik might have to dig deep here because he's facing a Kindred ban. Graves is up, but I feel like they need a little bit, maybe a melee champ here would be better. Something like Vi that can lock the Kalista down.
So much pressure on him, and they know they're facing the
Azir trong tay của Faker mạnh quá cho nên là giành luôn rồi.
Maokai can lock the Kalista down as well. And it is going to be the Maokai jungle for Pyosik. There's the Fiora last triple melee.
Nó phải như thế, nó phải như thế.
We saw it play-ins, we saw it a little bit in groups, and then it just fell off.
Fiora kèo khác chắc cứng luôn, hợp lý.
In a must-win game for DRX.
And he's good at locking down these mobile carries like a Kalista, like an Akali. He's also good at locking down a squishy target like the Soraka. But it's up to Pyosik to find
Ôi, tú khoái cầm Fiora đập con
Aatrox lắm nào. It with a lot of other big AoE CCs here. The Renata ultimate. You've got Varus, Deft here, really good at setting up plays with the Varus ult. If you cover an area of the map with the Maokai ultimate and the Renata ultimate, makes it way easier to hit the other ones.
I think Deft needs to go more towards an on-hit build here. I think poke against Soraka. Yes, if you hit her, it's great, but if she stays back, she'll heal through your poke. Also, Vamp Scepter early on in lane is great, but of course the Eclipse build can help out. But regardless, hoping Deft goes for on-hits. But we talk about the lockdown of Maokai. Not only is it getting onto the Kalista, but the Akali, when she dives in, point-and-click CC will be so important in keeping Zeka alive.
Very, very true. And for the T1 side, you are looking at the top triangle of the map. Those two melee solo laners with the Sejuani stuns.
Go on, come on.
Sejuani ganks into the top lane. Get that Fiora ahead. Get that Fiora advantage over the Aatrox that we've seen be so big in pushing.
DRX must step up now. T1 are on match point for their 4th World Championship. The other 3 earned under the SKT banner. This would be the first time they claim it as T1, and they are a single game away.
When Zeus
Single
last
game
faced the Aatrox
away.
and he picked the Yone, they also had Owner on the set.
Một game nữa thôi. Nghe anh em nói chứ, anh em nghe nói chưa?
Get him these kills.
Single game away.
See if they do it again here.
Again. Nhẹ nhàng thôi, bình tĩnh nào.
Excited to see Faker on Akali, see what damage he can get done. We saw games where he's just dominating the backline in fights. DRX have lockdown for him, and he'll try to navigate his way through. The benefit is the enemy mid-jungle is double AP on both sides, so itemization and runes shouldn't be too difficult.
Yep.
It's all about the side lanes, really. How far ahead can this Fiora get, and how much can she leverage that lead in team fights versus split push for DRX, who have really good engage. They have good choke control and everything along those lines. T1 just have better skirmish, and they want to look to flank and find these angles. It's been T1 finding these scaling drafts, which want to be death balls. Now it's flipped its head as T1 pick things like this Kalista and Akali who want to dive in.
But remember, blue side has won every game so far in the series. Pioshik starting off with a control ward here to be able to clear the vision on his own chicken camp, so then he can do his jungle without being seen. Zeus just hanging out here in the brush top side. Kingen being nice and patient.
Va chạm dưới boss, va chạm rồi.
Spicy here in the bottom lane as Beryl, Deft, and Gumayusi trade blows.
Yeah, the support's determined so much of this matchup here. Keria walking forward, trying to push them off, but it will be the early push for DRX. Deft and Beryl going to take advantage of the minion wave and get to number 2 first.
Bot lane expected to be in isolation, looking at both junglers. Owner will move towards the Wolves. Pyosik will finish the red and move towards top side. 2v2, likely in favor of the Fiora Sejuani early game. The cooldowns for the Aatrox are incredibly long. Level up coming in here from Beryl. He could look to flash Q Keria if he steps up a little bit too far, but he's not going to do it. Training on top, that's where both junglers want to focus.
Team tại không chưa điểm yếu vẫn mạnh vậy luôn.
If the Fiora gets ahead.
Good job of Kingen right there. You can see his movement. He hugs the wall, hiding that vital, that procs for the Fiora in it so that Zeus can't get the better trade.
Máu à.
Faker at 200 HP here early on, playing the melee into the range. That's the early laning phase. You trade your health as a resource to guarantee that you're able to get this farm. Dorian's shield plus potions going to allow him to weather that storm with the most grace possible.
Exactly, and you wait till you get low to get that missing health heal. Really high value out of it. He's also got the extra sustain with the fleet footwork there. Everything he can do with his runes.
Owner, level 3. Does get spotted by the ward. Zeka knows where he is. We'll have to back up as he runs into this top side river. Pyosik still clearing out his camps. Top crab should be in favor of T1 here, and Pyosik going to backtrack down towards his bot side. The problem is Kingen is very diveable right now. He's pinging assistance. Pyosik now running back towards top as quickly as he can, because if Owner peeks his head up there, Beryl.
Oh, Beryl goes in aggressively, but the flash isn't going to get him a lot. Now he and Deft. Gumayusi goes for the pierce.
Flash lên là.
Now two. Beryl's at 200 HP. Beryl tries to get away. Deft is at 100. Keria is low. Deft is going to block the bailout. Will he get the damage? No, it's first blood over to Keria.
Guma and Keria do it again. This T1 bottom lane on point, but now junglers mid.
Junglers both here. Faker at 200 HP. T1 can't take it any further, but the T1 bottom lane, the return to glory after falling short at MSI, trying to reclaim that title of top bot lane in the world, and they're showing off 2v2.
And they're showing off in the most important game of their year, maybe even their career, winning out on that bot 2v2. Guma and Keria have struggled so much throughout summer, with Guma taking bad trades or dashing too far forwards in lane, which just hurts their 2v2. But it's this time where they get the advantage up against DRX. I'd love to see the replay here, because I think Gumayusi dashes out of vision to stop Deft from getting the kill. And I want to see Keria silence towards the end. I think he silenced Deft on his Q to get the kill. So, Gumayusi and Keria, Beryl doesn't get the connect. They then flash forward to look for Deft, who then responds to this flash. Beryl puts the bailout on Deft and tells him to just run straight into them. He loses vision on Guma here, and I think Keria silence just about pulls it off to stop the Q from landing.
Just barely, and Guma runs all the way around into the alcove, out of fog of war. Can't see him anymore, can't finish it, can't get the bailout. All summoners also blown on the bottom side of the map. So you know there's blood in the water. As much as you you really want to focus on the top triangle of the map. Now bottom lane fighting this aggressively, so
Giờ không chịu nổi nhịp của con Asia đâu. Asia nó ngoan chịu không nổi đâu.
Has flash. Could just flash root someone here. Needs the wave to go a little bit further forward so he can get in that.
Tập boss T1 chắc chắn là không biết dừng ở đây.
Away from DRX. They've got significantly more minions, so those are about to collide.
Nhưng mà cẩn thận thôi, cẩn thận. Tại vì không thấy ở đâu trên bản đồ hết.
Now making his way down through their own bottom side jungle, so that means they just have to wait, play it safe, play it cool, clear out the wave. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Pyosik hasn't based yet. He's gonna recall now and pick up those boots. A little bit behind Owner on the clear speed in terms of responding to these plays. Top lane in favor
Lương
of
tháng của
T1.
Faker bằng 10 năm
DRX
10 năm thôi nào. Thứ dữ vậy. Dữ vậy. Nghe mà thấy tội vậy.
Try and visit since they know it's so volatile. But Owner not losing out on any camps as he does it. Dragon spawning, control ward placed as well, and now he's
mà
just covering
Faker
her
thì
down.
nó đâu có còn ở vị trí nhận lương nữa. Nó ở cái vị trí phát lương rồi mà. Nó ở vị trí phát lương rồi nè.
And there it is, exactly as you say. Owner making his way over to that Zeus in
phiêu ra để cho anh tóc anh vậy. Thì đó mới nói đó.
Ready to stop this recall here. Ghost and teleport both available for Zeus if he can get back. Pyosik will not kill him.
Bây giờ mà chết, bây giờ pha này về là thọt lắm luôn nè.
That was a critical heal. Zeus got the fleet footwork heal off of tapping Pyosik, so able to sustain under his tower, and now the bottom side with Owner.
Owner's ready to go.
Hay quá.
Target. They're ready to try to fight back, but DRX are 2v3. DRX.
Guma lại xong rồi.
So close. I wonder if
Guma lại xong.
Exchange and he could use it before the bailout. Either way, they don't get the reset. He dodges the Sejuani Q, which is pixel perfect. But they can't trade in the 2v3.
Nó phát lương gần mấy ngàn tỷ.
They still felt confident enough to take that fight. T1 come away with 2 kills.
Faker giờ giàu lắm rồi bạn.
And they just got that dragon with the alert going up as well. Huge stuff for T1 starting to snowball in this game.
Mặc dù là bị đè đầu cưỡi cổ ở đường mid nhưng mà vẫn khá là thuận lợi ở các đường khác nào.
Owners there, I think flash Q comes in and Def doesn't actually flash, just dodges away from the Q. Bailout comes onto Def. He has to heal up, but he chooses not to use it. Maybe that extra auto weaved in would have made it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Owner a little scared there of the handshake to come out, I believe, too, to knock him in. So he flashed out, and then the re-engage was so close.
Vũ ca ơi, em tắm cái gì mà lâu quá vậy? Trận 3 đánh hơi bị hay rồi. Cái lộn trận 4 đánh hơi bị hay rồi. Em bỏ lỡ mất 8 phút rồi.
There's a control ward in the pit, but no other DRX bodies are even close. So they can't really do a whole lot to keep fighting for this. Kingen wants to keep these guys nearby. He's not going to find anybody just yet. Zeus continues running. A little sapling. Yes, he's enchanted by the brush, but he can't catch up in time. So T1, they get what they came for and they get back out. Now Zeus ready to issue a fight on the Kingen here with the grand challenge. Pyosik showing up to try to help them. They're going to try to turn it around right back onto Owner. He's low, but carry. However, DRX will outplay.
Ôi, outplay luôn mà. Cái Q3. Ô là trời. Chết rồi. Mày đấy. Cái đĩa còn cái lộn còn flash đấy. Thôi ganh nhỏ nó em hồi máu quá trời, nó quấn ngược lại luôn. Vô lâu rồi đang coi với bạn nè, phải không? Ây ha, được đấy à. Ok em ơi. Hợp lý. Oh man. À, có tính toán. Zika nó có tính toán, ném là ném ra SB, không? OT đẩy ra SB nè mà. Committed.
Def struggling in this 1v1. Faker was hovering down towards that bot side and trade really aggressively onto Zeka. Knows he doesn't have the shuffle, so he can afford to play so far up. The first play.
Faker múa Akali hơi bị ghê đó nè. Tôi thấy con nào nó múa cũng ghê. Con nào nó múa cũng mượt cái. Nó đụng con nào là con đó bị nép, không hiểu.
Getting a small lead in this lane. We were very surprised to see Zeka on not so much of a playmaker, but more of a scaler. But DRX probably think that these games are going very long, so having that control mage is necessary.
Yeah, and then the last game we just saw T1 utilizing the Azir plus the Varus range advantage for later very effectively. DRX trying to choose that one this time around, but T1 have very, very good flankers here. We'll see if they can get to the backside.
Nãy giờ là cầm sứ giả chưa về luôn đúng không? Rớt nãy giờ nó cầm sứ giả chưa về luôn đúng không anh em?
It's back to what you guys were talking about as the game plan with that top side triangle. Now, the Rift Herald still has half the timer left. Remember, it's Zeus who picked it up, so it's not like Owner can walk this thing around anywhere on the map. As Barrel
rồi, hay quá, còn cái đồng hồ. Oh man, mày rút cái lúc rút về con KDA không bị đánh. Chịu nổi nhiệt không? Chịu nổi nhiệt không? Không nổi rồi. Tóc nó hút máu ghê quá. Gặp mau cay chịu đam cho nữa thì xong rồi chịu nổi. Hai con phiêu ra thì ăn được.
Both side lanes, a lot of fighting, and despite being behind, DRX are putting up a fight.
And it means top side gets really far ahead here for Kingen. Turret blade taken off with his Aatrox. Even without getting the killing blows onto Zeus, he is really starting to pull ahead. This is his time to shine.
Trước trận chung kết này là thường các đội cấm hết, cấm Aatrox hết. Thường này sẽ cấm hết, còn không cấm rồi sẽ bích.
Knocked out in playoffs in the first round. It's just been insurmountable pressure that's been exponentially growing through group stage, even playing to group stage, to quarters, to semis. It's always gotten heavier, the pressure. But now the weight of the world is on them. They're against T1 who are on match point, but they're still finding plays.
Kéo cả Giết xuống để mà tranh chấp con rồng này rồi.
The first dragon, the
này
first
là T1 muốn ăn con rồng này rồi nè.
Going over to T1. DRX grouping up mid, ready to fight back. Immortal Shield Bow and Crown of the Shattered Queen are both done. That is a big item spike advantage for the side.
Tại vì Fibra đang cầm con sứ giả cho nên là thả ra đi lẻ luôn. Đấy. Đi lẻ để thả luôn em ơi. Fail mẹ rồi.
That can be denied. T1 starting the dragon all the meanwhile. It's a 4v4.
Really nicely done from Kingen, but now what about the team fight here in the bottom lane? They're going in. They found a lot of damage, but they won't find the kill just yet. Now Gumayushi getting popped, and Barrel
Gumayushi bóc thôi. Faker bây giờ tới lượt Faker quẩy nè, Faker làm gì? Không có một tí đam hết. Tóc chạy, chắc chắn là Faker nằm xuống. Oh my god.
Will win across the rift.
They're doing it! The perennial underdogs, DRX! They kill the Rift Herald on top side. Kingen takes it down. Then they get the sweep from Zeka
kéo đội hình là biết muốn ăn con rồng này rồi.
Two kills over to Deft as well. They don't have anything else to follow up with. They've got bot side vision. They got an extra 2 kills. They got the dragon. T1 are the ones to pull the trigger. But look at the communication from DRX. Instantly, Zeka jumps across to the bot lane. Deft is off to the side. Great Varus.
Bắn ác quá.
Faker tries to salvage
trận này thua rồi. Không được. 3-1.
No tools to escape. The dashes aren't far enough, and Piosik finds it.
Vua lật kèo T1 ở đây mà. Vua lật kèo.
Faker getting pulled in and killed on top of it, and
đúng rồi, Aatrox nó quá xanh.
are not done with Worlds 2022.
Mặc dù nó mới 0-0-2 thôi mà nó mạnh quá rồi.
In the top lane as well by Kingen to absolutely halt any sort of a cross map with the Herald. Everyone on this team once again backs to the wall and they stand tall.
And you highlighted it, Flowers, before the fight.
Con Azir nó lên cái vương miện thế kia thì làm sao mà có thể giết được nó hả anh em? Nên nhìn kìa.
Owner now up towards this top side.
Lên cái vương miện thế kia sao giết được nó?
Pressure in top as well. Kingen showing respect in case any play is to be made. It's on Piosik to find the objective. He's moving towards this top side river. Zeka is in hot pursuit, and the bot lane of DRX is on the way up.
Yeah, look at this. The overcommitment. It's going to be multiple players trying to hover up on top side. They were expecting a hard play here from DRX, waiting for the counter in the brush there for Owner. Doesn't pop out. And so they're just going to get a refocus. Ward's already over here. You see towards bottom side too. They're trying to make the trade again, but it's a bottom side recommitment. They're going to get back. DRX, they're going to make the cross map defense and not give up anything for this Rift Herald.
So does T1 take the 3v3 then, because they have information? Soraka ult is up soon as well. Faker not there just yet, but it's level 11. Owner's in the pit. T1 bot lane now on the way up. DRX are on a timer to take this fight.
T1's ready to challenge.
Faker ra sao? Faker ra sao? Chụp bằng Zika. Đúng rồi, phải chụp bằng Zika. Ui, Atrox kìa, má, nhìn Atrox nó gõ có cái nào ra cái đó luôn. Đen. Wow, nhìn Atrox kìa. Rồi, má co cụm trong này luôn.
Executing in a freaking 4v5, yo!
Trận này khó rồi anh em ơi. Gần 3,5 tiền rồi. Khó rồi.
Zeus and Owner couldn't take the fight. Tower over to DRX. Herald over to DRX. Mid tower will fall. Top tower is gonna fall as well. They just broke the entire map open.
Lịch sử lặp lại. Trụ 1 tiếp tục.
Just being here in finals, DRX are already the greatest underdog story, the greatest Cinderella story of worlds of all time. A fourth seed.
Anh em nhìn kìa, con Atrox nó lên nó sát lực nha. Nó lên được sát lực, con Atrox lên được sát lực anh em. Biểu sao nó gõ cái nào ra cái đấy. Tôi coi đánh giải chuyên nghiệp lâu rồi, tôi nói thua là thua. Atrox đầu game mà nó ép vậy. Rồi đánh sao? Chết chưa. Trong khi chết rồi, T1 của tôi.
In their group, the second reverse sweep of all time at Worlds in quarters and defeating the number 1 seed of their region in semis. Now doing this against T1 in the finals.
And if we're looking at the
map, you know, committed of the T1 bottom lane. Nó gõ vậy, nhìn đau vậy nè.
But they focus fire Owner here.
Thường quá.
So low, flashes over into the hug, says hello of the sapling.
Tóc biến gặp ngay cái quả hạt thông. Biến gặp ngay con mèo á trong bụng. Mà có nói là thấy rõ kết quả, mặc dù tôi là fan T1 thật sự. Thì cũng đúng mà, tại vì họ Atrox nếu mà không có lên đồ có tơ lại nó thì cũng khó. Nhưng mà bây giờ là phải kéo game dài ra, thì may.
But that was such a big jump in health here for DRX. They won both sides with having depth push down the bottom tower.
Dep bây giờ bắt đầu bỏ cái thói lên đồ sát lực rồi nè mà. Bây giờ bắt đầu lên đồ bắn tay rồi.
And I think DRX are ahead enough to not trade. They're going to get this dragon for free. Zeka has TP. Put numbers top. Don't put numbers around the objective you want to play for. Put numbers around the objective the enemy team wants to play for. Look at T1. They all base. They all realize that DRX control both sides of the map right now.
Nhìn nhỏ mệt đó nè. Nhìn Keria nó mệt á.
DRX now grabbing their second Drake of the game. A mountain Drake at that will be the soul if they can continue this. And I'll tell you what, something like that makes life much more of a pain for Faker's Akali to try to find his angles and try to maneuver around these fights. Checking in on the top lane, it's still a lead for Kingen, still 1-0-3 here on the Aatrox.
Chập nó lại, Faker, chập nó lại đúng rồi.
Faker trying to chase after him here, uses R1, finds the E, but now a TP is coming in. Now the ulti's coming over from Maokai. Now DRX have found Faker. The smoke will not save him, and DRX 5v4 again.
DRX kill Faker, and they're going to push down through bot lane. T1 are playing on two lanes, but the TP salvages that. They'll get this mid tower, but DRX will get the pots here too. More gold over to Kingen. More side lane pressure for this Aatrox. Zeus still yet to find the second item. DRX are collapsing.
5k tiền rồi anh em ơi.
Tower for T1. Gumiyushi running away there, throwing the spear out,
cách biệt bây giờ là 5k tiền rồi.
distance away from barrel. Bottom lane tier 2 falls. DRX winning out again. 5,000 gold now ahead of T1.
I mean, you can see.
Zeka?
Whoa.
Bò lạc ra nhưng mà bắt được không? Ôi, đồng đội nó tới nó bắt không được. Đồng đội nó sau lưng nè. Gặp ngay hai đứa không có đam nữa chứ. Trời đất. Gặp ngay hai đứa nó không có đam biến về.
Match point right now. DRX controlling the map here, forcing some misplays from T1, some over-aggressive attempts to try and pull the game back because they know they're facing the outscale that DRX faced in the last game.
Ủa mà tôi thấy
they've got the Varus advantage. They have the front line to work
Chóc
behind
đâu
as
có được
well.
can thiệp từ rừng nhiều đâu mà
pushing in these
sao
side lanes, the map
Tiêu
closing
ra
in
đánh có
around
vẻ hơi đuối với
T1.
Chóc đó nhờ.
They're running out of options really, T1. Scaling is not really in their favor. It's more so the Fiora that is the
Tiêu
scaling
ra
because
là
she'll win
kèo
out
kỹ
on
năng
silent
với
engage
Chóc
shots.
đó
But
nè em.
Kingen is so strong now. I don't think that scaling can even factor in anymore. They need at least 20 minutes to leverage that or even it out. So
Mà thật sự là bây giờ là Fiora nó hơi yếu đó nè.
try to push
Thật
out
sự
these waves
là
with Kingen and move towards mid.
nó trải qua khá
And
nhiều
this
đợt nép
Baron
rồi
constantly
Fiora.
to make T1 second guess themselves until they walk in to the waiting arms of DRX.
Kingen has 2 completed items. Fiora has Divine Sunderer and still some pieces. It'll be a while before he's able to deal with that Aatrox.
I want to see if T1 can go for one of these trailing split push plays, try and hide this Sejuani behind one of the split pushers and pick somebody off, because that's what you have to do, one of these surprise plays. Sejuani ult into melee champions, proc the stun, take away some of this pushing power of DRX, because look at them, they're playing the whole map right now.
They are, and that's because of these pushing side lanes. How are they going to start up the Baron? Looks like they're thinking about it.
Okay.
They can do this.
Khởi
They
động
don't
Baron
take it in
rồi,
the pit. I think that's just
ok.
going to hit it.
Yeah.
And it's the
Bye
solo
bye.
lanes of DRX with the push, and it's Kingen who
Được.
finished.
Còn
We
đông
talked
người
about
quá
it. He
này
finished
sao
last
mà
place
được.
last year in summer alongside Pyosik. Then he convinced Zeka,
Căng
who was a
nha.
very close friend of his, to come back from the LPL and join the LCK and join him in the
Ăn
ranks
cắp
of
gần
DRX.
6k tiền
And
rồi
he
anh em
took
ơi.
the gamble. He joined the last place team. Look at them now. World's finals, both having the side lane push, winning out in their
Ăn
respective
cắp bây giờ là
solo
gần
laners.
6k tiền rồi.
And they really want to threaten this Baron. Owner is in the vicinity.
Rồi bắt đầu là
Started up.
ăn thiệt
The
rồi,
second
ăn
spot
thiệt
on the
rồi đó.
jungler T1. He has no
Pha này
vision
là
to
ăn
work
thiệt.
with. Carrier
Ui,
shows his
tốc
best
độ
help
ăn
out.
kìa.
No Kalista, it's a smite fight.
It's time
Tốc
to
độ ăn,
overcome
tốc
the
độ.
demons of game 3
Ăn tốc độ
for
luôn nè.
DRX.
Đỡ.
Now Coyote
Faker
flies
nhảy lên
out.
đỡ.
Kingen in World Ender goes over the wall. Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down. Hostile takeover over the wall. Wish from Soraka will heal the mid lane. DRX
Oh!
gonna fight back again.
No!
He's gonna be shuffled away.
Ồ, có bắt được không? Có bắt được hàng sao không?
Find the fight and they're finally gonna kill Deft.
UBC đuổi theo. Đừng để cho Aatrox nó.
Barrel trying to protect.
Rồi, Aatrox giữ rồi.
Beautiful handshake from
Hay quá.
Carrier
Aatrox có giữ được
T1,
KDA rồi.
B3. Barrel may be the
Rồi bây giờ phải tháo
target,
chạy,
but
tháo
Yushi
chạy
is
từng người
locked
một.
down.
Đi.
Yushi is executed
Over.
with the sword of Kingen, and Owner is the only
Khó rồi,
man
game này
standing
khó rồi.
wearing red.
Guma does
6k
everything
tiền
he
anh em
can
ơi,
to keep
6k 2
T1
tiền
alive,
rồi.
but Kingen comes to collect.
And he's looking for his crown, isn't he? He's putting the whole team on his back in these fights. Zeka and Deft fall, but the last threat on DRX is Kingen. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Even numbers distribution across the board in terms of deaths. No neutral objective started just yet. DRX don't have the damage to take down this
Nhưng mà nếu
Baron
mà
without
trận
those
chung kết
carries.
mà
But with the
BO5
Dragon
mà không
spawning
tới
soon,
được trận thứ
resets
5
will
thì
come
nó
in,
cũng
and they'll start to establish
thiếu đi phần
control
thú vị
over
đúng
the
không
map
anh em?
in these mid-wave pushes.
Kịch tính đấy.
Faker really struggling to get involved in these fights.
Yeah, that Infernal Chain barely yoinked him back in, hit the full combo. They
Mọi người ơi,
blow the Akali
ai
up.
chưa subscribe cho tôi xin một subscribe với nha anh em. Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều. Tôi cần 100 subscribe để mà đổi cái URL link. Anh em nhớ subscribe tôi nhé. Cảm ơn anh em.
They just keep your eyes on Kingen, lands the Q2, Q3,
Năn nỉ
pull
anh em
back
luôn.
onto Faker, then gets the auto attack in, I believe, as he dashes out. Pyosik follows through across the wall to get the
Reload
kill.
lại chưa kịp.
So it's a
Cái
2v1
R2
on the
reload
top
lại
side,
chưa
but that
kịp.
means it's a numbers disadvantage around the river fight, so that's where T1 find their advantage. Kingen's trying his best to come around the wall and help out.
Guma
And he
UC
starts
bị
cleaning up
bọc
the
ở đằng
fight
sau
for
kìa.
DRX.
And look how much work Guma puts in for T1. They're trying to fight their way out, up the river here, towards Zeka, towards Barrel, chasing them through. But Kingen from behind catches everything. Pyosik with the flash
Damn.
over the wall into the tri-brush.
Ôi,
Lots of
má
options.
nhìn nó đâm
It's
kìa.
that twisted advance.
Nó đâm
It's
Guma
that
UC kìa anh em.
lockdown on these mobile
Nó đâm cái nội tại nữa kìa máu.
That is why this Maokai
Má
is
nhìn nó
popping
tóc
up. Holy hell.
Holy hell.
5400 damage from Kingen's Aatrox
5k4
in that
đam
fight.
trong cái pha
This
giao
is a
tranh
man
đó.
who
Holy
wants game
hell.
five.
Nó
This
đâm
is a
Guma
man
UC một
now
cái thôi,
willing
nửa cây
to
máu
let
là
this
trời.
series end on 4. And this is a man leading the way for DRX. Maw completed as his third big item. DRX now with their soul point status has total control over
Tôi qua kia
something.
coi đây. Ok, xong lại bỏ rơi túi.
Kingen, he'll look for it. He'll only find Owner. Carry is nearby. He's trying to get away. He has to flash. Nice stun
Mất
from
một
Owner
flash
to
với một
stop
chiều cuối.
Pyosik.
Very big cooldowns here burned before this Baron attempt. DRX now retreating back into the vision that they do control.
I think they might have to force this soon because Zeus is pushing bot. Kingen doesn't want to TP down there. He wants to force Zeus to TP up. So I feel like
Coi
DRX
cái
needs to
nông
make a
xu quá.
miracle soon.
Ok, sao lại
They're gonna do it. They're pushed into
sao
the
lại
wave, but Zeus
sao lại
wants to
như
TP
vậy?
in.
It's time to go. Objective bounty claimed, and now Zeus is ready to join the fight.
Đó là
Baron
như
at half
vậy.
HP. Owner's trying to find his way in there. He Arctic assaults over the wall. He has no flash. There is no blast cone, but just the threat of the steal gets DRX off the Baron.
They got double TP. They need to get back towards mid, clear out this wave, and then reset the map state. No TPs on T1 means their side lanes are going to struggle. DRX have the advantage on the globals.
Exactly. DRX got what they came for. They don't care if they don't finish the Baron here. They don't want another
5 ca rưỡi
crazy
tiền.
steal coming through. They want 2 teleport cooldowns. And they got both of them.
Không biết nó sẽ lật kiểu gì đây nè. 5 ca
ca
rưỡi tiền thì thực sự nó cũng không quá nhiều anh em ạ. Nhưng mà đội hình á, đội hình combat khó quá. Bây giờ ZS nó không quẩy được.
Kingen wants to stop him this time. Baron at 3K. Owner goes berserk. He's locked down. The Baron for DRX.
Baron.
They kept him out this time. Everything thrown over the walls.
Ăn con Baron phát nó nhảy tiền vái nồi luôn nè.
Secure the Baron.
And they'll use the Baron as a blanket to secure the soul. They'll keep waves in onto T1's tier 3 towers. Maybe they'll look for the tier 2 top if they want to play 4-1. But the
Trần Nguyễn Hữu Nhân, anh đoán xem trận này sao?
Tôi
Tôi vẫn có niềm tin vào T1 anh em ạ. Tại vì á là tôi thấy T1 rất là nhiều trận bị gác tới 8-9 ca tiền vẫn lật như thường, 10 ca tiền vẫn lật như thường. Bây giờ cái phần quan trọng là Faker với lại thằng GS á, thằng GS nó phải quẩy được cơ, thằng GS với lại Faker phải bắt được lần sau cơ. Owner nó làm tốt nhiệm vụ của nó rồi, nó đã giữ rất là kỹ rồi, nhưng mà vẫn không có tạo ra đam á, anh hiểu không? Hồi nãy giờ anh em thấy không, các cái pha giao tranh đó là T1 không có đam. Faker bị kèm kỹ quá, không có đam. Faker với lại bây giờ là ZS được giao nhiệm vụ là đi đẩy lẻ rồi. Cũng được, đổi chiến thuật bây giờ đi đẩy lẻ cũng hợp lý á, nhưng mà trụ nổi không nè. Thằng Mau Cai nó ulti vô một cái thôi, Atox nó càng thì thôi rồi, Atox bây giờ rất là khỏe rồi. Anh em nhìn đồ Atox kìa. Đấy, thấy chưa anh em, tôi nói có chính xác không? Mau Cai nó ném ulti vô trước. Lời người mà, bây giờ lời người nó cứ auto chạy vô thôi. Bây giờ cứ lời người nó auto chạy vô, nó mở cái bát thôi. Bây giờ cái này mình ZS nó không về là thua luôn. Mercy vẫn còn nhảy được. Ôi ZS, ôi Faker chưa gì mà máu tuột à. ZK nó đâm thốn quá. ZK nó đâm thốn quá. Rồi, kèm hết. Atox nó kèm hết. Khó cứu rồi. Game này khó cứu rồi anh em ơi. Nó giữ 2 con xe kìa. Ô là trời, nó giữ 2 con xe bắn trụ. Làm gì đó đi. Come on baby. Cắm thẳng cái thiêu đốt vô đầu của ZS rồi, ZS không hồi máu được. Keria chạy trốn, Keria không thể sống nổi. T1 tan vỡ rồi. T1 tan vỡ rồi. Không. Holy shit. 2-2. Oh my god.
T1 was a match point, but DRX never failed to beat the odds.
Fail rồi anh em ơi.
The goat versus the alpaca, it all comes down to this.
T1 không thể mở đam ra được. T1 không mở đam ra được anh em à. Atox nặng nề quá, Atox nặng nề quá. Atox càng lướt ghê quá anh em ơi. Over. Không, nhưng mà kết quả như vậy mới là một kết quả gọi là kịch tính anh em ạ. Kết quả như này mới là một kết quả kịch tính. Tôi cũng thực sự là tôi cũng trông chờ ở cái trận thứ cái trận chung kết thì nó sẽ đi tới cái ván thứ 5. Đấy, mặc dù là tôi ủng hộ T1 là 3-1 nhưng mà thật sự là để một trận chung kết thì nó sẽ đi tới BO5, tới trận thứ 5 thì nó sẽ hay hơn. Đúng rồi, chính xác. 5 game mà, đúng rồi. Trời. Final mà. Final thì phải là 5 game. Final mà anh em. Final thì phải là 5 game. Final thì phải là 5 game anh em ạ.
You don't like this series, you don't like League of Legends. This is some of the best gameplay I have seen. If you're not entertained, what are you doing? Twitch chat, we need to hear you too.
Hay. Nói chung là cả hai đều xứng đáng anh em ạ.
Is it T1 or is it DRX?
Cả hai đều xứng đáng.
We'll see you back here for the finale of this incredible series. But right now, it's time.
Nhưng mà anh em đối với cương vị là một người xem, thì anh em vẫn trông chờ ở một cái trận final, đúng không? Anh em đối với để tôi giảm tiếng nhạc xuống nè. Đấy. Đối với một người xem ở trận final thì đương nhiên là anh em sẽ trông chờ đến cái trận cuối cùng của BO5, thì cái đó nó mới gọi là thực sự là kịch tính, đúng không anh em? Ấy, mặc dù mình mong muốn người thắng vẫn là T1 nhưng mà để mà trông chờ một cái trận đấu hay thì nó vẫn là hy vọng là tới BO5, tới trận cuối cùng. Đấy, final mà anh em. Ây da, hay quá. Hai bên thể hiện chói lói quá. Tận dụng từng cái sơ hở một anh em à. Anh em nhìn nè. Nhìn thằng giàu à. Cả hai đánh đều hay, anh em à. Không có bên nào gọi là thua thiệt hẳn nghiêng về một bên hết anh em. Cả hai bên đánh đều hay, công nhận. Mặc dù một đứa gà mờ như tôi nhưng mà vẫn cảm thấy được điều đó. Mà thấy T1 thua trận final này hay mà thấy T1 thua. Đỉnh vậy. Mặc dù là trong thâm tâm tôi là rất là muốn là Faker có được chiếc vô địch thứ 4. Nhưng mà như này là một kết quả rất là hay rồi. Rồi, vậy là 2 phút. Anh em nhớ đi đái đĩa xong rồi kiếm gì đó đồ ăn vặt, chúng ta sẽ ngồi với nhau tiếp tục đâu đó khoảng tầm 45 phút để mà đến với trận cuối cùng anh em nhé. Trận cuối cùng sẽ là một trận cực kỳ căng thẳng đó nè. Hơi bị căng. Wow. Đỉnh rồi đấy. Rồi, đến với phân tích trận đấu nè anh em ạ. Cùng nhìn lại một cái trận đấu nè. Đến với giai đoạn trước trận thứ 5 nè. Hay quá. Final game.
Can we just acknowledge how unrealistic this is?
Yes, acknowledged.
Yeah, how Faker, Deft, same high school, 10 years ago, World Finals now. DRX have an inhibitor respawn on them, have 2 Barons get stolen away with their chance of winning red side, but they just keep doing it. The more they lose, the better they get. It's unrealistic.
What I think is crazy is how everything has come together. The fact that this could be Faker's 4th title in his 5th appearance, the Deft story, and the fact that there's speculation around could this be his last year, and like no one thought that this roster would take it this far in his final year. Like it is just a movie that we're all just a part of, and the game is delivering. It is constant back and forth. We are seeing both incredible league, sloppy league. We're getting all of it, right? And it's just a beautiful culmination to the year.
Trong thời gian này thì mình ngồi mình re-up trận gì rồi lên cho anh em nhá.
To this DRX roster, because I kind of want to set the stage based on like expectations domestically, right? Because I was like messaging with Chronicler during the series, and I was like, I can't believe DRX are taking this to T1 in this game, but also they're doing it through topside and Kingin, which is not at all what we expected. Like this team was not the worst in the LCK, but they were certainly not expected to be in a Worlds final. They were not expected to be able to play together this well, even going game from game. I'm sure Pioshik, there are a lot of comments about his game 3 and none of them are positive. And for him to come out on the Maokai pick in game 4, like you said, the evolution of this team, how quickly they're able to learn is so freaking impressive. Like it's nuts.
Yeah, Azil did something at the start of the day talking about how at every stage of the way, the majority of people predict.
Mình là người xem mà team mình còn nhảy ra khỏi lồng ngực luôn á anh em. Thiệt luôn.
In the series before and the team they're playing up against, and it always felt like the other team was going to win. Even in this one, the 3 of us analysts before the series all did think T1 was going to win this series.
Myself as well. I'll jump in on that. All 4 of us did.
And it's because you have Faker and the experience, and you have T1 with the undefeated spring and how good they've been start to finish, and you have DRX.
Guma lại mời nhà. Đúng rồi. Đánh mấy con ấy không à. Faker đang tĩnh tâm.
We're talking about the fact that this journey for DRX has always had accompanied with it this idea that they've been doubted. And so we asked the fans at home.
Thư giãn lấy lại đầu óc. Đừng căng thẳng mấy em trai. Có lên đừng căng thẳng. Tướng đó giờ tranh khó nhảy lắm. Tao cứ làm khổ fan về trời. Tại vì anh thấy là đa phần là kiểu bích theo kiểu là bích câu tờ á. Anh thấy kiểu là bích theo kiểu là bích câu tờ. Chắc là bên ghi trận này là bên ghi cấm chọn bên ghi ra chiến lược như vậy rồi. Thì win một trận đúng không? Win một trận này theo luật thì bây giờ là bắt đầu là mình bích sao mình bích cao tờ lại thôi. Chắc là chiến thuật của bên ghi rồi, bên ghi đưa ra bắt buộc rồi. Chắc là chiến thuật của bên ghi rồi. Come on, Bengia. Hồi ơi em trai à, cùng với Faker kéo cái game này đi. Tại vì á, là anh em hiểu không, là cái con Kalista là nếu bích thì theo sách vở là nó sẽ né được con Atox cũng như là con Virus, đúng không? Nó sẽ gây khó dễ cho đối phương. Điển hình là cái pha vừa rồi gần cái hang Baron á, thì Atox không có đuổi được con Alesta. Alesta nó nhảy rất là ghê. Nhưng mà vận hành thì khá là khó khăn, tại vì là Fiora với lại Faker không có lao ra đằng sau gây đam được. Khó. Bị Atox nó chặn hết trơn, nó bó không thế mà bước qua được mà. Bó không thể nào mà bước qua được luôn mà.
people expected. He came out and talked about how he'd been struggling with long COVID and COVID symptoms. And then Burrow has had a lot of ups and downs, but he's absolutely showing up at this tournament.
Can you imagine being in the shoes of any of those players stepping on the stage right now?
Nope.
20,000 people in this arena, and there is only one game between you and hoisting that trophy that sits center stage.
And it's such a weird sense of pressure for both teams, because for T1, it's about returning to the pinnacle of League of Legends. It is about reclaiming that throne,
T1
and you can hear the number
đang có
of
Vũ kìa anh em ơi.
dedicated fans that exist behind this man on your screen. Whereas DRX, there were no expectations. These players go from game to game, aiming on having the best time of their life and showcasing the best league that they can. And now they stand in the face of the titans of league with only one game separating them from crowning.
Chuẩn bị để đến với game thứ 5 nào anh em ơi.
But as the T1 chance started, so did the combating DRX chance started. And as you mentioned, with this team being constantly counted out and not being expected to go further, that is what has grown this fan base for them along the World Championship. People are fans of this underdog team making a run for it. Now, to get down to this game 5 and what's about to take place, it is going to be no surprise to anyone that T1 with the final side selection is going to blue. Betty, as you mentioned, it has won all 4 games so far. So for T1, I have to imagine there's a bit of a plan, a blueprint that you can follow, given you're on that preferred side. For DRX, it's a little bit more in the unknown, and you're still left trying to find the answers.
Well, what has impressed me about DRX throughout the tournament is that they found creative answers, and we only have to go back to
Đau
game
khổ
3 to
quá.
remember that they were at the brink of winning that game as well. Things were looking
Đau
very
khổ
positive
quá
for
anh
them.
em ơi.
So when we get into this draft, I feel like DRX will have a plan to the Varus, and somehow they'll be able to come up with something crazy.
Having what it takes to find the answer and actually finding the answer are two very different things, Jat. Let's talk predictions. Game number 5, I'm going to reset the scorecard for all three of the who takes it. Who's the world champion?
Can I start?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I feel like there have been 3 careers for Faker. His 2013 career when he out-mechanicked everyone.
Yep.
His 2015-2016 where he could play everything. And now where I think he has experience and is the best leader he's ever been. I don't think he's lost those previous skills. He didn't show it in Game 4, but when I see the way he is focusing and locking in, I think he can lead T1 to their 4th world title.
All right, T1 vote for Jat. Emily, you're up next. What are you thinking?
So at the beginning of the day, I said 3-1 T1, and obviously that was wrong.
So did I.
One thing we weren't able to touch upon here is T1's own narrative arc and how they actually evolved quite a bit, especially in my opinion, the way that they approach side lanes and the map. I do think they're on blue side, also has a lot to do with it, but I'm going to go T1.
Okay, another T1 vote. Vedius, you're the last holdout. What's it going to be?
Our job as analysts is to find ways in which we believe teams will have the advantage to be able to come out ahead. I cannot use that analysis to determine the outcome of this game because I have nothing but undenying faith in DRX. This roster has done nothing but surpass expectations.
Hình như cả đám đang ngồi cầu nguyện hay gì.
And the energy in this arena that makes it impossible for me to not believe that they will win this next game. I believe that Deft will hoist his trophy, and I believe that Zeka is about to have the best game of his life.
You gotta love it. I am already over the moon that we've made it to this 5th and final game, but it really is anyone's for the taking at this point. Both of our teams have arrived at the final hurdle. The final chapter of this legendary story.
Yeah, at the final.
Kobe and Captain Flowers for the call.
At the final.
Welcome to the grand finale of Worlds 2022. We've had 4 games, 4 battles, back and forth and back and forth. And now, gentlemen, it's down to this.
The entire year for all
Trận battle này căng thẳng quá nè. Người có dấu mà tôi cũng thấy căng thẳng đó nè.
For 2 of them it's been 9 years in the making since Faker won his first. Deft struggling to get past semis in season 4, finally made his way back in season 12, 8 years later, and now he's 1 game away from accomplishing something that he's never done before, winning a world championship.
You got to be wondering what's going through the minds of these players
Yeah.
as they're preparing for this final
Ta nhạc bự lên nào.
Is related to the draft right about now, as it is on DRX, to solve the red side conundrum.
It is. It's the red side dilemma. We expected this coming into the series, that blue side would always be favored. DRX tried the Kalista into Varus. What have they changed up? What's the final plan? The last dance is here, but what's the last draft?
One more ban to go.
Is it Caitlyn?
It's always been Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think they have to ban Caitlyn. Heimerdinger's down unless they want to play Varus into the Caitlyn, but do you really want to give Gumayushi that champion? It's the Lux ban. So they've given Caitlyn, but they've taken away the Lux.
You can pair it with Morgana, you can play her with a bunch of other poke long-range supports to have a similar effect.
Cắm này mình gờ anh thấy không?
Caitlyn is 9-1 all time. Career record.
Bên kia cắm mất Lucian của Gumayushi rồi.
First pick it. I think this is a surprise to them as well, the Lux ban.
You gotta throw out a surprise to crack this red
Gumayushi
side.
đánh Zenith hay mà ta.
So they think the karma is the pushing factor. It's not Caitlyn or Varus.
Yeah.
So now does DRX take away the Caitlyn, but there's no real supports left that can contest this push. T1 have now picked away the supports for the push.
Karma, trận cuối cùng là Karma.
This is already spicy. The lack of Caitlyn
man
is already changing.
Không thể nào. Lại là Karma à?
First pick in the final game. The Azir, I would
Nếu,
not be surprised.
tại tôi không muốn nói điều dở nhưng mà anh em có nhớ là trận chung kết nào đó có Karma Faker đã bị gục ngã không?
No, they are going to go for the king. They must have a support response.
Gatlin.
Got up his sleeve. I cannot wait to find out.
He can pair with
Gatlin.
Zyra, Soraka, so much stuff. Let's see what he goes really deep for on the other side. I do think T1, like you're talking about, with the Varus, high priority there. And then do they want to take the Sylas before we go into the next two bans, because DRX will protection ban.
Ồ, biết Gatlin trước để mà đối đầu với Varus.
Could see Faker's rise for game 5. Bit tough in terms of range, but it's his Victor that he's going back to. Was incredibly pivotal in their almost winning game 2. Did so much damage, but it was Deft who shut him down.
Zeus lost too when he picked the Aatrox to Kingan's Camille. Really strong Camille from Kingan that time around, so they're not too scared of it either, and they're going to let it drop through as well.
There's the Varus. So what's DRX gonna pick? They're gonna pick away the Aatrox and then ban away 2 top laners. It worked last game. The Kingan's Aatrox was absurd, so Barrel's definitely got something up his sleeve, and he's keeping T1 guessing.
Something is planned. Remember, Barrel is the only player outside of the T1/SKT banner to ever make World Finals back to back to back. The man's creative, the man is effective, the man's impressive, and I can't wait to see that pick.
Morgana, Zyra, Soraka. What will it be? T1 even trying to decide what does Barrel have? Can we snipe it? They don't even want to try and snipe him. And they go with the Sejuani instead.
The Sejuani ban coming out. Maybe they're going to ban something like Viego or
Cấm
Graves
Sejuani,
as well.
cấm zone.
I think Pyosik looks really comfortable on the Maokai, and against these mobile carries, it could work again. There's the Lee Sin targeting out owner. We are in for a treat in this last pick ban phase. What has Barrel got for us? What has Zeus got for us in the top side into this Aatrox? Does he really want to run back to Fiora? Owner's going to have to dig deep for a jungler. Kindred is up. If Pyosik wants to play a game 5 and he wants comfort, he can go towards Kindred. But against champions like Varus and Victor with so much poke, it is very tough to pull off.
It'll be banned away anyway. The final ban of the draft for T1 is that pocket pick, that comfort for Pyosik. We need to see jungler and we need to see support from DRX. I would expect the support to be the final pick of the draft for maximum surprise factor.
Def smiling. Is it Bard?
Bard!
Is he going to go for the Bard in game?
Đúng rồi em ơi!
Yes! I love this guy's confidence. Barrel doesn't give a crap.
Tỷ lệ bích 1%.
Baby, if you can push and open up windows here for him to roam around, visit mid lane, visit top lane. Barrel can be everywhere.
Top lane em ơi, bích top lane.
Barrel could be right behind you.
He could be in your nightmares as well, because when he lands that Bard ultimate, the Caitlyn trap follow-up is gonna be insane. There's the Viego from owner. Now Zeus, can you surprise us? Is it gonna be a Fiora, a Camille? Or does he have something else in store into this Aatrox? Nar was one of his biggest comforts. Gwen GP could be another one.
Ai vậy? Ai mới kêu bích Camille? Nghĩ sao bích Camille trời?
What will he take into this matchup? Zeus has been such a powerful player, such a standout factor, such a game winner. Out this year.
The win!
Pulling the Gwen back out here. We'll see about the jungle pathing as well if they can get up there. Those plus the support timings heavily influence that scaling. Gwen, if you can get to multiple items,
hợp lý. Hợp lý nè. Gwen có khả năng tạo đột biến được nè anh em. Băng qua tường được các thứ được.
Both these teams have thrown everything out of the
Wow.
They've come in with different strategies. A little bit of comfort as well. Pocket picks a piece. It's the last game
Thiên
of
mệnh
the
khả
year.
biến cùng
It's the last
Hecarim.
game of these players this year. And they're gonna put all
Mọi người
the
bỏ
cards
quên mất con
on the
Hecarim
table.
rồi.
DRX have drafted Caitlyn, Bard, Hecarim into these immobile carries, and Zeus is going for Gwen to get advantage over Kingen in the side lane.
Mọi người hình như là bỏ quên mất con Hecarim rồi.
This is it.
T1!
This is your
T1!
This is T1 versus DRX. The Hecarim and the Bard of DRX going up against the Gwen and Faker's Victor yet again.
No more storylines. It all comes down to play now. One game in front of you.
Một game nữa.
Execute on the draft.
Định đoạt tương lai.
Caitlyn finally let through in the last game of the year. Paired with Barrel's Bard, will it be enough?
Will Faker break another record? Will Beryl be the first person outside of the T1 organization to do it back to back in terms of getting those two titles? Fell short last year in the finals in that Game 5, Beryl. He lost to EDG, but now he's in another Game 5. Faker is also no stranger to these Game 5 scenarios. It's the experience from the players of Faker and Beryl, and 4 players on either side that could hoist their first title.
It's not just a test of mechanics, it's a test of your mind, it's a test of your endurance.
Let's go!
Mental, emotional,
Trận này
physical,
không thể mà rời mắt được rồi.
everything is now on one final game of League of Legends. Faker versus Zeka, the greatest to ever do it, and one of the most impressive Worlds performances we've ever seen from an individual, head to head, one more time.
And Zeka has been a monster. Zeka has been punishing Faker over and over this series.
Level 1s seem a bit stock standard right now. Keria very deep in the enemy jungle. I think DRX know that he's around there. Barrel's gonna base and swap over to Sweeper. We'll see if Keria can find a little bit of support gold here. T1 want to invade. It's a Hecarim. Hecarim is so weak level 1. It looks like they want to take away that buff. Piosik knows it. Needs to be very careful though. He could face check all of T1. If he moves towards this bot side jungle, he's around mid right now. Thinks twice.
Chờ Hecarim bước vô à? Phải không? Phải không?
Oh, this is so concerning.
Piosik.
Chờ Hecarim bước vô đúng không? Rồi, thấy rồi.
The patience pays off. He waits. He goes for the safe route just over the wolves. T1 immediately on spawn.
Keria can push him off these though. So Piosik
Hay quá.
outside jungle. Try to keep the Q-Sacks and move towards Raptors. Clear up. What can DRX do with this? Gumayushi,
Câu kéo
they're
thì
gonna try
thời
and zone him
gian.
away from the lane. Try to deny him some
Nhưng
creeps.
mà bù lại là AD sẽ bị thọt kinh nghiệm.
Level 2 off blue buff, so now you're pushing the lane away. Jungle
Ờ,
coming
vẫn không bị
down
thọt.
to help out Guma
Bị
and
lính
Keria
được,
get right back
bị
to
lính lại được.
Guma will pick up all the creeps, gets the experience, might lose a couple in terms of gold, so DRX get the wave in, and they're facing a split map scenario, but I think Owner will go through mid to top side and try to control these 3 quadrants.
I think it's really smart getting the early level 1 invade on this Hecarim. Very vulnerable
AD sẽ bị
champion
thọt lính.
to getting invaded upon. See if Piosik can salvage some of this. Zeka, mid lane pressure, definitely has a big part in if he can get something back. It's just the blue buff that was stolen away though.
Tạo lại được cái thế lính cũng ngon.
Diego going back into the jungle, so not going to be too heavily
Nhưng mà chắc chắn là ăn rừng sẽ không nhanh bằng con Hecarim mà. Hecarim nó sẽ ăn rừng nhanh hơn nhiều anh em ạ.
That means T1 really wants to be able to have push, wants to be able to have control in this bottom lane early. With the Karma and the Varus together, you can see Zeka pushing in Faker here early on in the mid lane matchup as topside Zeus has lane control versus Kingen. In terms of the state of junglers, you can see it's still just Owner pathing through his jungle. He skipped Krugs, going towards that top part of the map. Piosik's already done his recall.
Yes, he has at that. Just clear off red quadrant. Very low health he was. You recall early for Hecarim. It's not that bad. You can still get your boots for the extra move speed, the extra damage conversion there, and
có đam,
go
có
clean
đam.
up his Gromp. And
Hợp
well,
lý.
as we said, only
Tại vì
the blue
skill của
was
con
taken,
Aatrox nó
so
sẽ
that
bị delay anh em
is
hiểu không?
it.
Cái lúc mà ra skill thì nó cần thời gian thi triển kỹ năng nữa. Thế cho nên là con người quen nó sẽ đổi máu được vào đó. Chắc kéo còn Flash. Oh man, hay. Rồi. 1-0. Đó là mấy em ơi.
Owner testing Zeka there. Zeka failed the test. First blood over to T1. And that kill will get him a Caulfield's in base. Owner now going to cycle back through his camps. Pyosik struggling to find anything. All these lanes from DRX are getting pushed in. The Aatrox, the Azir, the Caitlyn are sitting on the tower. If Zeka reacts to this flash W, then it's just an even trade and he'll TP back, but he doesn't. He steps back into it.
May là Azir quay ngược lại một nhịp.
Like you said, Kobe, the rub salt in the
Tất cả đều hoàn hảo nào.
Now for Pyosik, what can he get back? It's Owner first to the play. Owner first to get his team going ahead. This Hecarim, he knows he has a lot of gank potential. He knows that if he can find the angle, there's moves to be made. The problem is it's tough when T1 are playing right. Now Owner's coming around again. Zeka has no flash, but he's able to get behind the minions. He'll get out of this one. But Owner really trying to index towards Faker in this mid lane early on in game 5.
Yeah, again, burning cooldowns, burning mana
Cặp boss của Malaysia đánh rất là cao.
Safety of that vision, putting his own control ward right back up here so he can control this very important pathway here. Start up the dragon. They've got bottom lane pushing. The multiple ganks towards mid have gotten them mid pressure. So it's an easy first dragon for T1.
Pushing lanes because there's no real threat.
Toàn bộ con sông dưới là có tầm nhìn của T1 hết luôn rồi. Con rồng này là thuộc về T1 rồi.
Objectives and T1 are aware of it. Shut down the Hecarim early. Pyosik needs to farm to 6 before he can impact the map. So T1 can start getting these early game advantages. Top crab spawning soon. Owner might path his way up there. Herald's in 2 minutes. Pyosik needs to get.
Chắc chắn là sẽ xâm lăng. Đấy. Biết là ăn con rồng xong là yếu máu, chắc chắn nó sẽ xâm lăng.
Gets himself right back out. And now top side, the fights continue. Zeus versus Kingen. Zeus with the ulti finds a
còn một
lot
kéo
of
thứ
meat
tư,
work.
còn kéo thứ
There's
tư
the
nữa.
Kingen who's not able to continue the trade after already using the cooldowns, and Owner will again look for Zeka in mid. He will chase him away as Faker absorbs this wave. Meanwhile, back in top, Q3 hits the mark.
Solo kill. Oh. Solo kill.
Top lane.
Best top laner in the world. Who? 369 and Zeus is the discussion. Kingen's in the world
finals.
Ác quá. Amazing game 3 and 4, and now in this game 5, solo kills Zeus.
When the pressure is on, it's Kingen who stands tall.
Lại cầm Aatrox.
What a beast! And he's gonna go for the recall right now. As the
solo
wave
kill.
is
Lại
also
bị solo
slowly
kill.
pushing into him. So Owner has to show himself on this top wave to push it in for Zeus.
ZX cầm tướng dưới tay, rồi.
And this relieves so much pressure on DRX. Mid lane's been struggling, a lot of ganks towards there and focus from Owner. Deft and Beryl have been on a split map against the
Con người quen đánh phải nghệ đó nè, con người quen đánh nó phải nghệ mới ăn được con Aatrox. Tại vì á, con người quen nó chỉ có mỗi cái cách kéo 4 đòn nó mới có đam thôi. Còn con Aatrox má 3 cái quy đều có đam hết anh em. Nên là trade đam á, đấy, cái này lì quá rồi. Này trade đam pha này lì quá rồi, thấy không? Hết đam rồi còn đâu nữa. Không có cái ulti là hết đam rồi.
Out. She turns right back into a doll and falls over as the Aatrox popping off here for DRX in the top side, keeping this game nice and close.
Luôn có mắt ở sông.
Next Drake spawns, but Herald's gonna be spawning soon. T1 have controlled it.
Bây giờ là chỉ có can thiệp xuống bot. Dành cho Gumayusi nó xanh lên để mấy ra nó gánh nổi.
They're gonna lose a couple plates here. DRX T1. Not only do they get the split map and the jungle invade, they also have TP on Gumayusi, so they get a free base. Deft struggling. Kingen
có khi khi nào T1 sốc lần nữa.
Bây giờ
giờ thật sự là cũng không nói trước được điều gì hết anh ơi.
Giờ
không nói trước được điều gì hết Nhân ơi. Có được không? Ui, nó còn ulti nữa kìa. Quay ngược lại, Honor bị đặt rồi. Honor bị 3. Ôi rồi ôi, ZK lao vào đẩy hết ra luôn rồi. Lỗ luôn rồi.
DRX get the kill, and they're back on the Herald.
My God, Kingen is playing out of his mind right now, up against T1. They're at a disadvantage from the get-go because
Kingen nó đánh Aatrox ác quá.
But Kingen goes in, they secure this objective.
Kingen nó đánh Aatrox ác quá.
But T1 trying to fight them back, testing the waters in this topside river.
And Zeka doesn't miss a beat. He follows him right back up with the Azir. Flash, pushback play with the ultimate. DRX secure the river.
Thấy rồi.
They rest control.
Thấy rồi rồi mà.
All bottom side though. Gumiyushi with the level 6 versus level 5 advantage goes for the chains of corruption. Beryl getting away from Faker here as he retreats into the top side river. Faker will chase him as long as he can, but Beryl is already gone. Let's take another look.
Anh em nhìn lại pha này nè em ơi.
Fight.
Nhìn anh Tóc nè. Nó đập 2 đập rồi má muốn tắt thở. 1 đập. 2 đập. Tắt thở, thằng nào cũng muốn tắt thở đó.
No hesitation, follows him to finish it off, and then pushes
Đam nó
out
khủng
Owner
khiếp
and
rồi chứ.
Zeus so they can refocus on that Herald.
I wonder if he wants to push them in instead, and he's trying to finish off Faker
Khủng
as he
khiếp
dashes
đam,
forwards.
khủng khiếp.
Nevertheless, they get the kill and they get the Herald. Kingen landing all the sweet spots on that Aatrox, moving back towards the top.
Lên được cái đao hung tàn rồi.
Of course, we saw off screen. He missed the flash Q like you highlighted, Flowers, and now he needs the level 6. They have the Herald if they want to brute force through a lane, but I feel like they need to repay death in this lane disadvantage with the Herald.
And I think where he goes with that level 6 you're talking about is straight at Faker. That is a no flash victor now after the last play. So Bard ultimate is prime.
The Drake in 20 seconds. The first one already in T1's
thua.
pocket.
Tôi là trình độ tôi không có. Nó cao siêu tới cái mức mà chung kết thế giới như thế này thì tôi cũng chịu. Minh tướng là tôi không thể nhận xét được gì thêm.
And with the enemy jungler half HP, T1 has control over the river to start the Drake. Now there is a control ward for DRX.
Cảm ơn 360 anh em hôm nay đã ghé kênh tôi xem chung kết thế giới nha. Anh em nào chưa subscribe cho tôi xin một subscribe nha anh em. Tôi đang cần 100 subscribe để đổi cái URL kênh á. Nên là anh em ủng hộ cho tôi một subscribe nha. Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều. Bây giờ là DRX nó kiểm soát con rồng rồi anh em ơi. Rồng nước. Wow, Aatrox mà gắn thêm rồng nước hay carry mà có thêm rồng nước nữa thì chịu sao mà nói. Bây giờ lấy cái gì mà cướp? Giờ lấy gì cướp? Không có gì cướp được hết á. Giờ lấy gì cướp? Chỉ có những cái pha xuất thần của Gumiyushi như mấy trận trước thì ok cướp được, chứ giờ lấy cái gì mà cướp đây? Đứng 4 đứa ở đó mà sao mà cướp? Bị hất là chết. Hai cái CC vô mặt. Đây, đó là được mạng rồi. Ông nói gì đi? Phước Hậu Hạnh ông nói gì đi? Gỡ lại liền. Gỡ lại liền. Ông nói gì đi? Gỡ lại liền. Cái hình nó chắc chắn là sẽ không ăn được pha này đấy. Ông nói gì đi? Ông nói gì đi? Gỡ lại liền. Hay quá. Ông nói gì đi?
But they're ready to respond. Owner gets a couple kills back. Zeus chases Pyosik away, and it all comes off the back of this engage in mid, Kobe.
Backup setup pha này hay quá. Faker pha này là chắc chắn là không sống nổi, nhìn là biết chắc chắn là sao không sống nổi, nhưng mà Honor ra hay nè. Honor ra pha này hay nè. Gọi luôn cả ZS xuống, ZS đi trước Aatrox một bước khá là xa luôn, hợp lý. Hợp lý. Tuyệt vời. Con này là gỡ lại được nè. Tôi nản quá. Trời ơi, ông phải có niềm tin. Cố lên, come on.
Herald used mid. Little bit of gold over to Zeka. Mythic in his favor, has the Ludens already. Faker has flash up.
Faker mặc dù là 0-2 rồi nhưng mà con Victor về sau nó cũng khá là khó chịu ấy. Đừng đua. Death thì vẫn cắm đầu farm nãy giờ tại vì là không thể nào mà bỏ cái lên boss được anh em hiểu không? Con 3 thì đương nhiên nó phải đảo, chắc chắn là nó phải đảo rồi. Nó vừa lụm chuông nó vừa hỗ trợ team nữa. Nó cho nên là Death là chỉ có biết là cắm mặt mà farm thôi. Rồi, Zeus lại nằm xuống nữa rồi. Hay. Lết. Không được à. Nhìn thấy hai cái điểm lao lên là thấy nằm rồi. Ăn cắp được cái chiêu hồn của Zip nên mới ăn được vào đó. Thì người ta thấy người ta có cái ulti người ta mới đuổi cùng giết tận mà. Có cái sở.
They've been so powerful, so reliable, and they showed it. The first pick, Karma. Instantly locking this one in. They pay their team back. They take
con ba này thấy vậy chứ anh em biết chơi nó khó chịu lắm luôn á nè. Như tôi là một thằng không biết chơi á, mà tôi thấy người ta chơi thấy khó chịu với rồi. Nhược điểm là chơi con đó là sẽ thường xuyên bỏ rơi AD. Đó anh em thấy không? Cái triệu boss mất mẹ rồi đó. Nhưng mà được cái là nó chỉ cắm đầu nó farm thôi. 4 thằng ở ngoài mid luôn.
And they're grouped up as a team. They're looking for picks. They're seeing what they can do.
Meanwhile, T1 again, they've got Guma on the bottom side.
Bây giờ tôi mới để ý anh em ơi, Guma trận này á đổi chiến thuật lên đồ rồi. Có sứ giả 2 nè. Tranh con sứ giả 2. Có bắt tổng nào. Ui. Ấy.
And now what about the fight? Pioshi could half HP. DRX still grouped up. T1 still trying to contest for this. Herald at 7,000. Kingen back into the pit. He stands alone from the rest of DRX now.
Bên kia mới mất mệnh cải biến, mất flash rồi nhá. Death nó được bắn. Ấy, đỡ con sứ giả, nice. Thôi không tham, pha này không tham. Không tham. Đẩy nó về từ từ. Trời ơi, bị cô lập rồi kìa. Thằng kia hình nó đánh điếm lắm. Nó đứng lại nó bắt đó. Phan là đẩy tụi nó về xong rồi lấy trụ nè. Đẩy nó về thả sứ giả tạo áp lực ở đường mid xong rồi ăn trọng. Như vậy hợp lý mà đúng không anh em? Ồ, bỏ luôn cái đồng đất à. Ồ, đổi trụ, lấy trụ.
He's trying to back up the top jungle of T1. Trying to look for that second tower will be a huge gold injection into Zeus if they can get it. King needs to be very careful here. Faker is still around.
Khá là đông người, không thấy rồi. Chắc chắn là trong cái bụi đó không thấy rồi. Đẩy. Ảo.
King here, but Zeus losing a lot of HP. Still has the big shot of needlework. Throws it out now. Kingan's gonna keep chasing him off. Ace in the hole, only hits owner, no big deal. T1 will get the one turret there in the top side, but a defense on the tier 2 from DRX.
Small gold lead for T1, but DRX have that second dragon. Mountain Soul.
Tôi thở không kịp. Tôi thở không đều nhịp với mấy đứa này luôn á nè. Tôi thở không đều nhịp luôn á.
All tower is still up for T1 though. DRX yet to crack one open. T1 have found 2.
Guma has been so good with this Varus, with these snipes. I want to see what he can accomplish this game because
đấy anh em hiểu cái lý do vì sao mà trước mấy trận chung kết á, trước trận chung kết á, toàn là cắm A chóc không anh em. Hở A chóc ra cái là nó bích thôi.
DRX's comp is very good at punishing no flash.
Tao coi mày, tao muốn lên tầng sau.
Here it is.
Hai. Cô bên xin ra đi à. Flash.
And now he has to flash to be able to get away.
Holy fuck, pha đó mà em chết là mất luôn cái trụ mid đó. Faker này bị úp sọt rồi. Honor tới kịp không? Bắt được. Honor chụp thằng JK lại. Hay. Ê đâu. Mất flash rồi. Chắc chắn là lao vô được. Wow. Sao nó còn tí đẩy rồi. Ngon rồi, ngon rồi, ngon rồi.
He comes in for the counter on the Viego. He defends again. Faker not going to be able to push off the back of that. They've got the extra person advantage with Pyosik still sitting on a 12-second death timer. T1 pushing all 3 lanes.
It's the battle of the mid jungles. T1 coming out ahead. 100% kill participation.
T1! T1!
Ever since the start of the game, Owner's been
Come
trying
on, come on!
Faker ahead.
Mấy em trai à, làm được. Đúng rồi, né skill cái thứ, đặt E, đặt đúp đồ cái thứ, đúng rồi, Honor tới kịp. Úp cái đầu liền. Pha này mà giết được JK nữa mới là đẹp anh em à. Pha này mà giết được JK nữa mới là đẹp. My goodness. Chắc là hết nốt hôm nay đó, tôi bị khang cổ luôn quá anh em. Có sức ép rồi, có sức ép rồi. Bây giờ là tôi thấy là bắt đầu là T1 là có gọi là sự áp đảo rồi. Đánh có sự tự tin rồi anh em ơi. Bên trái em ơi, để ý thằng Hekari bên trái. Nó ulti cho 4 thằng là chết queo. Oh man. Bỏ thằng Honor đi, chạy về, đúng vậy. ZS ok kìa. Faker. Dắt nhau mà chạy đi, dắt nhau mà chạy. Thằng Keria bỏ về đi. Liên tiếc làm cái gì? Liên tiếc làm cái gì? Trời ơi. Cái thế đó là bị bọc quá trời. Rõ ràng có 2 con mắt cắm ở ngoài sông mà. Rõ ràng có 2 con mắt cắm ở ngoài sông mà. Sao không nhắc chạy về đi. Cũng mày không đủ má gáy to quá. Trời. Wow. Gumayushi. 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 Damn. What happened? What happened? Oh my. What happened? Snap! Holy shit! Snap!
DRX, how?
How? How? DRX
collapse onto T1.
Oh my god! Anh em nhìn lại pha này nè anh em. Đấy anh em rõ ràng anh em thấy 2 con mắt ở ngoài sao không? 1 con mắt ở đây gần sẽ 7 chim nữa nhá. Chắc chắn là biết vị trí của Asian nó tới đây về. Nhưng mà không nhìn kịp. Đấy cái này đáng lý ra là nên bỏ rồi nè. Cái này đáng lý ra là nên bỏ rồi nè. Đúng không? Pha này đáng lý ra là nên bỏ rồi nè. Nhưng mà vẫn đang đánh.
Pyosik chases it through with the headroom. His ultimate came back up. They get Faker, they get Keria, but they don't get Baron.
Có cái emergency rồi. Có emergency rồi. Kuma sửa sai. Kuma sửa sai cho anh em. Kuma thân tiến. What? Oh my god. Sorry anh em. Cảm xúc của tôi bị tăng lên quá cho nên xin lỗi anh em gì nha. Wow, công nhận là ngày hôm nay Kuma đánh mấy trận đánh cầm virus đánh ác thật đấy. Không sao. Đúng rồi em trai. Tàn vô ăn cái nhà lính đó cho anh. Thằng này cho nó cái trụ 2 luôn. Đúng rồi. Vòng xuống mà lưu vòng qua mid cho anh. Vòng xuống mà lưu vòng qua mid. Không thể nào nó bắt được Faker hết. Cho nó làm gì làm gì. Làm sao mà bắt được Faker, không thể nào bắt được Faker chứ. Đập nó. Đúng vậy. 4 anh hiếp 1. Giết. Tàn qua mid. Tàn qua mid. Ok chưa? Vòng qua blue chàng qua mid cho anh.
The push in mid comes through, but Zeka's here to respond. Dragon is up, so that should be a pretty easy exit objective
5-8 nhưng mà vẫn gác tiền anh em ạ. Ra lượm con rồng xương xương. Ra lượm con rồng xương xương. Ra lượm con rồng xương xương. Mình tham luôn con cua. Rồi mình về. Thời gian còn rất nhiều, không có gì vội vàng cả. Honor lượm luôn con cua rồi về em. Đúng vậy. Rồi về nè, hợp lý. Đấy. Oh my god. Má, thằng Guma điên quá anh em ơi. Absolutely amazing. Guma điên quá. Guma nó lên đồ bắn quỳ rồi anh em ơi. Điên quá. Có màu rồi, có màu rồi. Nhân à, tôi vẫn mé trong trời nhân à. Sorry anh em nhé, tôi hát hơi to nha, không biết là nó có bị vỡ tiếng không anh em nghe anh em nói tôi biết chứ. Tôi không có nghe được. Không biết là cái tiếng tôi có bị vỡ không? Để tôi chỉnh lại. Tại vì nhiều lúc tôi la bự quá. Khàn mẹ cổ rồi. À có hả? Bình thường quá. Ok để tôi chỉnh lại. Tại vì cái tần số âm của tôi chưa có chỉnh á. Nên là sợ nhiều khi làm chói tai anh em á. Còn nghèo quá không. Má, tại cái cổ nó khàn rồi đó anh em, nói nó không ra tiếng nữa luôn á.
But I think it's going to be pretty even around these fights. It's going to be very nuanced onto who can find the carries. Can Kingen land multiple Qs? Can engage onto Gumayushi? No Mikhail's up just yet.
Yep, again, you talked about it before, K-Drill.
Mình chỉ người đến xa.
Đây
anh em thấy không? Anh em thấy không? Thằng Guma nó mới 0-1-0 thôi. Ê, come on, em trai. Em còn cái đúp nữa em trai à. Hay, yep. Ô, cái kia luôn á. Câu giờ. Đúng rồi, nó câu giờ để tìm ra. Guma tới nơi rồi. Honor ở đây. Thôi lui được rồi. Thôi giao lưu thôi. Đi ra mình xong gặp nhau cả xíu chào hỏi tí thôi mà. Làm gì căng. Lui được rồi. Ai về nhà nấy đi. Spam thêm xíu nữa quýnh tiếp. Wow, anh em nhìn tiền kìa anh em ơi. Wow, một màu xanh không đó anh em. Cố lên, đừng để bên kia nó lật. Thế trận nãy giờ vẫn thuộc về T1 anh em ạ.
DRX have bounced back from worse situations in game though. Again, refocus on the task at hand. This is the last game of the year.
Đúng rồi, thằng đó phải kiểu như bắt được nó sau đó đẹp á thì chơi tiếp. Tại vì nó hồi máu với lại nó trâu quá, khả năng càng lướt của nó khá là cao á.
And we're going to keep our eyes on Faker. With this Lich Bane build here, you can pump out a lot of damage if you can stay in a dangerous range, auto-attack range of your opponents. Can he stay safe though? Still waiting on a few more seconds from his flash cooldown. Purchases up the stopwatch for himself.
Yep. Mid push still coming in. DRX need to crack this mid tier 1. It's such a pain to get
bắt đầu cũng thấy đau rồi đấy.
It's really hard to walk in enemy jungle when that tower is up. T1 still have a lot of top side vision. Faker push in the way.
Nhưng mà tôi vẫn chưa hiểu lý do nha anh em. Là tôi chưa hiểu lý do là tại sao Gwen không lên tăng. Bây giờ là meta là Gwen nó lên đam luôn hả anh em? Tại vì á, nếu anh em thấy hợp lý không? Nếu mà đánh với con Aatrox á, chỉ cần lên cái mảnh giáp gai rồi để đó thôi là cũng cao tờ được con Aatrox rồi. Lên sớm luôn cái mảnh giáp gai tại vì đồ tăng nó rất là hợp với con người quen mà đúng không anh em? Tôi vẫn chưa hiểu lý do tại sao mà Gió nó không lên cái mảnh giáp gai. Nếu nó lên tăng thì không cao tờ được. Không á. Hay. Nice. Ok, tạo được tiền đề ăn Baron. Lụm thôi em. Lụm thôi em. Tốc độ ăn rất nhanh. Lụm thôi em. Đâu, cái đó là nó đánh thằng SB mà, chứ có phải đánh thằng top bên kia đâu. Dắt nhau chạy ra ngoài. Thằng kia nó kèm. Wow. Honor nó mất nhiều máu quá. Thì đúng mà, tôi nói mà đúng mà đúng không? Là đáng lý ra là nó lên một cái mảnh giáp gai, đúng chưa anh em? Nó lên một cái mảnh giáp gai, mặc dù là tôi gà nhưng mà tôi vẫn biết là cái mảnh giáp gai nó có cái giảm hồi máu mà, đúng không anh em? Đó thì á, anh em chỉ cần lên cái mảnh giáp gai từ đầu tiên luôn được nữa, tại vì con người quen nó độ tăng đồ đam gì nó chả mạnh.
Zeus is going to walk towards the brush, but he won't take a ton of damage there from Kingan's surprise attack. Kingan makes his way into the pit. Pioshik is still behind them. Owner takes a chunk. Drake at about 5,000.
Hecarim vẫn đứng sau lưng. Cẩn thận, hình như là Faker biết. Faker biết anh em ơi. Ồ, Faker biết. Wait! No! Sao lại để nó bắt cái kia? Faker nó để ý, nó biết là có ấy sau lưng. Ôi, Guma bị chụp rồi. Hay! Bắt được anh Tông ơi! Đại vô! Anh Tông chết là chắc chắn là sẽ thua! Hecarim! Đẹp, nice. May là pha này là Faker nó nhìn ra được là chắc chắn là có đằng sau có người nên là nó mới đứng lại đó anh em. Này, anh em nhìn Faker này, rõ ràng á là biết có lý do. Nhưng mà Keria đi hơi ẩu, Keria đi cái góc đó hơi ẩu. Guma bị dính ulti mất, pha này hơi khó. Nó dồn đam vô Guma rồi, Guma không chịu được. Đấy, pha này thì dồn đam vô Aatrox một cái đi luôn. Chụp được con Aatrox là gỡ lại hợp lý. Đấy. Bỏ, cái này là rừng con bỏ, cái này rừng con bỏ. Không sao em trai, đừng thất vọng, cố gắng lên, làm được. Wow, cảm ơn gần 400 anh em hôm nay đã ghé thăm stream của tôi để xem chung kết thế giới nha. Anh em chưa subscribe cho tôi xin một subscribe với nha anh em. Cảm ơn anh em rất là nhiều. Quay lại với trận đấu đi. Tôi cần 100 subscribe để đổi URL kênh hợp lệ anh em ạ. Cảm ơn anh em nha. Là khang mẹ cổ.
Both teams now taking an opportunity, resetting a little bit. Baron is on the map.
8-10 nhưng mà vẫn ghét tiền.
Critically, DRX did get the objective in that last fight. Zeyu's gonna back away as he sees Barrel here. DRX still maintaining a defensive position, seeing if there's anything to find, but Zeus gets away with the blast cone. The game
lên full dam luôn em à. Rồi quen lên full dam luôn rồi. Cũng có lý do, tại vì bây giờ là Faker không có thực sự quá mạnh để mà sốc đam. Hả gì vậy? Gì? Nó mới la hét cái gì vậy?
That devastating charge isn't going to be used for a whole lot just yet. Zeka with the Ludens with the Shadow Flame, Banshee's Veil now completed. T1 still defending the mid lane tier 1 turret. It is 3.
Bây giờ tôi đoán là món đồ cuối của thằng Giot nó sẽ lên cái giáp gai chắc chắn luôn này. Tại vì cái điều cơ bản đó là đối với một game thủ chuyên nghiệp tầm cỡ như nó là chắc chắn nó vẫn nhận ra. Nhưng mà tại vì cái thời điểm hiện tại là cần đam, cho nên là nó mới phải lên như thế. Tại vì lúc nãy là Faker phế. Hãy má nấy skill à. Rồi lại solo kill nữa. Come on baby. Rồi không được rồi, má hàng boss lên rồi. Rồi xong rồi. Từ bỏ đi. Bỏ chứ làm gì nữa. Wow, đam nhiều đấy. Đâm ở bên gần chết. 5 thằng à. Tele lên đẩy boss chứ sao kỳ vậy. Kìa, Faker. Tele lên đẩy boss là team tụi nó sẽ ập vô ăn Baron đúng không? Chắc chắn là kiểu như vậy, nhưng mà bên này câu kéo có Guma UC mà. Sao lại sợ như vậy?
Flank, flank, flank. They're wrapping around.
Có hai đứa dòm, có hai đứa dòm, có hai đứa sau lưng, có hai đứa sau lưng. Keria để ý rồi, hay. Keria hay lắm em ơi. Đúng ra, đúng rồi. Wow, không chết ở đây nữa kìa. Oh my god.
He's trying to run away, but Zeka and Pioshik are still chasing him down. A bullet to the head, and Death pulled the trigger.
Nhà lính hồi
They
rồi.
get the flank off. Keria fights it, and T1 tried to attack it, but it still works. Pioshik finds Faker. And Faker doesn't have TP. DRX don't even go towards the
Căng dữ vậy.
Dragon Soul's up in 35 seconds. They know they have a few seconds of a time window to
Má, cái
force
trán
down
tôi
the
nóng hết
Dragon.
luôn á anh em.
What's the call here from DRX? They're avoiding the Baron. We're gonna look at this fight again. Zeka is the hero.
Keria here, look at this. He finds the flank and T1 all come to try and attack it.
Ui. Thấy không anh em? Faker thiếu đam quá.
You mentioned the Azir sweep. He hits Faker with it, dies before the body hits the ground.
We need to go back to live. The ult comes out onto Keria. Looks like DRX have base. They're around this dragon, but T1 are going to threaten a Baron rush, so DRX will get the soul.
Đổi à?
P06 here.
Tính đổi à?
Không
kịp rồi. T1 ăn không kịp rồi. Gọi người ra chậm quá. Bắt người lẻ hay đúng rồi, bắt người lẻ đây. Bắt thằng kia anh lại. Bắt thằng kia anh lại. Bắt thằng kia anh lại. Rồi over, ăn con Baron. Ăn con Baron. Pha này là phải ăn con Baron. Thằng kia anh nó chết rồi là bây giờ chỉ có mình hai Karim nó lao vô nổi thôi chứ bây giờ làm sao mà tranh chấp được. Thấy chưa anh em? Anh em thấy không? Thiếu thằng kia hành là thiếu thằng kia hành là bên kia rén liền. Không có thằng kia hành càng là nó không có dám vô liền. Đúng rồi, bắt buộc là nó phải đánh rồi.
And now what can T1 get done with this Baron? The soul will last forever. The Baron's only going to be up for a couple minutes.
Trận đấu trôi về những phút cuối rồi anh em ạ. 35 phút à.
Total damage done at the top of the charts. Both top laners.
Anh em để ý đồ nha. Thằng Hecarim nó lên cái giáp tóc quá cuồng cùng với cái giáp ấy nữa. Má nó chạy như là thằng điên luôn. Nên là nó nhắm lao vào ai là chắc chắn là cỡ nào cũng trúng à. Quan trọng là nó set up như thế nào thôi. Bây giờ là phải bảo kê được. Bây giờ là Keria phải bảo kê được. Má Gumayushi bắn.
It's not been a fantastic game for him
làm
behind early on. But now that he's fed, now that it's late game, things are going to be a little scary. Faker at half HP, Ace in the hole, doing a good job.
Đúng rồi, binh xuống bot. Lính ở nhà bot, lính ở bot, binh xuống bot. Binh xuống bot liền. Có mấy nhà lính trong. Binh xuống bot. Thấy chưa anh em? Tụi nó lui về, nó ép liền chứ đâu. Sao mà nó để tràn cho được? Cho nên là mình phải đẩy vô, xong rồi mình gom tài nguyên của nó. Kéo giãn đồ nó ra.
Baron buff wasting away.
Yeah, and Deft's getting closer and closer towards that Bloodthirster. Caitlyn can become so powerful. T1 don't actually have a reliable auto-attack champion other than the Viego and the Gwen. They already carry as a poke champion, whereas Deft will get closer to 6 items. Azir as well, such powerful late-game scalers that will melt through T1, so they want to push their advantage while they have this Baron buff. Only 1 minute left on it.
And remember, the only real catch or engage on T1 is the ulti.
Cả team T1 cái
giả
hồi máu ở đâu?
Qua
giả hồi máu qua.
Look at these wards behind T1. They need to be really careful if they overstep. King can TP behind them.
Zeus will be ready and waiting for Pioshik.
Hợp lý, sao nó kéo vậy đâu?
Gumayushi gets the kill and T1 are 5v4.
Guma nailed him with the
bây giờ là mất. Ê, thằng Kiên Hành đứng sau lưng. Ê, Guma. Chưa ai biết thằng Kiên Hành đứng trong cái bụi. Dùng đam rồi. Bắt Giết. Má, anh em thấy thằng Kiên Hành nó điếm chưa? Đẩy boss. Đúng vậy. Giết chạy cho anh. Giết chạy. Ba thằng kia đẩy boss. Đúng, đẩy boss. Giết cứ câu giờ đẩy boss.
You would think they should be able to find this one.
Đây.
No problem. There it is.
Đẹp chưa?
T1 take bot lane inhib for the second time this game.
I can't imagine how much pressure all of these players are under in this game 5. T1 managed to crack that inhibitor line.
Má cái tình huống như vậy mà nhìn không ra nữa rồi má. Nghĩ fan T1 luôn á.
Elder's up in 2 minutes 20, Baron's up in 2 minutes 40, roughly the same time on the spawns. So they're going to need to juggle both the objectives to make sure, most importantly, the Elder doesn't go over for free.
So much riding on this next team fight.
Thật sự mà nói nha, nếu mà còn ai chóc á, nó solo kill với con Gwen á là chỉ có khi nào mà hai đứa đứng quýnh với nhau tới chết á thì may ra vẫn có một đứa gục thôi, chứ còn mà thật sự là hai đứa mà kiểu muốn bỏ chạy là khó đứa nào mà giết đứa nào lắm anh em. Hai con đó thằng nào cũng có lướt đó mà. Xong rồi con người quen nó còn có cái vòng nữa.
Just like it's been this whole series, it's gonna come down to execution. It's gonna come down who can really stand tall in these biggest of moments.
It's gonna be a very fitting ending to what has been such a beautiful story between these two teams. T1, the bounce back and the struggles from MSI, and DRX, the surprise to the world. Elder up in 1 minute 20 seconds, trying to contest a little bit of bot side vision here. T1 looking to see if they can find a pick.
DRX don't have to deal with a Baron anymore, but they still have to deal with walking into the fog that is their own bottom side jungle. T1 will clear out any wards they come across. They still have a small gold lead, but at 39 minutes into the game, it's not that big of a deal. Bloodthirster for depth, a little bit of extra survivability, sustainability here in the fights.
We've mentioned multiple times how little CC T1 have to work with.
Tao tin Gumayushi nó sẽ lấy con VS làm skin virus. Đúng rồi. Trời, mấy pha như thế này cỡ nào không lấy virus làm skin chắc chắn 100% rồi. Nếu nó win là kiểu gì nó sẽ lấy con virus làm skin. Này, wow, phải cho lại né được ulti nữa kìa. Hồi nãy ở chủ biết một lần, bây giờ ở ngay chỗ này một lần đó. Mẹ ơi. Faker ơi, nói skill đỉnh quá em ơi. Đấy, thằng kia hình nó lại bọc ra nữa rồi. Đấy, anh em thấy chưa? Thằng kia hình nó lại bọc kìa. Nhưng mà có con mắt rồi. Hay, quýnh pha này, phải quýnh pha này. Thằng kia hình đi quá xa team rồi. Thằng kia hình đi quá xa team rồi.
T1 moved in. Kingen was not able to respond there with the flank. He'll steal the enemy red buff for the upcoming fight. T1 chunking out the health bars, decide to go for the Elder.
Ăn rồng ngàn tuổi. Canh mà trừng phạt. Bỏ.
Q1, Q2 finds his place back inside the pit.
Câu giờ rồi. Không còn ai ăn sao đâu. Ô, đừng để nó set up bẫy. Ôi, tôi không. No. Câu giờ đi. Câu giờ. Come on, câu giờ.
No damage just yet. Elder Drake, the execute, failed, he's down. DRX.
Cái gì xảy ra vậy?
He gets back, he does it. Gumayushi's gonna find the ultimate on the
chạy đi em.
Elder Dragon buff.
Chạy đi, còn mình em đếch nhà thôi, chạy ra.
Into the hearts of T1.
Can they end? Is this it? T1 are so vulnerable and wounded. DRX have the Elder Dragon. 4 members down. It's on Gumayushi to hold the line. DRX are
bắn quyền pha lên, bắn lên thôi. Chị bắn lên.
DRX, they're on to inhibitor turret number 1. Only carry.
Chị bắn lên.
It's still 10 seconds on.
Đúng rồi, Keria ra rồi. 4 giây, 5 giây nữa. Phán câu đi.
Kingen goes into Whirlwinder. Gumayushi is dead.
No, có là.
They have been dismissed, but DRX are your 2022 World Champions.
Holy fuck.
The miracle run.
We've just witnessed the most incredible story in history. DRX have done it. T1 are shell-shocked. They're stunned.
No fourth seed had even made it to finals, let alone winning the world championship. Deft in his 10th year.
He won the world title. He's won MSI, he's won LPL, he's won LCK, he's won Rift Rivals against Korea and China, but he's never won a world championship, and he's done it. He's done it.
One of the greatest finals in League of Legends history. People are going to be watching that VOD for years to come until the servers go down.
Tôi không biết nói gì nữa.
What a show from these two teams.
Death beats Carrier.
Lịch sử lặp lại với một con Kama. Làm tét đúng.
And Death has had to see so many of his former teammates succeed without him.
Lịch sử lặp lại với một con Kama. Tôi nhớ không nhầm thì vẫn là một game nào đó Faker đã trắng tay với con Kama.
All of the emotion. The whole year boiled down to this. The group of friends that made the miracle run.
Tức quá.
Through all the objective steals.
Tôi buồn quá. Thua.
The mentality of diamonds. Untiltable, unassailable. DRX World Champions.
Thua này mà. Bây giờ tôi nghĩ là chắc xong cái mùa này Faker về má giả từ sự nghiệp luôn. Dù sao thì với cái kết quả này á, thì là người Hàn vẫn là vẫn mang vinh quang về cho đất nước của mình anh em ạ. Cả hai đội đều là Hàn hết mà. Thì bây giờ là đường nào thì cũng là nội bộ thôi, thì cũng là mang về vinh quang cho nước nhà hết mà. Nhưng mà vẫn hơi tiếc nuối một chút xíu là lý do không hiểu gì sao vẫn để cho nó bích con Atox. Atox nó quá mạnh đi anh em à. Đó là lý do gì sao mà trước chung cấp bích không dường như là các trận đều cấm Atox hết. Hủy diệt toàn bộ luôn nè.
Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down. Hostile takeover over the wall. Wish from Soraka will heal the mid laner, but Maokai says no. DRX ready to fight back again.
Anh em hiểu không? Con Atox nó đang lỗi nhưng mà vẫn cố tình thả Atox ra. Atox nó đang lỗi, rất là lỗi luôn, mà vẫn cố tình thả nó ra. Anh em thấy không, nhiều fan nó khàn mẹ cổ rồi. Nhiều fan nó ở cái tình thế gọi là chưa ăn được mạng nào, farm ngang ngửa top bên kia, nhưng mà nó đánh đúng má, đam nó to một cách dã man á. Rồi, quá buồn rồi.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to three people that would like to congratulate DRX on their victory. Nicolas Laurent, CEO of Riot Games, John Needham, President of Esports, and Naz Alatar, Global Head of League of Legends Esports.
Nặng quá.
To an unforgettable Worlds run. Tonight truly goes down.
Cả hai đều thi đấu rất là hay. Nói chung là cả hai thi đấu rất là hay.
To present you with the Summoners Cup and the 2022 World Championship rings. On behalf of League of Legends Esports, on behalf of Riot Games,
Faker mà nghĩ coi như cái game nó toang.
DRX on your historic
Đúng rồi, tại vì một phần lượng fan của Faker rất là lớn. Tại vì có con phân tích rồi.
Thank you so much for helping congratulate our champions. I'm so happy I get to talk to them. Thank you, Ji-sun, for helping me. I don't even know where to begin, but I'm going to give everyone a chance to enjoy this moment. But maybe I want to start with Kinging, because what an unbelievable Game 5, and I'd love to know what was said before getting into that Game 5 and how you look back on your own performance in helping DRX getting the World Championship.
Tiếc ghê, trời ơi, 2-1 rồi.
5세트도 정말 극적인 한 판이었는데요. 5세트에 임하면서
2-1 rồi.
어떤 부분에 준비하면서
2-1 rồi, vấn đề nó gỡ lại 3-2.
활약을 어떻게 평가하시는지, 어떻게 DRX를 우승까지 이끌었다고 생각하시나요?
일단 마인드 같은 경우에는 저희가 항상 되새기는 게 뭔가 재밌게 하면 좀 영광스러운 이런 자리라든지 아니면 저희가 좀 궁극적으로 이제 이기고 지기고가 중요한 게 아니라 재밌게 하자를 마지막 세트까지 그렇게 얘기하면서 했던 것 같고 사실 제가 정규 시즌 때는 굉장히 좀 제 스스로도 만족하지 못하고 좀 불만족스러운 경기를 많이 했다고 생각을 해요. 근데 결국 제가 마지막에 있는 거 보니까 제가 이때 동안 걸어왔던 길들이 결국 제가 이 자리에 있게 하기 위해서 그렇게 힘들고 했던 것 같아요. 되게 영광스러운 자리를 제가 하게 돼서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
So we always have this mindset in our mind, regardless of this, size of the stage we're going on, it's a glorious stage. So I just wanted to make sure that we are having fun. We are enjoying the moment. It doesn't have to be winning or losing. We wanted to just enjoy playing this game. And, looking back at my regular split, I was underperforming. I was not happy with how I performed, but now I'm the last man standing. I got to realize that every step that I took was worth it, and it made who I am right now.
Wonderful. Next up, I'd like to go to you next, Deft. 10 years of fighting for this, milestone after milestone after milestone, this tournament so far, but now the highest honor in League of Legends. What does it mean to you to finally be able to call yourself a League of Legends world champion?
데프트 선수 정말 축하드립니다. 10년간의 정말 커리어 끝에 이렇게 리그 오브 레전드 최고의 영광스러운 자리에 오르게 되었는데요. 이번 토너먼트를 통해서 계속해서 새로운 기록을 세우고 새로운 기록을 세운 끝에 이렇게 월드 챔피언이 되셨습니다. 마침내 월드 챔피언이 되신 소감 부탁드립니다.
나이도 먹어서 이제 울면 안 되는데 자꾸 울어가지고 죄송하고 저는 사실 이 자리에서 뛰는 거랑 이제 이기고 나서 이 자리에 서는 것까지 사실 저희가 데뷔한 이후로 하루도 빠짐없이 상상만 했던 일인데 그게 현실이 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같고 또 사실 이 자리에 서면은 언젠간 말하고 싶었던 말이 있는데 이제 제가 세상에서 제일 잘한다고 이 자리에 섰을 때 말하고 싶었는데 이 자리에 서고 나니까 그냥 제가 잘하는 게 중요한 게 아니고 그냥 저를 포함한 저희 팀이 제일 잘하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 그래서 저를 포함한 이제 저희 팀원들이랑 감독 코치님 또 프론트 분들까지 그냥 다들 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 네, 팬분들도 너무 감사드립니다.
First off, apologies to everyone because I am too old to cry like this, but I'm really overwhelmed right now. And ever since my debut, every single night I've been dreaming about myself winning World Championship, going to the finals, winning the very last match, but it was only a dream, but now I made it, so I'm so happy right now. And at the same time, there was one thing that I wanted to say once I get up the stage after winning the World's finals, which was, I'm the best player in the world, but today, I got to realize myself being the best player doesn't matter. It's about our team being the best team in the world, and today we were the best team. And I want to say thank you to all the players, all the coaching staff, everyone who worked for DRX, and also obviously all the fans out there. Thank you.
Well, everyone played their heart out today, and not in the least Zeka. Zeka, what an unbelievable year and what an unbelievable rise to the top. There were many that doubted you along the way in the past, but you proved them all wrong today. How does it feel to become a world champion?
제카 선수 또 올 한 해 정말 눈부신 성력을 보여줬고 또 정말 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 이번 월드에서 보내주셨는데요. 이렇게 많은 분들이 과거에 제카 선수를 의심했지만 이번 자리에서 우승을 통해서 그들이 모두 틀렸다는 걸 증명하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 말로 설명할 수 없는 기분이고 사실 저도 울고 싶었는데 옆에서 혜경이 너무 시원하게 울어줘서 저 대신 잘 울어준 것 같고 일단은 같이 해준 팀원들 너무 고맙고 이 자리까지 올 수 있는 것도 말도 안 되는데 너무 다 잘해준 것 같아요.
This year was crazy. It's impossible to describe how I'm feeling right now. I almost felt like I was crying, but at the same time, Def was crying so much. So thank you, Def, for taking my spare of crying. And I want to say thank you to all my teammates for working so hard, and thank you, everyone.
Okay. And Piotrek, if I am honest, I think it was quite a difficult series for you in the beginning, but it is unbelievable how you turned it around. Can you tell me about keeping your focus and keeping your confidence in order to bring it home?
이제 표식 선수 사실은 이번 경기를 전부 다 놓고 봤을 때 초반에는 표식 선수에게 굉장히 어려운 흐름도 나왔던 것 같은데요. 어떻게 이렇게 계속 집중력을 유지하면서 마지막까지 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 자신감을 유지해서 이런 대역전이 나올 수 있었다고 생각하시나요?
사실 오늘 경기는 이제 며칠 전 스크림 이런 게 아니고 저희가 시즌 초부터 하나하나씩 닦아놓고 배워나가면서 또 감코진과 선수분들이 다 저한테 많은 정보를 알려주고 너무 잘 가르쳐줘서 되게 이럴 땐 어떻게 하고 어떻게 할지 이제 롤드컵 와서 되게 잘 보였던 것 같습니다.
I want to say the result we have today, it's not about how the scrim went like last week's. It's more about every games we played throughout the year, every lessons that my coaching staff taught me and how I should perform at Royals, how I have to cope with all the difficulties, and it worked out.
It definitely did. And then Beryl, a Bard in Game 5, which was unbelievable. Can you first tell me why the choice for the Bard in that all-important game?
베리 선수 가장 먼저 5세트에 등장한 바드에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 가장 중요한 순간에 바드 픽한 이유가 무엇인가요?
일단 할 수 있는 픽이 여러 가지 있었는데 그 중에서도 그냥 라인전이 힘들더라도 오늘 경기에서 후반을 좀 많이 가는 것 같아서 조합을 그냥 최대한 맞춰주려고 선택했던 것 같아요.
So I had plenty of options, and then I was like, as long as my pick can go through lane, because I realized today's series we're going to the late games, so I was like, I would rather round out the comp for my teammates.
Yes, a visionary. And Beryl, you went to the World Championship final 3 times in a row, and you've won it 2 out of those 3 times. You are the best support in the world. What do you think makes you so good and has made you so good these last 3 years?
베릴 선수는 지난 3년간 계속해서 월드 결승에 진출하셨고요. 그중 2번은 우승을 달성하셨습니다. 이렇게 베릴 선수가 지난 3년간 서포터로서 셋째 포스로서 놀라운 활약을 보여줄 수 있는 비결이 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
일단 솔직히 오늘 한정에서는 상대팀 캐리어 선수도 되게 잘했다고 생각하는데 저희 팀이 좀 더 되게 차분하고 잘했다고 생각해서 오늘
Cảm ơn
경기를
em
이겼던
rất
것
là
같아요.
nhiều đã
Just looking at
đồng
today,
hành
I
cùng
want to
tôi
say
trong buổi ngày
Korea
hôm
also
nay.
performed really well, but I
Cảm
think
ơn
our
400
team
anh
was
em
the
nha.
one being a lot more calm and collected.
Bye bye anh em. Hẹn gặp lại anh em ở
Pioshik.
buổi live stream tiếp theo.
Maybe you know what's coming.
Anh em đi ăn trưa đi nha.
When you won
Tôi
your
cũng bỏ ăn
quarterfinal,
trưa vì bữa
you
hôm nay
did
đấy.
a little victory
Cảm ơn em rất
ceremony,
nhiều.
and I saw you did it
Bye
again actually in
bye. Hẹn gặp lại.
Atlanta. Do you feel comfortable